Got dropped into a ghost story, still gotta work. By GM.
Chapter 100. Section Chief Kwak Yikeng of the research team. A mad scientist who once threw his subordinates into the cheerful theme park ghost story. He also served as a consultant for the Manor of the Blind incident, which had near-catastrophic results where almost everyone met their end. I've been wanting to have a long talk with you, Mr. Roe dear. Finally, the opportunity has come. That crazed ghost story researcher grinned and extended his hand. Your exploits have been extraordinary. I've been dying to hear your thoughts. Thank you, sir. What a boss you'd hate to shake hands with, but I did it anyway, such is office life. I heard that once the new year begins, D-Squad will become an elite squad. With that, we'll all get so busy working as a unit that even idle chats like this before heading into darkness might be impossible. Kwak Yikeng joked a few times about how difficult it was to call me over. And I was just too curious. Then with a cheerful face, he got to the point. How did you manage to win over Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun? He always cuts me off when I try to call you over. That's not like him. He's not usually that proactive tilde. Internally, I screamed. Thank you, squad leader. But honestly, I didn't actively try to win him over. All I had to do was say I didn't want to. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun was already a stickler for the rules, and made every effort to reflect his squad members' requests. No one had made such a request before. After all, in this ghost story specialist corporation, I'm probably the only one who'd rather split the workload into n parts than venture into a ghost story solo, no matter how cushy it might be. And if anyone like me did exist, they're probably long gone, dead, or disappeared. This time, however, it seemed even Lee Jae-hyun had difficulty stopping it on his own. Or perhaps there simply wasn't any justification to do so. Anyway, don't worry. I don't hold any grudges about how hard it was to bring you in, Mr. Roe dear. Kwak Yikeng smiled. It's just, isn't it fascinating how there seems to be nothing Mr. Roe dear can't do? Fascinating, I don't quite understand. You're good at your job, articulate, and you manage your reputation well, very impressive. But humans are creatures who can't excel at everything, myself included. He lightly tapped his own chest. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses, so. His eyes, gleaming with a passionate obsession for ghostly exploration, fixed on me. What's your weakness? How does it remain so hidden, even while you're diving headfirst into bizarre paranormal phenomena? I'm genuinely curious. Fuck seriously. If I could tell you, it wouldn't be a weakness. Haha, a clever answer to a foolish question, tilde. Kill me now. He's not predicting that I'm a coward, is he? I discreetly swallowed hard. Kwak Yikeng spread his hands wide. Anyway, I called you here today for good news. What kind of good news exactly? Something worth celebrating. By my calculations, Mr. Roe dear, you've already earned more than half the points needed for a wish ticket, haven't you? This guy's scary sharp. And he's right. That's the truth. I recalled my accumulated points up until last week. Accumulated points, 177,200 P. Even this number alone was staggering. It was a figure unimaginable for a rookie who hadn't even been with the company for a year, so I'd never bragged about it. Even in a department where everyone openly talks about their resignation dates, there are limits. When someone's this much of an outlier, people inevitably start thinking differently. But who could have guessed? As of this week, my accumulated points had entered an entirely new, outrageous realm. Accumulated points, 277,200 P. At this point, people could start claiming it was rigged. It's all thanks to Sekwang Technical High School. Let's break down the base points per grade. A grade, 100,000 P. And I cleared Sekwang Technical High School solo at A grade. Though multiple people entered and cleared it together, I was the only one officially ranked A. Moreover, the solution I concocted was just intense enough to be recognized as a solo effort. Thanks to the enthusiastic approval of directors Ching and Ho, the development department's two powerhouses, my reward passed without issue. It was both exhilarating and terrifying. And this morning, the registration was finalized. Officially, Kim Solium had now accumulated more than half the points needed for a wish ticket. I'm progressing absurdly faster than I expected. Everything had strangely aligned, leading me here. At this rate, if I could endure just 1 year, or perhaps even less, as part of an elite squad, I might return to my original world. A peaceful 21st century Korea where creepypastas aren't real. This all flashed through my mind in an instant, but I managed to keep my expression steady, or so I hoped. Don't give anything away. Does earning more than half the points change anything? Instead of a direct reaction, I intentionally furrowed my brow slightly, giving an ambiguous response. Was I unsettled because I had earned that much, or annoyed because I hadn't earned enough? I kept him guessing. Well, it's not about change, but it opens up opportunities, doesn't it? Kwak Yikeng smiled slyly. Have you ever heard of the Wish Ticket Simulator? Simulator? What? From a certain point, Q-Turwadi 718 offers a simulator tailored for promising employees with strong potential to secure a Wish ticket. Right, that was one of the ghost story entries. I remembered. I forced myself to recall the increasingly blurry wiki entries, while Kwak Yikeng's voice buzzed in my ear. This company gives employees close to earning a Wish ticket a chance to test their wish, to ensure it's granted in the most appropriate way. The threshold for being a promising employee was likely 250,000 points, or it could have been calculated based on the remaining time needed to claim a Wish ticket. Either way, it seemed I'd been given the opportunity to try the simulator. If entering a ghost story can be called an opportunity. You could always do it later, but solely MSSI, who knows when your turn will come up again. I figured it'd be good for you to do it now, so I called you over. I thought for a moment. Kwak Yikeng, specially arranging a ghost story entry for someone. There's definitely a trap. But refusing outright wasn't an option either. This man would hound me for reasons, no doubt. Why avoid it if you're not a coward? Right, ha-ha-ha. Hiyak. Well, there could be other reasons to avoid it. I sighed and stood up, eager to end the conversation. If I have to face a ghost story anyway, I might as well avoid giving him any leverage. All right, I understand. When should I enter? Kwak Yikeng smirked. Mr. Roe, dear. You've really changed. You've shed that rookie aura, haven't you? Wait. No, that's a compliment. You're finally starting to feel like a proper employee here. No pointless chatter, straight to business tilde like a real elite team member. His eyes crinkled as he laughed. Let's get you doing some proper company work. He slapped a file onto the table. This is a staff profile. One I recognized. Employee Jang Hee-won. It was a photo of a gloomy, long-haired peer from the company. You've met before, haven't you? You went to the cheerful theme park together. He's part of the round-off team. He's not part of the round-off team anymore, though. I believe he was reassigned to F Squad. Oh, right, he got transferred, but he's still officially listed as someone from the round-off team. It's just a temporary dispatch to a general team. His formal reassignment won't be finalized until next year, don't you think? Kwak Yikeng tapped the file. So he's still eligible to be deployed for tasks like this. Tasks like this? A chilling sense of foreboding ran down my spine. What exactly do you mean by that? It's simple. Once you're done with your business in the ghost story, call that employee to the elevator and leave him there. This insane bastard. No, stay calm. I couldn't show any signs of distress. Is this darkness only accessible with 2 participants, or is a sacrifice required? Haha, figuring that out is the whole point of our research, isn't it? Just follow the instructions. It's a straightforward task, yes. Thump. Kwak Yikeng tossed another file onto the table. The ghost story assigned to me. It's the elevator ghost story I told you about. Well, I'll leave it to you, Mr. Roe, dear. Don't forget to call the round-off team rookie when it's time. I reread the manual I'd already memorized, then tucked it back into my pocket. What did I plan to do? He-1 SSI were set to enter around 5 p.m. Take it easy until then. Okay, got it. I wasn't going to bring him along. And I knew what this meant. This could land me in serious trouble. No matter how good my excuse was, this would cause an issue. This wasn't some flexible rule I could bend and expect to get away with. But if I didn't block this entirely, it'd be meaningless. Kwak Yikeng has likely set something up involving Jang Hee-won. I had to ensure he wouldn't come in the first place. Even if it meant risking disciplinary action, I had a potential benefit in mind. one to address after the exploration. For now, the pressing matter was this. I had to ride a haunted elevator alone. This was the first time I had entered a haunted place alone, after being given time to prepare myself. Maybe it was better when I went in blindly, without knowing anything beforehand. My hands trembled with fear, and I had left Braun behind. The elevator in this ghost story is for one person only anyway. I didn't want Braun near the elevator, who knew what could happen. I had asked Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun to check on Braun periodically, so it should be fine. Let's go. I entered the building designated by the company as the confirmed entry site for Q-Turwadi 718. It was a decrepit rental apartment building, with the water supply cut off long ago, though the company had temporarily restored electricity. A cold, stale odor of neglect hung in the dimly lit interior. The shadowed corridor stretched endlessly ahead of me. And there it was, the lone operating device. 5F. The elevator door on the first floor. I swallowed hard and walked down the hallway. The emergency exit signs and dim bulbs flickered as the elevator came into view. Under maintenance. We will fix it as soon as possible. Happiness Land Apartment Security Office. Despite the message, the yellowed slip of paper was barely hanging on by worn-out tape. This phenomenon commonly arises in buildings equipped with a single elevator, particularly when the elevator is frequently out of order or displays a maintenance sign. This was it. With trembling hands, I pressed the elevator button. The elevator slowly descended. 5F32. Ding. I took a deep breath. The door slid open, revealing a dim, rusted interior. The floor was smeared with soot, as if it hadn't been cleaned in ages. Still, I stepped forward. Inside, I noticed something on either side, dirty mirrors smudged with handprints. Who? ===. Dark Exploration Record / Ghost Story. Don't look in the mirror. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Inc. Identification code Q-Turwadi 718. One of the ritual-based ghost stories circulating online in the 2000s. They say if you play rock, paper, scissors with your reflection in the elevator mirror and win, it will answer any question truthfully. The ghost story entry includes a gamebook-style guide on how to handle various phenomena. ===. The doors are closing. I pressed myself against the wall without a mirror and watched the doors close with a growing sense of dread. My heart pounded so hard it felt like it would burst. The doors shut completely, and darkness and silence enveloped me. There I stood alone, in the stalled elevator's eerie interior. With the mirrors. The seconds stretched endlessly. I had to endure it, if I endured. Going up. Ding. The elevator began to move, despite me not pressing any buttons. It had been summoned somewhere. All the floor buttons lit up red, casting an ominous glow throughout the cabin. It had begun. Upon entering the elevator, refrain from pressing any buttons. If the elevator begins moving on its own, you have successfully entered the ghost story. 1. Play rock, paper, scissors with your reflection in the mirror until the elevator reaches the top floor. If you win at least once, proceed to 3. If you don't win at all, proceed to 13. I swallowed hard and cautiously turned my head to look at the left mirror. There in the mirror stood my pale reflection in the elevator. Countless versions of me. My front and back reflections repeated infinitely between the left and right mirrors, shrinking until they became indistinguishable points. Each reflection grew smaller, blurrier. I wiped my sweaty left hand on my shirt and slowly raised it. Then I muttered softly, "Rock, paper, scissors." Scissors. Every one of my reflections in the mirrors was showing scissors, front and back, endlessly. Rock, paper, scissors. This time all my reflections showed fists. I repeated it several more times. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. On the 5th round, I chose a fist again. That's when I noticed something strange among my countless reflections. One of them opened its hand. Amid all the fists, a single reflection with an outstretched palm appeared in the farthest mirror. I froze with my hand still raised. Then from deep within the mirrors, that distant reflection of me slowly turned its head and smiled. A wide, chilling smile. Chapter 101. In the mirrored elevator, among the countless, ever-shrinking reflections of myself, only one anomaly stood out. A figure of me, who had won the game of rock, paper, scissors, now turning its head unnaturally to look at me, grinning. Clunk! The sound of the elevator shook me back to my senses. My hand had thrown rock, while the figure in the mirror had thrown paper. I lost. Losing meant I had to try again. I had to win. The elevator continued ascending. 5F. Going up. Warning, most accounts of this ritual report that the mirror self tends to have an unnaturally high win rate in rock, paper, scissors. With trembling hands, I raised my fist again toward the mirror. Rock, paper, scissors. The reflection of my face, a twisted smirk upon its lips, turned its head to the side and changed its hand arbitrarily. I chose scissors. The reflection chose rock. Another loss. Clunk. The elevator, momentarily jolting, resumed its steady ascent. In reality, nothing had changed. But in the mirror's reflection of the elevator, the doors were slightly ajar. Suddenly, through that gap a pale hand emerged. 7F. The elevator continued upward. Rock, paper, scissors. A tie. 7F. Just once. I only needed to win once before reaching the top floor of this building, the 12th floor. Rock, paper, scissors. I chose scissors, but the ghost chose rock. I lost. Rattle. The elevator trembled slightly, but that was it. In reality, there was no further change. However, in the mirror's reflection, the door was now more open. Through the gap, an arm and leg became visible. Half of a body was now inside the elevator, almost close enough to touch me. And yet, in reality, there was nothing there. Only the reflection in the mirror displayed this eerie scene, making it impossible to look away. Please, just once. If I could win once, it would all end. 3 congratulations, you've advanced to the question phase. This was the path forward, the least frightening and the quickest route. Please, just let me win. Rock, paper, scissors. A tie. 10F. Rock, paper, scissors. I slowly raised my head. My hand was clenched into a fist, and in the mirror my reflection's hand was outstretched, palm open, as its face grinned widely at me. 12F. I lost. 13. You failed to win even once. You cannot disembark at the top floor. What a pity. Clunk. The elevator stopped. The red lights on all the buttons extinguished, plunging the interior into darkness. I barely held back a scream. This is insane, insane. I cautiously raised my head. In the enormous mirror, reflecting this dim elevator, the elevator doors were fully open. On the floor indicator, strange numbers were displayed. 1,930,819, F. Beyond the open doors in the mirror, only a void stretched endlessly. And then, the ghost was standing beside me. I exhaled sharply, trying to steady my breath. The ghost that had been playing rock, paper, scissors with me from the distant depths of the mirrors had now entered through the open elevator doors in the reflection, and was standing close, staring back at me from the glass. I turned my eyes slightly to the side. In reality, the decrepit, dark interior of the elevator was sealed shut. But in the mirror, the wide-open elevator doors revealed only darkness, from which emerged another version of myself. It stood beside me, beaming with a smile so wide it seemed to split its face, gazing intently at me. You failed the ritual. You should be cautious every time you take an elevator from now on. The thing in the mirror will continue to seek you out and try to meet you. Fortunately, you still have a chance to ask a question. However, 6. That thing in the mirror smiled as it lowered its hand. 6. From this point onward, the entity in the mirror will proceed with the ritual. The reflection's mouth moved silently. Rock, paper, scissors. It showed rock. I looked down at my hand, which instinctively responded with rock as well, and broke out in cold sweat. If you fail to engage in rock, paper, scissors with the mirror self, it will gladly claim victory by default. In such a case, no further instructions are provided. May you find luck and happiness in the next life. I had no choice but to respond, Rock, paper, scissors. Once more I raised my trembling hand. The reflection showed rock. And I chose scissors. I lost. Now it was time to pay the price for defeat. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I slowly lifted my gaze. Not me. The being in the mirror would now be the one asking questions. The ghost in the mirror, shaped like me, moved its fingers to trace a question on the glass. What's your name? Fucking hell. With trembling hands, I wrote on the mirror. Kim Solium. Smirk. The ghost standing beside me in the reflection grinned. I had to endure. If you lie in your response, no further instructions are provided. May you find luck and happiness in the next life. I'm seriously about to lose my mind here. Why can't I win even once? No matter how hard I scoured the exploration records in my mental wiki, there were no answers. The focus wasn't on the rock, paper, scissors game itself, but rather on what questions were asked afterward. There was no clear solution to winning the game. After all, isn't rock, paper, scissors supposed to be a game of luck? There's no surefire way to win, but I forced myself to look directly at the ghost in the mirror beside me, its gaze fixed on me like a predator. If that's the case, why hasn't it lost even once? Was it purely luck? A cliché where the mirror self knows everything I'll play because it's me. But if that were true, why have others managed to win? And why, in my case, has it even allowed ties? If it knew everything, shouldn't it have avoided ties entirely? If winning is possible, why? Rock, paper, scissors. Damn it. I hastily threw my hand out. I chose scissors. The ghost chose rock. When's your birthday? My hand trembled as I wrote my response. September 13th. The ghost in the mirror jumped up and down gleefully. One question left. If the mirror entity continues leading the game until the elevator starts moving again. When at least once, proceed to 3. Answer more than 3 questions, proceed to 99. I had already answered twice. My name. My birthday. I could only afford to lose one more time. It's over. 99. By the time you've reached this point after answering 3 questions, there's a strong chance you're no longer the same person who began reading this ritual guide. We wish you a happy life outside the mirror. Please do not return to seek us out. The mirror self swaps places with you. No, I can't let that happen. Sweat dripped down my face, but I couldn't dwell on it. I no longer had control. Rock, paper, scissors. I hurriedly threw my hand out. Paper against paper, a tie. Who? I barely had time to catch my breath before. Rock, paper, scissors. I missed it. I failed to respond in time. Fuck. Bracing myself, I gritted my teeth and prepared for whatever came next. Nothing happened. I realized it. My hand had remained raised, holding its position, so it seemed to count as a response. Right, I was still holding paper. Hold on. I quickly reviewed the results of every game of rock, paper, scissors I'd played with the ghost so far. Could it be? Rock, paper, scissors. I kept my hand in the same position. It was a tie. Rock, paper, scissors. Another tie. And again. For the 3rd time, it was a tie. Maybe. I swallowed hard. I had figured out one critical thing. The ghost in the mirror does not choose scissors. That's why choosing paper always resulted in a tie. If I played paper, the ghost would have to choose scissors to win. But since it couldn't, it was forced to choose paper as well, ensuring a tie. But why? Why couldn't it choose scissors? There must be some hidden backstory behind this, or maybe I was just making wild guesses. Either way, I decided to focus on the phenomenon itself. At least now, I had a way to defend myself. Rock, paper, scissors. I quickly extended my hand, once again choosing paper. If I continued this way, always playing paper, I could guarantee a tie. But I can't keep this up forever. The manual didn't account for such a scenario, which was even more disheartening. The conditions remained unchanged. I need to win just once. The solution. If that ghost is the mirror me and already knows what I'll choose, might actually be surprisingly simple. Play randomly. That's probably how everyone else got a clear. Civilians panicked in fear while playing rock, paper, scissors haphazardly, not even realizing what they were throwing. Field exploration team staff with nerves of steel, who already knew the manual and threw moves absent-mindedly. Even if someone calmed down in between and predicted their moves were being read, they'd likely have won at least one round within 5 or 6 tries. No need to keep track of what was thrown or not. But I managed to avoid both scenarios. The reason was the silver ring. Because I wore a mental defense item, I wasn't in a panic, but fear still gripped me enough that I overthought every move I made leading to this predicament. Damn it. It's the worst outcome a coward with mental stability could produce. Should I take the ring off now? No, it's too late. I only have one chance left. How can I possibly? I wiped the sweat pouring down my temples. In the process, a button from my sleeve scratched my cheek, leaving a thin line of blood. I wiped it away along with the sweat. And at that moment, a thin red line appeared on the ghost's cheek in the mirror. My sleeve, now stained with a faint smear of blood. The blood I had wiped away, mixed with sweat, was reflected exactly. Wait a minute. Is it sharing my state? Right, the mirror reflects me after all. Even if the ghost in the mirror acted independently, it was still influenced by the me outside the mirror. That's it. If that's true, a flash of understanding struck me. I gritted my teeth and rummaged through my pocket. The ghost, mirroring my movements, mockingly rummaged through its own pocket and pulled out something identical. But what I retrieved wasn't some grand item. It was just a pen and a rubber band. Hurry! I looped the rubber band around the pen and started fastening it to my fingers. Rock, paper, scissors. I managed to counter. Responding quickly to the ghost's sudden move in the mirror, I continued fixing a pen to each of my thumb and index finger, securing them upright. I did the same with my left hand. Hurry up. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. The ghost in the mirror repeatedly thrust its hand forward as if trying to disrupt me. I frantically kept up while securing my setup. My pen slipped several times, scratching my arms and hands with its tip, but eventually. Rock, paper, scissors. Done. I thrust my hand forward. This time it wasn't paper. It was scissors. Fixed in place, my fingers formed scissors with the help of the pens and rubber bands. But the ghost in the mirror kept its hand fully open, still showing paper. To be precise, it has no other choice. By binding its fingers with the makeshift tools I'd mirrored onto it, the ghost couldn't bend its fingers to form a fist. This means it can't throw rock. Nor could it throw scissors. The only move left was paper. Scissors versus paper. I won. It worked. Bang. The ghost in the mirror slammed its head against the glass. Bang, bang, bang. I froze in place, paralyzed. The mirror cracked, ripples spreading through it, shards breaking off. But, the thing inside the mirror could not escape. The vibration stopped. The ghost, which had been smashing its head against the glass, lifted its gaze. The grin that stretched its mouth moments ago was gone, replaced with an eerie blank expression. It looked down at its own restrained hands, then its distorted face twisting in frustration. Distorting even further, into an expression no human could ever mimic. Its bizarre, twisted face stared directly at me before suddenly. The ghost cackled madly as it darted out through the open elevator doors inside the mirror. Going down. Who? I slumped down into my seat. The elevator began moving again. The strange symbols on the floor indicator disappeared, replaced by normal numbers. 12F. Ding. You have arrived at the 12th floor. The doors are opening. 3 Congratulations. You have successfully completed the ritual. Exit on the top floor and locate the nearest window. If no window is present, proceed to 7. I survived. Staggering, I stepped out into the dark, desolate hallway. Though it had been daytime when I entered, It now felt as if the sun had long since set. The grim corridor was filled with cracked windows, some taped over, others covered in graffiti. If I had entered alone before, I would have screamed and fled from this abandoned building. But now, even the eeriness brought a sense of relief. I moved toward the nearest window on the opposite side. Though it was filthy and fogged with dust, I didn't hesitate to place my finger on it. You are allowed to write any question on the window, and the entity within the mirror would respond. The answer it provides will always be the truth. The most pressing question: the wish I wanted to be granted. Will the wish ticket elixir from Daydream Inc. allow me to return to the world I originally came from? I lifted my finger from the glass. Then, at the bottom of the window, other letters began to slowly appear. The answer to my question. Chapter 102. Winning against the elevator mirror ghost in rock, paper, scissors granted me one reward, a single question answered. But naturally, the truths revealed by ghost stories weren't always good. They might be answers I didn't like or ones that were completely useless. For example, if you asked when humanity would go extinct, you might get an answer like, long after you're dead. That would still technically be the truth. So if I were to ask, what's the way back to my original world? It could easily respond with something extremely vague and simplistic. Instead, it was better to confirm whether the method I was already pursuing could truly return me to my original world. Daydream Inc.'s Wish Ticket Potion. My heart pounded as I waited. The answer, guaranteed to be truthful, appeared painfully slowly on the glass window. Returning is possible, certainly. A clear and absolute affirmation. I let out a deep sigh of relief and slid to the ground. Well, the tension in my body finally eased. To be honest, I'd been worried it might give me an ambiguous or negative response. I'd tried not to think about it, but sometimes doubts crept in. What if the wish ticket potion can't bring me back after all? What if I mess up the conditions, and it works in some twisted way? Still, I had tried to suppress those thoughts. Doubts wouldn't change the fact that the wish ticket was my best chance. Even if I'm scared, I have to keep going. And believing it would work was the only way to endure the terrifying jobs I had to complete here. Now, with this assurance, I could work with even more determination. Let's do this. I could do it. I'd gather the remaining points as quickly and safely as possible. I stood up, bolstered by newfound resolve. For once, I feel motivated to work. But I wasn't out of the ghost story just yet. I still have to complete the ritual. If you have safely received your answer, it is now time to conclude the ritual and return. The steps required to return safely will depend on the number at which you won rock, paper, scissors to reach the top floor. If you came from 1, proceed to 10. If you came from 6, proceed to 11. Number 1 was the scenario for when the person playing rock, paper, scissors had won immediately and reached the top floor without a hitch. So after that, when proceeding to number 10, the story would end with something like, take the stairs down, avoid elevators with double-sided mirrors for the next 3 days, and you'll be fine. But I failed along the way. Failure made the next step scarier and more painful. I decided to check the company-provided manual to clarify the steps. Number 11. 11 if you reach the top floor by winning a game led by the entity in the mirror. Your escape process depends on how many questions you answered. First, board the elevator again. I swallowed hard and turned back to face the elevator doors. The elevator was still stopped on the 12th floor, and when I pressed the button, the doors slid open. Ding! Inside, the right mirror was shattered, revealing the grimy, rusted interior of the elevator. At this stage, you must hold the door open button continuously while inside the elevator. Do not release the button under any circumstances. Instead of looking at the mirror you faced during the rock, paper, scissors game, direct your gaze toward the opposite mirror. I shifted my gaze to the left mirror. The shattered right mirror no longer reflected an infinite repeating space. Instead, the fragmented reflections glinted across the elevator's dim interior, and something strange was there. I saw myself. My head hung low, unnaturally so. I was wearing a tattered suit, standing unnervingly still. It was the ghost that had played rock, paper, scissors with me. The reflection began to lift its head slowly. Its expressionless face locked eyes with mine, and it started to move closer. Closer, until it was almost pressed against the mirror. You must endure until the elevator emits a sound. Do not move or avert your gaze until the sound ceases. Be aware that the more questions you have answered, the longer this phase will last. I held on, but there were limits. Even though a glass pane separated us, the ghost felt like it was creeping closer, impossibly close. My trembling hand clung to the door-open button. I had to think about something else. Is that the thing that answered my question on the glass? Yes, it must have been. Bang! I nearly let go of the button. The ghost pressed its head against the mirror and glared at me. Its mouth moved soundlessly. Iwan toached out, 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 Iwan toached out. I quickly shifted my gaze slightly downward to avoid meeting its eyes. Sweat dripped from my chin, but through the fear, the effect of the silver ring shone through. I stayed calm barely. Wants to get out. Because it's trapped in the mirror. My mind raced. Come to think of it, that ghost couldn't make the scissors hand gesture, could it? Why? Why couldn't it make scissors? I thought about the hand gesture for scissors in rock, paper, scissors. Whether you lift your thumb or middle finger along with it, the index finger always takes center stage. And when I thought about the hand gestures involving the index finger in an elevator, one action immediately came to mind. Pressing buttons. That ghost can it not press buttons? Sure, it could physically press them by hitting them with its fist or banging its head against them, but this wasn't about physical action. It was about the concept and intent. A ghost trapped in the infinite mirror world of the elevator. A completely sealed space created by the two facing mirrors. And the warning in the manual about failing the ritual by losing rock, paper, scissors. Exercise caution every time you ride an elevator from this point forward. The entity in the mirror will seek you out and attempt to meet you. Was it perhaps because it wants to get out? Bang, 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 bang. Fuck, seriously. I tried not to look directly at the ghost, smashing its head against the mirror, and continued to think. Maybe, just maybe, that ghost is trapped in the elevator. Then it happened. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm for holding the elevator too long sounded. When this sound is heard, exit the elevator immediately and use the stairs. Never use this elevator again. If possible, attach an under maintenance sign to prevent others from riding it until the next day's sunrise. Additionally, when using elevators with double-sided mirrors, do not look at the mirrors for more than 5 seconds. It will come for you. In that case, I hesitated, then stepped out of the elevator and let go of the open button. At the same time, I lightly tapped one of the floor buttons. 1F. As expected, since it was a mirror, the elevator in the reflection also lit up the 1F button. Without looking at the expression of the ghost that wore my face, I quickly bolted out of the open doors. Screech. The doors, no longer held open, slid shut, and the elevator began to move. Going down. From the 12th floor, I took the stairs down to the 1st floor. As I rushed down the creaking steps, I thought I heard the elevator's cheerful announcement. 1st floor, the doors are opening. Who? By the time I emerged from the abandoned rental apartment building, it was already well past sunset. They said time flows strangely inside, and they weren't lying. It was already 7 p.m. I immediately called someone. Soli Mesesai. It was Jang Hee-won, who I'd told to meet me at 5 p.m. Despite making him wait for 2 hours, I smoothly delivered my apology. The reason, well, I'm really sorry. I mentioned earlier that there might be an issue, but I must have kept you waiting too long. Oh no, it's fine, this cafe is great. If something urgent came up, it can't be helped. Don't worry about me. Right. I deliberately told Jang Hee-won to meet me at 5 p.m. Just in case the research team found out, I went in alone and decided to shove him into some other insane ghost story in the meantime. That deranged sociopath of a researcher could absolutely do it, saying something like, well, since it's already like this, why don't you head somewhere else? Corporate life is such a goddamn mess. In any case, I later apologized to Jang Hee-won at the cafe. Then I explained the situation, carefully without being overly shocking. framing it as though the research team had tried to force us into a pointless and dangerous task, and I had refused. But Jang Hee-won focused on something else. Wait, wouldn't this put you in a tough spot, Solium SSI? I mean, you ignored a company directive. Oh, it's fine. I spoke warmly. If you keep this between us, I can make good use of it. Then, and not long after, as soon as I returned to hand in the Dream Essence Collector, I was urgently summoned by Kwak Yikeng. Feigning calm, I shamelessly explained the situation. So you left the round-off team member behind? Is that what you're saying? Yes. Kwak Yikeng stared at me like he couldn't believe what he was hearing, then let out a long sigh before laughing in disbelief. It wasn't a good laugh. It was the I can't believe this kind of laugh. No, but Mr. Rowe dear, you know this is grounds for disciplinary action, right? Do you think this company's a school where you can just do whatever you want? Did Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun say this was okay? No, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun consistently advises adherence to company policies and field exploration manuals. Aegu, if you knew that, why would you do such a thing? Quite puzzling. Kwak Yikeng spoke in a subtly probing tone. Do you have a strong aversion to the idea of a colleague being sacrificed in an exploration, perhaps because you're acquainted? Of course, that's what he would think. I replied without hesitation. Isn't it just frustrating? Why should I, when I'm capable of achieving a quick solo clear, have to drag along? Well, pardon my bluntness, a useless burden. Kwak Yikeng stared at me, momentarily stunned before hastily trying to explain. No, I mean, you could just clear it and leave him alone in the elevator when it's done. That's precisely the point. Why should I bother with that kind of thing during darkness exploration, sir? I furrowed my brows slightly, as though barely holding back my irritation. Do I need to worry about whether the staff waiting downstairs might run away, or whether I can send them at the right time? None of that helps shorten the exploration time or increase the essence grade, does it? The purpose of a field exploration role is to extract high-concentration solutions as quickly as possible and supply ingredients for the Daydream Inc. Wish ticket elixir. Why should I waste time on tasks unrelated to my job? But this is also part of the job. Isn't that your job, Section Chief? Kwak Yikeng shut his mouth. He seemed at a loss for words in the face of my ridiculous MZ generation efficiency logic. Not that I'm a real MZer, my persona is all an act. Like fresh graduates just entering the workforce, I'm just role-playing here. TN, MZ generation, a term coined originally for millennials or Gen Z people, but in a colloquial sense is just a buzzword older people use along with the connotation of young people these days. So I figured it'd be more efficient to just take the disciplinary action. More efficient, you say? Yes, I answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world. At the very least, I'd be sanctioned with disciplinary action during my downtime when I'm not out for exploration. Kwak Yikeng looked at me like I was some newly discovered alien species. Of course, even he had to find this absurd. Exactly. This is the weakness you were so eager to uncover. Meticulous efficiency addict obsessed with their own rules. While it might come across as morally upright, in reality, it's just someone who loses their mind if their self-imposed principles are violated, acting with zero social grace. This kind of extreme personality is, by nature, a weakness. If it could stop Kwak Yikeng's unnecessary provocations from here on out, the disciplinary action would be worth it. In that case, I'll await the decision on my disciplinary measure. I maintained my delusional lunatic persona to the end as I left the lab. Time to find Braun. I was quite proud of how I did. The now quiet office of Research Team 1 after Kim Solium's departure. Everyone else had already left for the day. So, sitting alone at his desk and mentally organizing the events of yesterday and today. Hadohata. Kwak Yikeng suddenly burst into laughter. Left him behind because it was frustrating, ha-ha-ha. How could this be so entertaining? If it were any other employee, he might have fallen for it entirely. Extreme statements paired with overwhelming performance often sound convincing. But I've observed a lot of people. In the end, actions speak louder than words. And predicting future actions based on behavioral patterns, well, that's part of the joy of this job. Ah, delightful. Smiling ear to ear, Kwak Yikeng finished jotting down notes, stood up from his desk, and left for the day with a cheerful gait. Click. His soft humming echoed briefly in the office before fading with the sound of the door closing behind him. Left on the desk were a few sheets of documentation. Supervisor Kim Solium / Field Exploration Team. It was Kim Solium's profile file. Beneath it, hastily scribbled notes in Kwak Yikang's handwriting could be seen. Traits predictable with meaningful probability. 1 virtuous. 2 cowardly. Chapter 103. Friend, your superior is a dull, unimaginative blade grunt. Yuahut. I thanked Lee Jae-hyun and went to fetch Braun. I felt a little bad for both of them because, by the time I got back, Chief Lizard had already taken the plush to his own place since it was so late. Thanks to that, Braun ended up visiting a place I'd never seen myself, and had no intention of seeing, period, so he got a bit excited. I would have preferred to sit alone on the cold-tiled backstage floor of a studio. Right. In the end, it must have been boring. As Braun complained about how there was absolutely nothing in that man's house, no muttering, no humming, just silence dragging on endlessly, I broke out into a cold sweat. But it was honestly so dirty there. It wouldn't sit right with me to leave you behind in that abandoned building. As your friend, I just couldn't do that. Friend. I'm starting to get it now. Using a good friend as the angle when dealing with Braun seems to get the calmest reaction from him. Well, it's not entirely a lie. Anyway, I recalled the conversation I had with Lee Jae-hyun as I received Braun. Thank you. I'd said it while bowing my head. And I'm sorry. I did something deserving of disciplinary action and caused trouble for you as well, squad leader. Honestly, in a normal company, I'd have been smacked over the head with a stack of files for this. But even after hearing the full story, the Lizard squad leader remained composed. Yes. I just couldn't, for no reason, push a peer into a position where he was obviously going to die. I see. He stared at me for a moment and then spoke. Take responsibility for your choice. Yes. It was a little intimidating, but it seemed like he let it slide. Thank goodness. After a few more rounds of apologies and thanks, I handed over a gift box of snacks I'd prepared. Now, I was heading down the stairs of the residential building. So, are we heading back to your humble and cozy room for some rest, Mr. Rowe dear? No, not yet. I exited the building. There's one more thing to take care of. Today was the day to draw the tarot cards for the dilemma, the F-rank darkness I was managing. It had been 2 months since my last visit to the annex to check the cards. Someone else had covered for me during my sick leave, and the cycle had now come back around. Hello. I greeted the black silhouette of the security team member at the desk, received the key, and made my way down the hall. Last time, I drew the moon card in reverse. Are you planning to use that trick again? Picking up the card upside down, I mean. That one. I'll use it if I have to, but I'd rather not. Oh, something about it bothers me. When I drew the moon card in reverse, it supposedly meant the resolution of uncertainty. Indeed, what's the issue with that? The card itself wasn't the problem. Over that month, several things indeed became clearer or were resolved. For instance, my assignment. I was confirmed to remain in D Squad. After we lost 2 members, that is. But here's the thing about that. Resolving uncertainty requires first experiencing an uncertain situation. In other words, drawing a bad card in reverse implies that I would still have to experience the negative state first. To recover from or escape that situation, I'd have to go through it at least once. Aha, an interesting perspective, quite persuasive too. Exactly. And even if things eventually recover in the world of ghost stories, the act of falling into a bad state carries enormous risks. I couldn't afford to forget the contamination incident. It's safer to draw something good and upright if possible. So please, let's not have a scenario where both cards are bad, leaving me no choice. Who? I entered the containment room and unlocked the dilemma's isolation. Taking out 2 black tarot cards, I placed them face down on the table. Taking a deep breath, I flipped them over. The first card. The devil. Shit. That damned devil card keeps showing up. The only surprising part was that this time, it was already reversed. The devil in reverse. Breaking free from the devil, a card of liberation. It signifies overcoming addiction or obsession, or making future decisions to conquer fears. It suits someone with your willpower and creativity, Mr. Roe dear. I appreciated the explanation, but my attention quickly moved to the second card. The sun. The red and yellow sun burned brightly, illuminating the tarot card with vibrant colors. Isn't this undeniably good? Oh, the sun. Under the clear light of the sun, one enjoys joy and blessings in abundance. It signifies career success, strengthened relationships, and unparalleled positivity. It guarantees happiness in the near future. Some even consider it the best card in the tarot deck, but isn't unconditional success and happiness a bit boring? I'm sorry, but I could really use that kind of boring right now, Mr. Host. This is an easy choice. I reached out and picked up the sun card. With that, I secured a positive future, stable and upright. A somewhat dull choice, but I respect it, Mr. Roe dear. Thanks. With that, I concluded the ritual. Success and joy, huh? There's no downside to that. At the very least, I could take comfort in the prediction that something good would happen within the month. Time to head back to the dorm. Sounds good, friend. And so I headed home late at night, ending a long and eventful day. Unfortunately, I couldn't take the elevator and had to climb the stairs. Trudging up the fire escape at night is scarier than you'd think, even without creepypastas. It felt a bit unfair. Still, this truly was the last major event of what had been a tumultuous year. Surprisingly, the remaining days of the year passed peacefully. Throughout December, not much happened. Quack Yikeng didn't call for me unnecessarily after the incident, nor did any strange research projects get assigned to me. Looks like my MZ efficiency tactic worked. I was worried the research team might try to involve Jang Hee-won again, but that didn't happen either. Jang Hee-won, solely MSSI. No changes in my assignment, I'm officially staying in F Squad. It seemed he'd settled into F Squad, without issue following the year-end personnel announcements. That's good news. Even though he was in the same squad as Baek Deoksu. Well, based on what I saw at Sekwang Technical High School, it didn't seem like they were recklessly using Jang Hee-won as bait. Otherwise, things were ordinary. I diligently entered ghost stories. There weren't any assignments involving high-level ghost stories rated C or above. As a result, the only horrors I experienced were internal screams, fear, and an increasing record of children's cartoons I watched to combat my insomnia. On one occasion, I ran into Lee Byung-jin, the manual reviews officer in the hallway, who gave me a casual hint. The company's ridiculously busy with year-end accounting and audits, which is why things have been so quiet for you. He still occasionally brought up Director Ho, which was uncomfortable, but the information was helpful. Supervisor Kim, you must have no worries. You clear high-level darknesses and rack up points so fast. You must be disappointed there aren't more high-level cases these days, haha. I'm not disappointed at all, actually. Clearing low-level cases steadily still earned points, allowing me to catch my breath and focus my thoughts. However, during this quiet time, there was one thing that oddly remained unresolved. Squad leader, is my disciplinary action still under discussion? Yes. My disciplinary action, of course. Oh, this is quite fascinating. Didn't you expect a swift decision, Mr. Roe dear? I did. I wasn't hoping to avoid punishment, but I didn't expect it to take this long. I thought they'd hand me a simple, swift penalty to knock me down a peg, for being a cheeky yet competent newbie. Why is this so complicated? It seemed the field exploration team had even caught wind of this, judging by some curious reactions. Kang Yihak, supervisor, I heard about it, haha. You took a bold stand against inefficient tasks not covered by your salary. Kaya, I respect you. Wait, is that how the story's spreading? I was trying to come across as a morally principled character, but did that backfire too? Thankfully, it didn't seem to go that far. The development department appeared to be debating how to handle my case, whether to make an exception or follow standard procedure. Finally, in late December, the date for your disciplinary action has been set. Who? The official notice had arrived. Disciplinary notice. Task, perform night cleaning duties with the security team. Duration 3 days. This disciplinary measure is intended to improve the employee's work attitude and prevent similar incidents in the future. It was such a quintessentially ghost story company type of punishment. Where are the usual corporate disciplinary measures like training, pay cuts, suspension, or demotion? So was 3 days of punishment not too bad? Did I manage to get off lightly? Sure, but the schedule will be from December 29th to the 31st. Who came up with this? I can feel how much they wanted to make my life miserable with this choice of dates. It was like they wanted me to spend the entire year-end pulling all-nighters at the company and to start the new year here. I was dying to know who was responsible for this cruelty. But since I'd already crossed the line once, this time I had no choice but to comply. Who? So on the midnight of December 29th, I headed to the basement level one of the company, into the security team's area. And I was greeted by a familiar face. Good evening, JSSI. Wow, long time no see. It was Security Sergeant J3. This slender staff member, whom I'd encountered during the Sangun Nim ghost story and the hungry hangman escape, raised a hand in greeting, looking somewhat glad to see me. Of course, the annoyance on his face outweighed any actual joy, so I quickly pulled out the bribe I had prepared. My apologies, I'll be in your care for the next 3 days. Oh, no need to apologize. The security sergeant's face brightened as he accepted the 2 large boxes of sugar and cream donuts, each containing a dozen. Finally, some payoff for volunteering. Thank you, I'll enjoy these as my snacks. I brought 2 boxes so the security team could share, but since he clearly believed all 24 donuts were his alone, I kept my mouth shut. I figured it was the wise thing to do. All right, follow me. The security sergeant led me deeper into the facility, past the CCTV room. This is an area only the security team can access. I hadn't expected to return here. Swallowing hard, I followed him down the hallway. Somewhere here I'd be doing the cleaning. May I ask where exactly I'll be cleaning for the next 3 days? Well, it's a place you've been before, so it shouldn't be too bad. I think, yeah. A place I've been before. Today's cleaning zone is the Isolation B hallway. You know, the one where they took out that contaminated employee. Damn. He was referring to the isolation area next to the security team's storage room. The hallway lined with sealed rooms, where I'd been briefly held after being rescued from the hungry hangman. That place definitely wasn't normal. I recalled all the strange murmurs and phenomena I'd experienced walking down that isolation hallway and gulped nervously. Cleaning the security team's area, huh? The near certainty of encountering something unusual made my heart pound. This way to the locker room. I followed the security sergeant to the locker room, swallowing my fear. Along the way, I caught a glimpse of the security team's quarters through an open door. Sleeping quarters. Through the gap, I could see compact rooms furnished with gray standard-issue curtains, bedding, metal desks, and cabinets. Oddly enough, it reminded me of a prison staff dormitory. It looks worse than my dorm. The fact that it was underground seemed unhealthy, to say the least. Do all the security team members live here? No, just the guards, The security sergeant furrowed his brow slightly, as if deciding how much to share. Eventually, he gave a vague answer, ending the conversation on this topic. The security team is actually a branch of the higher-level security management department. This area is mostly for the guards. I see. Finally, we reached the locker room, and I quickly changed into the provided uniform. It wasn't the security team uniform I'd worn before. This one was bright orange and eye-catching, resembling an engineer's work suit. Cleaning uniforms, not bad, the color's nice. Was he serious? In any case, I finished changing and prepared to head to the cleaning site. Who? Feeling like I was being led to the slaughterhouse, I glanced at the security sergeant, who was still lingering in the locker room as if waiting for someone. Cleaning usually requires 2 people per team. Surely the security sergeant wasn't going to join me. Maybe it was another staff member. Then the security sergeant glanced out of the locker room and gestured for me to look. There they are, your partner for today. I turned to see someone walking down the hallway from the direction of the sleeping quarters. A familiar face. Supervisor Park Min-seong approached awkwardly from the hallway, raising a hand in greeting. Long time no see, how have you been? Chapter 104. What's this? You haven't forgot me, have you, Ro? It's been ages. The person standing in the dim hallway spoke in a cheerful tone, extending a hand. It was someone I hadn't seen in a long time, my old superior from D-Squad, wearing a badger mask. Supervisor. It was unmistakable. Supervisor Park Min-seong. Someone who had been almost like a mentor to me. His demeanor was as clear and distinct as it had been when we worked together. I quickly shook his hand and asked, "Have you recovered?" "I'm doing much better. I've started some rehab activities and daily life hasn't been too much of an issue lately. Isn't that right, Sergeant?" "Yes, well, more or less." Phew. I didn't expect to run into him like this. Seeing him in decent shape stirred something in me. It was almost emotional. My tone naturally brightened. "In that case, Supervisor Park Min. Call me Badger." It's just hearing my name still triggers some issues. "Yes." I closed my mouth. I'd been about to ask whether he was fit to return to work, but now I didn't need to. Looking closely, even though he was smiling cheerfully, Supervisor Park Min-seong's face seemed pale and uneasy. The parts of his face not hidden by the mask, like his cheeks and the area around his eyes, looked a bit hollow. Oh dear, today's partner doesn't seem to be in top condition. Right. It looks like he's still recovering. Is it really okay to assign someone in his state to a disciplinary task alongside me? "Let's go, Ro. Let's get this over with so you can rest." Yes. But as someone being disciplined, I wasn't in a position to suggest giving my partner a different assignment. I thanked the security sergeant who had guided us, then followed Supervisor Park Min-seong, who was already wearing his cleaning uniform. Wait a second." "Yes. Take this." The security sergeant stopped me, and after carefully setting down the box of donuts he'd been clutching, pulled something out of his pocket. "2 worn walkie-talkies. If anything dangerous happens, call me. I'm on night duty today. These connect to you directly, JSSI." The sergeant nodded. I felt 2 conflicting emotions simultaneously, so this might actually be dangerous, and thank heavens for this. "Thank you." "No problem." In a low voice, almost like an afterthought, the sergeant added something. He glanced at Supervisor Park Min-seong, speaking so softly that it wouldn't reach him. "Be careful." My hands turned cold. I managed a nod and handed one of the walkie-talkies to Supervisor Park Min-seong. Then we started walking down the underground hallway, heading toward the security team's storage area. Step, step. Step, step. Step, step. Ro? Yes. Oh, sorry, did I scare you? No, it's fine. Phew, that's a relief. Supervisor Park Min-seong, walking beside me, fell quiet for a moment. His voice sounded slightly shaky. It's been a while since I talked to someone outside the security team. Did I say something weird? Was it awkward? Who? No, Supervisor, you're still as yourself as ever. Wait a second, that's not an insult, right? Well, who knows? No way, Ro, are you teasing me? What's this? Did getting promoted give you confidence? The lighthearted tone in the conversation eased some of the tension. Can I ask how you've been lately? Of course, I've been here the whole time just here. He muttered quickly, almost like he was spitting the words out. I didn't know this place had a treatment room or a training facility, or, other really weird, seriously weird places. Actually, it's part of the restricted security team area, so I shouldn't say too much. Damn. In that case, no need to elaborate. We can talk about something else. It's seriously strange. Why is this basement so deep? You know, I used to wonder why our company didn't just build an underground parking lot and instead uses a separate parking tower. But now I get it. This basement is so deep and weird that I need to get back to where I originally worked. Supervisor Badger. He stopped in his tracks and exhaled slowly. Sorry, let's talk about something else, shall we? Yes, let's do that. I started rambling about whatever came to mind. Recent trending shows, random topics, anything to fill the silence. Having Braun feed me material made it much easier. Oh, I've seen that too. It was fun. Thankfully, it seemed that internet and streaming services were accessible, and the small talk flowed smoothly without any issues. But my back was drenched in cold sweat. This isn't good. Staying in this massive, windowless, underground, sealed space for too long felt like it could drive anyone insane, no matter how stable they were. especially since Supervisor Park Min-seong might have a sick family member. I have a family member in the hospital. I hope someone could check in on her after this filming, if possible. I couldn't bring it up directly, so I tried a more indirect approach. Do you have to stay down here permanently? No, they said once I recover beyond a certain point, I can either get reassigned or quit altogether and leave. Phew. It seems like even the security team gets to go outside or move around freely at night. That was a relief. Oh, we're here. Finally, the location for today's work appeared before us. Security team storage room. Well, it looks even more intimidating at night. I swallowed hard as I stood in front of the iron door. Then a cold voice echoed from my pocket. Oh, this wretched place. All right. This was the place where Braun had nearly been destroyed and thrown away. Braun, if you don't like it, you could always stay home next time. I'm quite all right. It's the hallmark of a professional to not project personal discomfort onto their work environment. However, friend. Braun's voice lowered. I feel like I might get depressed here. Please do your best to entertain me. I'll do my best. This is so hard, Mr. Host. Right here. Interrupting my internal turmoil, Supervisor Park Min-seong pulled something out of the pocket of his orange uniform and handed it to me. It was a slip of paper, like a photocopy of handwritten notes. Here, this is a work tip sheet that's been circulating among the security team. I thought it'd be good for you to read, so I brought it along. Thank you. Work tips. I quickly skimmed the paper. Night cleaning duty tips. Hi there, if you're reading this, it means you've had the bad luck of being stuck with night cleaning duty. Yep, that's right. The security team area is full of crazies and contamination, and going in there at night in pairs is a surefire way to have some bizarre experiences. But don't worry too much. If you just follow these helpful tips I've written down, you'll get through this without any major problems. Hold on. This read exactly like the setup for one of those workplace creepypastas. You know the kind, where you take on some high-paying night security or babysitting job and are handed strange work rules you have to follow to survive. Several indie horror games based on the dark exploration records instantly popped into my head. This is even scarier. I swallowed nervously and hurriedly read the next part. In a way, it's worth it, right? You're getting paid extra for this. Whether you're in it for money, points, or nostalgic equipment, just think about the reward and push through. If you're doing this as a disciplinary action, good luck. I hope you're from the field exploration team. Yes, that's me. Clenching my teeth, I skimmed through the rest of the tips quickly. The cleaning was about to begin. Squish. I mopped the floor of the storage room. It wasn't overly dirty, but there were odd, colorful stains stuck in places. If the mop gets dirty, rinse it immediately. It's better that way. The cleaning solution is strong, so it only takes a few rinses. Easy, right? Weirdly comforting. Thankfully, about half of the lights in the storage room were left on, even though it wasn't as bright as daytime. It was just enough to clean without too much difficulty. I can even read the notices. I briefly glanced at a sign that read, Nostalgia Series always looking to be purchased. For more details, visit the desk, before focusing back on the floor. Ro, if you find anything strange, don't touch it. Just clean around it. Yes. Squish. Have you done this before, Supervisor? It's my first time cleaning, but I've done other security team work. Supervisor Park Min-seong smiled. His voice carried a hint of eager anticipation. If I pass this stage, I think I'll be considered recovered enough to transfer to the security team. That's a relief. I cautiously asked. What about continuing treatment and returning to the field exploration team? Haha, do you think that'd be a good idea? I'll give it a shot. The conversation felt optimistic. And so, we diligently continued cleaning with mechanical focus. This is easier than I thought. Aside from the exhaustion from working late at night, everything was manageable. The cleaning tips were surprisingly clear-cut. No matter what happens, keep calm and just clean. Weird things always happen at night in the security team's area, but the storage room is that bad compared to other places. Got it. This was pretty much the core rule. No matter what happens, don't react and just focus on cleaning. Let's get through this. The cleaning in the front area of the storage room wrapped up quickly. Since the space wasn't that large, scrubbing the grime off the floor took about an hour. We've cleaned half of today's assigned area. Now what's left is... Both the supervisor and I turned our heads at the same time. Over there, one of the 3 doors leading to the isolation area. Isolation B. Who? That's the unpleasant corridor you came out of last time, Mr. Rowe dear. Right. Of all places, we now had to enter the corridor where the isolation rooms, including the one I had been trapped in, were located. 3. While cleaning, do not open any isolation room doors. I mean, if you're a company employee, you should already know this, but just in case, I'm writing it down. 4. Let me emphasize again, ignore any sounds coming from the isolation rooms. Don't respond. Even if someone pleads for help or claims to be your family or a friend, it's never true. Do not open any of those doors. Kriuk. We opened the door to the isolation zone and quickly closed it behind us. A gray corridor stretched out before us, flanked by rows of steel doors leading to isolation rooms. This is insane. The fact that we couldn't leave the door open for ventilation made it even more unnerving. I swallowed hard and kept scrubbing the floor. The sounds I had heard when leaving this area last time echoed faintly through the silent hallway. Help me, please help me. I'm emtext T not supposed to her. I'm not supposed to her, I'm not human. If Iliva musty. Seriously. This was maddening. I deliberately made loud noises as I rinsed the mop, hoping to drown out the unsettling sounds. Then it happened. Supervisor Park Min-seong stopped mopping, suddenly lifting his head. He stared blankly at one of the tightly shut isolation room doors. Isolation room B14. Rowe. Damn it. Rowe, I hear the section chief's voice from over there. No, you don't. But I hear it. No, you don't. Let's keep cleaning, Supervisor Badger. Oh, okay. 5. If your partner starts saying crazy things, leave them and run. Got it. Don't try to help them or you'll die too. Security team rookies take this seriously. Is this really the right thing to do? Squish, squish. As I mopped the floor, an odd feeling crept over me. Unease. This was different from the other darkness explorations I'd been through. There were no manuals, wiki entries, or escape pattern analyses to rely on, just the advice of an anonymous veteran. Here I was, cleaning through the night in an eerie location without any concrete information. I really felt like I was doing some odd part-time job in a creepy place without adequate preparation. What the hell am I even doing here? Step. Rowe, be careful. I quickly stepped aside. At the end of the gray isolation corridor, someone was approaching. Step. A person wearing a black facility staff uniform. They gave us a slight nod as they passed us and then spoke. Oh, you're the cleaning staff for tonight. Their tone was casual. What a relief. As the supervisor and I nodded back, the staff member quickly added in a slightly awkward tone. I'm the night patrol officer tonight. Sometimes the cleaning staff gets startled, so I wanted to let you know. 7. Occasionally, you might run into a night patrol officer. They'll appreciate it if you give them a bottle of water. If you have one, share it. It's always better to maintain a good atmosphere when working together at night. Hello, would you like a bottle of water? Oh, I'd really appreciate that. At Supervisor Park Min-seong's subtle signal, I handed one of the bottled waters we'd been supplied to the patrol officer. The officer took it and gulped it down on the spot. Well then, see you around. With the bottle still to his lips, the officer headed back down the isolation corridor toward the storage room. By the way, the security team in this company doesn't have positions like patrol officer. Remember, don't ask unnecessary questions. My throat just keeps getting dry. From a distance, I could see the words Black Square Lab, faintly stamped on the back of the so-called patrol officer's uniform. Step, gulp. The sound of footsteps and swallowing disappeared, as if swallowed by the darkness, the moment the officer turned the corner of the corridor. I really feel like I've stepped into a horror movie. Swish. I resumed mopping, trying to distract myself by chatting with Braun or talking casually with Supervisor Park Min-seong, all while doing my best to ignore the eerie noises coming from the isolation rooms. Finally, we were almost done cleaning the corridor. Who? Exchanging relieved glances, the supervisor and I smiled at each other. Let's wrap things up and head out. Sounds good. I think we finished pretty quickly. Oh, wait. Suddenly remembering something, Supervisor Park Min-seong rummaged through his pocket and pulled out another piece of paper. This is supposed to be a tip for later in the night. They told me to read it a bit after the shift started, so I thought you should have it too. Oh, thank you. What else could possibly happen? Good thing we're almost done. I stifled a mental scream as I hurriedly read the tip. But then, 11 it's time to tell you this. By now, it's probably been about 3 hours since you started cleaning, right? Around this time, you'll start hearing a crazy voice coming from isolation room B14. Wait a second. Supervisor, it's around 3 a.m. now, right? Yeah, it's about that time. Is someone there? 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 We both turned our heads. Isolation room B14. Do you want me to tell you how to get out of here? How to survive? How to bring the dead back to life? Do you want to know this company's secrets? Just come closer, come a little closer, and I'll tell you the truth about the world. I wanted to run. I wanted to fling the door open and sprint to the storage room, leave this place behind, tell the security team leader I quit, hand the remaining nostalgia candy to Supervisor Park, and never come back here. But I couldn't, so instead I focused on reading the tip. It'll start calling you by something weird and babbling about happiness and some nonsense like that. Just yell back at it, curse if you have to, it'll shut up. If you don't want to curse, just tell it to get lost. I really didn't want to. But to tell it to get lost, I opened my mouth. Wait a second. Ro. Just a moment. I pulled out the first sheet of tips I'd been given earlier. There it clearly said, let me emphasize again, ignore any sounds coming from the isolation rooms. Don't respond. Tips 4 and 11 directly contradicted each other. Which one am I supposed to follow? Contradictory rules often show up in these kinds of workplace ghost stories, but there's usually no definitive answer about which one is correct. Was it that the rules changed as time passed, or was the second sheet itself faulty, or maybe? Supervisor Park Min-seong pushed me back. Something's not right. SCRESEH. The door to isolation room B14 started to open. Chapter 105. I stood frozen, staring at isolation room B14. Creak, creak. The rusty hinges groaned like a scream as the door to the isolation room began to open. It was a door that should never have opened, and from within a dark figure. Run! I immediately turned and sprinted toward the exit of the isolation corridor. Beside me, I could hear Supervisor Park Min-seong running just as frantically. Survival instincts pushed my legs forward while my mind raced in confusion. What the hell is this? What's going on? In the work tips. Tip 4 said to ignore the sounds coming from the isolation rooms. Tip 11 said to yell and tell it to shut up to quiet it down. But before I could decide which rule to follow, the door opened. What on earth is in there? Guys. Both of us nearly stumbled at the same time. That voice, we both recognized it. But without looking back, we kept running, rounding the corner toward the green emergency exit sign at the end of the hallway. Cleaning tools clattered to the floor as we abandoned them. My chest burned as I gasped for air. Just as Supervisor Park Min-seong reached the emergency exit and grabbed the doorknob. Beep. The unauthorized opening of isolation room detected. Corridor lockdown initiated. Red emergency lights began flashing in the hallway. Accompanied by the cold, emotionless voice of the system, the sound of a security shutter descending outside the emergency exit echoed through the air. Park Min-seong and I exchanged looks in the momentary pause. We were trapped inside. We're fucked. Damn it, damn it. I fumbled in my pocket. Maybe there was something in the work tips about what to do in this situation. Unbelievable, you two are the very definition of dumb and dumber. Did you trade your exploration manuals for candy? Where the hell did all your composure go? What? The voice was dry, laced with exasperation, annoyed but strangely casual. Step. This is driving me crazy. No, wait, maybe I should commend you for being cautious, ha. a voice that was now right behind us. But there was no eerie laughter, no cold hand reaching out from the darkness, no spine-chilling phenomenon like I expected. Damn it, no, calm down, listen guys, I know I sounded nuts earlier, okay? But I had no choice, I needed to use an escape item. I didn't have time to explain, just wrap your heads around it already, will you? The voice grew more urgent. What else could I do? I acted crazy to try and extract some info while I was at it, but then the item activated, the door opened, and I escaped. That voice. Snap out of it, I'll give you 10 seconds, hurry. Assistant manager. That's right. Before I could stop him, Supervisor Park Min-seong turned around, and so did I. And there, standing in the hallway, was a familiar silhouette. Bobbed hair, sharp piercing eyes, a cold-looking woman in a crisp suit. Standing in the corridor was none other than Assistant Manager Yoon Hage. She scanned the scattered cleaning tools we had abandoned with a faintly displeased expression. Are those supposed to just lie there? No, whatever, let's sort that out later. First, let's deal with this. The grip of Supervisor Park Min-seong's hand on my shoulder slackened. We stared blankly at her. Badger in row. Yoon Hage's face softened, a trace of an expression forming. How have you been? Calm, poised with a slight undertone of fatigue and exasperation, she wore the face of a boss who'd seen too much, and on her lips a sharp-edged smile. This goddamn company, huh? She shook her head with a deep sigh, then gestured toward us. Sorry to trouble you, but can you help me out? Just open the door to the isolation corridor for me. Her voice was calm. After that, I'll handle the rest and get out. Supervisor Park Min-seong and I didn't respond. It was as if we had made a silent pact to say nothing. My head felt like it was going to explode. Yoon Hage smirked wryly. Can't even respond? Well, that's a wise choice. I would have done the same. What is this? Why does it sound so convincing? Why does it feel so real? No, that can't be. Supervisor. I swallowed hard and spoke quickly, as if to remind myself, keeping my voice low and directed at Supervisor Park Min-seong. Remember, the assistant manager resigned. There's no way she's here. Wait. Is there really no way? I suddenly recalled all the strange things that had left me uneasy until now. The abrupt loss of contact with assistant manager Yoon Hage. Passing her equipment without meeting her in person, unanswered text messages except for read receipts, phone calls that never connected, all of it, only hearing about her through Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. Could it be? Is it because she's trapped here? I quickly ran through the criteria for being transferred to the isolation zone by the security team. Emergency contamination, internal anomalies, dangerous individuals, spies, disciplinary actions, and other ominous, censored conditions marked with black boxes. Plenty of possibilities. Even Supervisor Park and I had been briefly detained here once. If that's the case, could Assistant Manager Yoon Hage also fit one of those criteria? Hold on, just hold on. It's possible, isn't it? I wanted to immediately interrogate this person who looked like Assistant Manager Yoon Hage, confirm the situation, and figure out what had happened. But I couldn't take the risk of relying on a possibility. Let's try another approach first. I turned to Braun for help. Braun, the person in front of us, is this really D-Squad's assistant manager we worked with months ago? Braun responded cheerfully. Oh, what a shame. As much as I'm a legendary host, I'm no investigative expert. My discerning eye is sharp, of course, but alas, even my button eyes have their limitations. Outwardly, they do appear identical, but who can say? There are masters of disguise out there in the world, after all. Damn it. I pressed further, desperate. Can you at least confirm one thing for me? Just based on what you see, what's your gut feeling? I trust you. If that's the case, I'd be happy to answer, friend. Thank you so. I took a deep breath. Is the person in front of me, in every mental and physical aspect, human? Now that's a question I can answer definitively. Braun's voice turned confident as he declared cheerfully. Yes, indeed. So she is human. This is driving me nuts. It would have been easier if Braun had said the person wasn't human. That would have settled it once and for all. That this was Assistant Manager Yoon Hage. but the familiar figure in front of me continued speaking in a voice just as familiar. I'd prefer to take my time convincing you properly, but there's not much time, kiddos. Her complexion seemed a bit pale. The security team will be here soon to assess the situation. If I want to get out of here, I have to leave before they arrive. I'm not asking for much. I'll just hide for a bit. When the door opens, let me slip out. I admitted to myself. I can't figure it out just by looking. That left me with no choice but to take a slight risk. I turned to Supervisor Park and spoke directly. Supervisor? Why, yeah? Don't you think encountering the assistant manager on leave in the security team's isolation area is an impossible scenario? That's true, yeah. Oh, indirect dialogue, interesting approach, Ro. Assistant Manager Yoon Hage chuckled softly before muttering quickly under her breath. They probably stuck me here, telling me to think it over until I changed my mind about resigning. In hindsight, trusting this goddamn company was my mistake. Fuck. Supervisor, if someone escapes the isolation corridor, wouldn't they be captured almost immediately? I'm not an idiot, you know. I've got an item ready. The problem is time. There's no time. The security team is probably on their way right now. I can't even confirm anything. This is driving me crazy. Confirmation. Wait. I remembered what was in my back pocket. The walkie-talkie. Pressing my back against the door, I carefully reached behind me, grabbing the walkie-talkie from my pocket without making it visible. Slowly, I turned up the volume just a notch. Beep, beep, beep. Currently in lockdown. Damn it. The security sergeant has been trying to contact us all this time. I immediately turned the sound off, but it was too late. I just heard a walkie-talkie. Well, whoever has it can use it as they like, but I'm curious. Curious? They don't give walkie-talkies to cleaning staff, do they? A chill ran down my spine. Did someone give it to you especially? That's odd. Cleaning staff usually just scan in and read the manual on automated devices. The system is designed so they don't need to meet anyone else. Yoon Hage's voice carried a mix of suspicion and tension. That thing, are you sure it actually connects to the security team? Ro, who exactly did you meet? Sweat soaked my palms. This was the first time I'd ever been in a situation like this. I have no idea what to believe anymore. There were no hints, no clear answers. Even if this was really Assistant Manager Yoon Hage, how could she possibly help us? Could she truly hide from the security team? Was that even possible? If I want to figure out the situation even a little more. Oh, I remembered what I'd originally planned to check, the second sheet of tips. If I read all the remaining tips, maybe I can piece together the truth. I quickly pulled out the sheet and scanned the next number. 12. If you notice a strange smell or something starts seeping from under a door, run immediately. That's always a warning sign before a door opens. Conversely, if you don't notice anything, it's usually safe. Exceptions to this will be explained in the next section. It's recommended to take a break before reading further. I moved on to the next point without hesitation. 13-0, the doors open. Reflexively, I crumpled the paper in my hands. My pulse pounded in my fingertips, as if the paper itself were alive. Ro, are you okay? Calm down, stay calm. Let's just think rationally. The security team is on their way, so now's the time to figure out the best course of action. Supervisor Park Min-seong patted my back, but as he did so, I felt him tracing something on my back with his finger. N-O-T-H-A-R. It's not her. I froze and slowly lifted my head. Well, Yoon Hage, or rather the thing wearing her face, tilted its head toward us. How'd you figure it out? 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 How did you figure it out? Thud. Yoon Hage's head dropped to the floor. And then it stood upside down. Two legs and arms pointed stiffly to the sky as they turned to face us. Hiya. Do you believe in Iram Neam? Right then and there. I fainted. I I lifted my head. You must be really tired. Why don't you rest for a bit? I'll take over. Supervisor Park Min-seong, holding a mop handle, looked at me with worried eyes. I glanced around. The isolation corridor looked normal with all the doors firmly shut. Huh? I grabbed the mop handle and lowered my head. Are you okay? Yes, I'm sorry. Was it a nightmare? The whole thing didn't make any sense anyway. The isolation room door suddenly opening, Yoon Hage turning into some kind of ghost. It was all absurd. I rubbed my temples. I'm sorry, I must have dozed off for a moment. You don't need to apologize, it's fine. You were working during the day too, of course you're tired. Supervisor Park Min-seong gave my back a reassuring pat. Let's hang in there just a little longer. We only have 2 days left. 2 days? Not 3. Supervisor, what day is it today? Oh, it's past midnight now, so it's the 30th, December 30th. Not the 29th. The 30th. Since yesterday's cleaning went smoothly, let's finish today's as well without any problems. Oh, here's a new tip sheet. They told us to read this on the second day. It's for you, Ro. Chapter 106. With trembling hands, I checked the work tip note. 11. Are you doing this for 2 nights in a row? Sometimes they give you a day off after a night cleaning shift, but doing consecutive nights? That's rough. Anyway, here are the tips. During the wee hours of the morning. Wait, no. I gotta stop reading. The last section of the previous note had clearly seemed corrupted somehow. While the first note might have been reliable, starting from the second sheet, the notes themselves could be traps. I firmly folded the piece of paper and shoved it back into my pocket. Then I raised my head to glance at the tightly shut doors of Isolation B, my gaze eventually landing on one particular door. Isolation Room B14. Just what the hell is going on? Stay calm. I needed to organize my thoughts. I had clearly been in the middle of my first shift. It was around 3 a.m., nearing the end of cleaning when the door to an isolation room suddenly opened, and Assistant Manager Yoon Hage, something that looked like Assistant Manager Yoon Hage appeared. And the moment Supervisor Park Min-seong realized its true nature. It immediately did something horrific. From then on, my memory went blank. But why had an entire day disappeared, and why had it suddenly become the second night with the story ending as, we finished cleaning safely? The way events were structured, it almost felt like I had regained consciousness just before this all happened. Wait a second. I glanced at the digital watch on my wrist. Just before 3 a.m. Supervisor, come with me immediately. What? After shouting at Supervisor Park Min-seong, I immediately bolted down the corridor. Reaching the metal door at the far end, still glowing faintly under the green emergency exit light, I opened it and ran outside. What's going? Banged. I shut the door the moment Supervisor Park Min-seong stepped out, cutting off his confused voice. Ro, what are you doing? We haven't even finished cleaning yet. Why are you suddenly? Beep. Unauthorized opening of isolation room detected. Corridor lockdown initiated. As if on cue, red emergency lights flared, and containment shutters began descending over every door, including the one leading to the corridor we had just escaped from. Supervisor Park Min-seong's expression stiffened. Wait a minute, Ro, you knew this would happen. Hold on. I immediately pulled out my walkie-talkie, turned it on, and cranked up the volume. Then I pressed the button. If the thing wearing Yoon Hage's face said not to trust the walkie-talkie, it was all the more reason to believe this was reliable. JSSI, something came out of the isolation room. Crackle. The response was instant. From the corridor? No, we left the isolation corridor just before, but... I glanced toward the door leading outside from the storage room. The shutters had also descended there. We're trapped in front of the storage room's entrance. The containment shutters have sealed this door as well. Okay, that means the first-level containment has been activated. Don't panic, just stay put. I'm on my way. By the way, which door opened? Room 12, room 6. I took a deep breath and answered as steadily as I could. I believe it was room 14. Silence. B14. Yes. An unsettling stillness hung over the walkie-talkie. I felt sweat trickling down my back. Crackle. Don't speak to anyone, stay quiet and hide. Move away from isolation B. I swallowed hard. Understood. There's a hold time on containment shutters. Even if they're unlocked immediately, the system keeps them sealed for a while, 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Hold out for 10 minutes until I get there, and don't speak to anyone from now on. Click. The transmission ended. Silence settled over the dimly lit storage room, bathed in the red glow of the emergency lights. I glanced to my side. Supervisor Park Min-seong, who had overheard everything, looked pale and was carefully stepping away from the door leading to isolation B. Then, bang, the door rattled violently. Bang, bang, bang. Something was pounding on the door from inside the sealed corridor, hard enough to shake the containment shutters. And faintly, I could hear a voice. Hey, what the hell? Someone from the corridor we just escaped shouted out. The voice was starting to sound strangely familiar. Ro, don't listen. Supervisor Park Min-seong covered my ears and pulled me further toward the front of the storage room, away from the isolation corridor door. Only when we were a safe distance away did he lean in and whisper urgently. There's no way we should be able to hear that sound through the containment shutters. That's not real. That's not. He swallowed nervously. It's really something. Just like you said, something came out. Someone from the security team would arrive in 10 minutes, right? Until then, let's not respond to anyone, no matter who tries to talk to us. Don't speak first, no matter what. I slowly nodded. Supervisor Park let out a sigh of relief and sank to the floor. By the way, Ro, how did you know that the isolation room door was going to open? It's complicated, but first, I need to ask you something. What is it? What exactly happened on our first day here? Confusion spread across Supervisor Park's face. On the first day? Yes. We just cleaned normally and, well, sure, a few things from the work tips happened, but we handled them and then went home, didn't we? The examples he listed matched everything we had experienced, up until the chaos with the isolation room. Then, do you remember giving me the second tip sheet during the early hours? Ro. Supervisor Park's face hardened. There is no second sheet. Are you sure you're okay? Could you have been affected when the isolation room door opened? Hang on, let me check today's work tips. What? I stopped Supervisor Park from pulling the note out of my pocket. Wait a moment, how did you even get that work tip sheet in the first place? I got it as part of the tips that circulate in the security team. And who exactly gave it to you? Can you describe the person who gave it to you? Of course, actually. Supervisor Park Min-seong's face turned pale. He opened his mouth as if to answer, but closed it again, repeatedly struggling to speak. Eventually, he admitted. I don't know. I'm sure it was Was it left in the dorm room? Or maybe a fellow security team newbie gave it to me. Wait, was there even another newbie here? What? What's going on? Damn it. It's fine, don't think about it anymore. Let's just stay still for now. Yeah. Supervisor Park curled up quietly, lowering his head. Let's just focus on getting out of here. When the door opens, we leave immediately. No looking back. Yes. Who? This is insane. My head was spinning. With our accounts conflicting like this, I couldn't tell what was real or fabricated. I couldn't discern reality from falsehood, nor did I know what to believe. All I had was the oppressive weight of fear in this situation. Am I under some kind of spell? But no, my silver ring was still on my finger. That should have offered strong resistance against illusions, hallucinations, or brainwashing. In that case, let's think logically. I forced myself to focus. 1, my mind is intact. 2, everything I'm experiencing is real. 3, this is an external phenomenon, unrelated to my mental state. For an objective perspective on this phenomenon, Braun, the plushie in my pocket might hold the answer. Braun, I need to ask you something. Can you help? What? Silence. No way. Braun. I frantically searched my pocket. Even when I called again, there was no response. Here I am, my friend. Relief washed over me as I clutched the soft, plush figure in my hand. Apologies for the delay in responding. It took me a moment to catch up, I must admit. Catch up? Why did you need time to catch up with me? Oh, because you jumped straight to the 30th, Mr. Roe dear. The cheerful voice made an incomprehensible statement. But I'm not blaming you. Finishing the disciplinary work quickly is a valid approach. Avoiding wasted effort and welcoming the new year early. It sounds like a splendid plan, don't you think? Wait. I hastily interrupted. Sorry to cut you off, Braun, but I need clarification. Oh, I get complaints from guests as well, so as a friend, this is nothing. I'm all ears. Ask away, Mr. Roe dear. Right, here goes. Are you saying I skipped directly from the 29th to the 30th? How? You entrusted that part of your story to someone else, didn't you? No, wait, what? To someone else? Yes, indeed. Why, that someone is sitting right beside you at this very moment. They've done a marvelous job blending in, haven't they? Truly a master of disguise, friend. Barely managing to move my stiff neck, I turned my head toward the figure Braun had mentioned. The person sitting right next to me. Roe, you've gone quiet. I'm starting to feel uneasy. Should we talk? Earlier, when I had fled the isolation corridor, I'd assumed I had called out to Supervisor Park Min-seong, prompting him to follow me. But now that I thought about it, I hadn't grabbed his hand or even looked back to check. Which meant that voice could have lured something other than Supervisor Park out with me. If so, then the thing pounding on the door earlier, still inside the corridor, was. Roe, are you okay? Say something. And then there was the advice from Security Sergeant J3 over the walkie-talkie. Don't speak to anyone, stay quiet and hide. That included the person who'd come into the corridor with me, didn't it? Roe, oh, you figured it out again, haven't you? Thud. In an instant, the face of Supervisor Park Min-seong dropped to the floor. Shall I tell you about Iram? The melting figure's mouth opened grotesquely, its distorted body leaning closer. Closer to my face. Beep. The red emergency lights flickered wildly. Mechanical whirring echoed around us. The sound of shutters rising. Locked unlifted, shutters opening. Thanks, it's open. The faceless entity drew nearer, its voice brimming with elation. The grotesque laughter exploded in my ears, rattling my brain until everything blurred and my mind began to fade. Reality itself went black. A whoop. I jolted awake. A dimly lit storage room. The red emergency light still flashed, sealing us inside this confined space, shutters locked tightly in place. I stood there, clutching discarded cleaning tools, looking as if I had just escaped Isolation B. The scene before me seemed to rewind slightly to an earlier moment. In my pocket was another work tip sheet for day 3 of my shift. I immediately crumpled it up and threw it aside. Crackle. Hello, are you all right? The walkie-talkie buzzed, but I ignored it. This time I remembered. Iram Nim, they said. My hands trembled as sweat dripped from my brow. I understand now. The lost story. The entity that took the form of someone I knew. The one that cried out about Iram Nim. Its true identity was... Dark Exploration Records / Factions. Church of the Luminous Unknown. One of the 3 great factions in the Dark Exploration Records. They worship an otherworldly deity referred to as Iram Nim, and their doctrine centers around becoming a significant existence in this world to survive the end times. Their practices involve antisocial, supernatural fanaticism, rituals, and laws. The sect divides into 6 branches, each devoted to a different divine principle, which results in bizarre paranormal phenomena. The ultimate truth about them is spoilers. It's the Church of the Luminous Unknown. TN, by the way, Iram equals name. It feels a bit weird to translate it as Name Nim, Lord Name, Almighty Name, or some other variation, so I just left it alone. Hope that's all right, Tilda. Chapter 107. Church of the Luminous Unknown. If the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau seeks to eliminate creepypastas and Daydream Inc., attempts to utilize them. Church of the Luminous Unknown is a creepypasta in itself. They worshipped creepypastas, believing that the very foundation of the world is based on them. The followers of this group are fanatics who think that if they unearth and cultivate ghost stories skillfully and become a meaningful existence in the world, they will be chosen by Iram Nim and granted eternal life. A total doomsday cult. To be honest, of the three major factions that appear in the dark exploration records, this is the one I feel the most distance from. It's not to my taste. Of course, I've read the wiki entries about this cult. That's why I could still access the wiki pages I had saved in my head with the memorial pop socket. But the problem was that I hadn't been able to read the wiki for days. That's probably why I didn't catch on right away. But now that I've identified it, I can properly assess the current situation. The bizarre repetitive phenomena during the nighttime cleaning of the isolation room. What exactly caused this nightmare-like situation within Church of the Luminous Unknowns framework? I took a deep breath. This is a doppelganger-type creepypasta, a supernatural entity that takes over someone's life. It was one of the early creepypastas registered under the Church of the Luminous Unknown in the wiki, exploding in popularity and making the cult infamous for its eerie narratives. To be precise, it was classified as one of the cult's hierarchical ranks. This insane cult matches its members and their ranks with specific supernatural phenomena. And its name is Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. Story Usurper. A power of Church of the Luminous Unknown that appears in the Dark Exploration Records, ranked as a fourth-rank entity under the mimicry sect of the cult. It seeks to mimic others, stealing their stories to use as nourishment for its own narrative. When a person is caught in this phenomenon, they lose potential paths in their life, and if the duration extends, even their very identity can be stolen. From a wiki perspective, this is a creepypasta derived from the fear of an unknown entity replacing oneself or those around them. The most distinct sign is someone close to you acting bizarrely in their familiar form. These entities appear in the guise of a targeted person's lover, friend, or someone they feel indebted to, luring them into a false sense of security and then inducing supernatural terror. Their goal is clear: to invoke a strong psychological state in their target, such as, "I wish this situation would just be over." After gaining illicit implicit agreement and acquiescence, they steal their target's stories. And I had my stories of the 29th and 30th stolen. The story usurper robs its target of the ability to make other choices or live through other experiences, claiming those possibilities for itself. As a result, the target perceives the stolen time as having slipped away meaninglessly. That's why I processed those 2 days as having been uneventful and unmemorable, and then snapped back to awareness at a similar time the next day. Maybe it's thanks to the silver ring that I only lost 1 day at a time. If I'd been less perceptive, I might have been drawn into their flow indefinitely. When you lose the ability to distinguish between truth and illusion, you end up entirely consumed by the situation. And your life is drained away just like that. Thankfully, I managed to stay mentally intact and avoid such an outcome. Oh, how fascinating. Fiyu, this time I caught up even faster. Brond. From the small plush toy, I heard the exaggerated sound of a host catching his breath, followed by the cheerful voice of a commentator. You've given away another day of your story, friend. But it seems the other side used some clever tricks to guide you into that choice. So the mimicry of people close to you was part of their strategy. That's right. At first it mimicked assistant manager Yoon Hage, and the second time it impersonated Supervisor Park Min-seong, completely throwing me off balance. It avoided reusing previously exposed identities, constantly switching forms to steal my story. If that's the case, I'm curious who you'll encounter as a familiar face on the 31st, Mr. Roe dear. At this very moment on the third day, who could it be impersonating? The reveal is coming soon. I looked around. There was no trace of Supervisor Park Min-seong. Naturally, there was no sign of Assistant Manager Yoon Hage either. I was alone in the security team's storage room. At the end of the second day, the lockdown was lifted. If so, perhaps it already left as well. But generally, story usurpers tend to obsess over their targets, putting in effort to completely usurp their chosen victim's life if the opportunity arises. It wouldn't have guessed that I realized its true nature. In that case, the next person to appear would be someone I already knew, someone whose presence here wouldn't feel unnatural, and someone who could relax my guard. Beep, beep, beep. It's been almost 10 minutes now. I'm coming. I stiffened as I listened to the voice coming through the radio. A moment later. Beep. Lockdown lifted, shutters opening. I stood up and looked ahead. The doors were opening. The shutters blocking the way out from the security team's storage room were rising, the red emergency lights shifting back to green. And beyond the rising shutters. You're safe, that's a relief. Sergeant J3 of the security team stood there, as he always did, looking utterly exhausted, but with a faint sense of relief in his eyes as he looked at me. The other one, oh, is he still inside? Are you okay? I stood up and turned away from Sergeant J3. I stood facing the wall. The thing is, when religion enters creepypastas, exorcism tends to follow. There are procedures to counteract transcendental beings, a sort of mirror to their existence. Even Church of the Luminous Unknown, as insane as it is, isn't exempt from this rule. There's a way to banish a story usurper. I recalled the work tips I had received on the first day. Anyway, it'll start calling you by something weird and babbling about happiness and some nonsense like that. Just yell back at it, curse if you have to, it'll shut up. If you don't want to curse, just tell it to get lost. Weird. Even if the second sheet of tips had been corrupted, the hints it provided were accurate. Because, get lost. The way to banish it is to completely reject it after realizing its identity. Does it need implicit agreement and acquiescence to steal my time? If I don't give my permission, that's the end of it. So, what's wrong? Get lost. I declared again, still with my back to it. Seriously, for real. After giving permission twice already. Get lost. Ro, what's with your tone? Even if something's wrong, why are you speaking like that to a superior? Get lost. Who, hey wait, Ro, isn't that too harsh? I'm just trying to help you finish cleaning. Get lost. I don't want to, but well, I'll just stay here quietly. I mean, it's not like I said anything bad to you. Get lost. What a shaya'im. The voice behind me warped, growing twisted. To reject the blessing granted to us pitiful beings who can't leave even a single letter's worth of impact on the foundation of this world. What a shame. If you had handed over your meager story, we could have filled it with Ireumnim's luminous grace. Ireumnim would have acknowledged us. How unfortunate. Get lost. Pity. I clenched my teeth. Get lost. The bizarre murmurs behind me began to fade. And then, it went quiet. It seems to have given up targeting me. Phew. I almost collapsed from the release of tension, but managed to hold myself together. Instead, I began to think critically. I couldn't hear any footsteps yet, so as soon as it moved somewhere else, I planned to run out of here and report everything to the security team. That was the plan. Beep, beep, beep. The radio in my pocket crackled to life. A familiar voice came through. I've arrived, But then I heard a voice nearby. I slowly turned my head toward the entrance of the storage room. Standing just outside the door was Security Sergeant J3, his face devoid of expression as he looked in my direction. Is that really him? No, it had to be him. I quickly opened my mouth to explain the situation. OJSSI. When I heard a voice behind me. It sounded perplexed. I turned my head further to look over my shoulder. The story usurper from Church of the Luminous Unknown, now wearing a bright orange cleaning uniform, stood there. I don't understand what's going on. It was a young man in his mid to late 20s, with black hair and a pale, shocked expression. He alternated his gaze between the security sergeant and me, his face etched with confusion. Kim Solium. It was perfectly mimicking my current appearance, staring at me with a bewildered tone. What is this? Could something like this really happen while cleaning? It was imitating me. Fucking hell. A chill ran down my spine. I quickly turned to the security sergeant and spoke calmly, but urgently. JSSI, that's a Church of the Luminous Unknown Cultist. Church of the what? What do you mean? JSSI, do you know what's going on here? This seems like some kind of darkness. JSSI, do not respond. Just listen and assess the situation silently. If you reply, you'll get caught up in it. If you need to test anything, speak to the wall by yourself, or better yet, just yell at both of us to get lost. That's the safest option. The security sergeant stared at me, his face unreadable. Beside me, Kim Solium trembled slightly and spoke in a frail voice. I don't understand what that means. What? Think about it, JSSI. I'm just here to clean for 3 days. I only realized this was some kind of darkness because something next to me pointed it out. It's more natural that I wouldn't know what's in the security team's isolation area. JSSI, please think logically. Isn't it more likely that I'm the real one? Oh, quite convincing. Right, damn it. And I feel relieved that you came. I'm sorry you've been caught up in this mess. It's disturbingly good at talking. Very fitting for a cultist. I gritted my teeth. Come to think of it, I almost fell for it on the first day when it showed up as assistant manager Yoon Hage. How did Supervisor Park Min-seong realize it wasn't actually assistant manager Yoon Hage? I tried desperately to recall that moment. What gave it away? There weren't any logical inconsistencies back then either. What was it? A sense of unease only someone familiar with the real person would notice. A nuance in the way they spoke. Or, as I frantically analyzed and pondered, another soft and composed voice came from beside me. JSSI, please don't feel guilty. Just act on your judgment. I'll accept it. I understand now. So that's what it was. I pressed my fingers against my temples and spoke. JSSI, please pay attention to the purpose behind their words. Who's trying to engage you in friendly conversation and draw you into the situation? Back then, when it appeared as assistant manager Yoon Hage, it was excessively friendly, considering the circumstances. Someone who had just escaped confinement and was trying to avoid detection wouldn't behave like that. If it really had been assistant manager Yoon Hage, she wouldn't have gone out of her way to reveal herself and convince us. She would have hidden until she could escape. Especially since she said she had an escape item and just needed to wait for the lockdown to lift. Taking the risk to talk to us immediately didn't make sense. An odd, situationally inappropriate response. So, who is unnecessarily making sociable remarks in this strange, dangerous situation? Who seems to have an ulterior motive? I spoke calmly. There's no need to trust me entirely. Just shout at that guy to leave and ignore him. That's enough to banish this ghost story. Or you can call for another security team unit. The security sergeant rose from his position. And then, it's this one. A massive, wolf-like creature's black claw came crashing down toward my head like a guillotine. Fuck! In the split second before I could even close my eyes. Thud. It wasn't my head that flew off. It was the doppelganger's. Squelch. The grotesque, shadowy claw, dripping with the crushed remains of the doppelganger, rose back up with a sickening squelch and returned to the arm of the security sergeant. Are you okay? I looked down at my orange cleaning uniform, now drenched in the doppelganger's blood, and collapsed to the ground. Yes, thank you. I survived. Chapter 108. The security sergeant handed me a towel so I could clean the blood off my stained cleaning uniform. I mechanically wiped it down, making sure not to look to my side. Over there lay the grotesque corpse of the Church of the Luminous Unknown Cultist, their head crushed by the sergeant. Certainly not a pleasant sight. It lacks any aesthetic refinement as it stains the floor. Oh, Mr. Roe dear, something interesting is happening. I instinctively turned my head. The bloody mess of flesh and the crushed head that had been lying there was now melting away. As if time were being rapidly rewound, the bloodstains on the floor dried up and transformed into the desiccated body of someone, completely dried out and unrecognizable. From the gaping mouth of the shriveled corpse, a tightly curled, aged piece of paper fell out. The inside surface of the paper, originally marked with unreadable golden characters, writhed the moment my gaze fell upon it, transforming into readable Korean. The Mimicry Sect Scripture, verse 4. Story usurper. A sacred law. In essence, it was like a ghost story generator for the Church of the Luminous Unknown. Initiates could swallow fragments of the sacred scripture, and through ritualistic offerings on an altar gain access to the corresponding powers. The security sergeant slowly approached and crouched down, seemingly intending to collect it. Fourth rank, hey, do you want it? Pardon me. The company, I think they buy these at a pretty good price. Just say you found it somewhere else and sell it later. JSSI, you were the one who dealt with the situation, so is it really okay for me to keep this for personal use? It doesn't matter. I don't really have any use for money. Actually, what I meant was whether it was appropriate for me to keep it after a company security intervention, but since he was offering it, I quickly took it. Thank you. Several immediate uses came to mind, even beyond selling it to the company. The more cards I have to play, the better. Besides, after all this suffering, I deserve to leave with something. To be safe from any possible effects, I wrapped the item in wrapper 12B357, Konna, Inus, before pretending to put it in my pocket and slipping it into my inventory instead. Who? Thank you again for saving me. I owe you my life. No prob. Meanwhile, the memories of the past 2 days slowly began to return. The mundane, uneventful routine. Days that passed in a blur, with nothing noteworthy enough to write in a journal. Days that, in a year's time, I likely wouldn't even remember, what you might call skipped narration in a novel. It gave me chills. It felt like time had been drained from me. Church of the Luminous Unknown, they're the worst. There was a reason I least wanted to be involved with this particular faction, out of the 3 major ones. Creepypastas blending seamlessly into reality. I never thought I'd encounter one while cleaning. Sure, I knew the Church of the Luminous Unknown had infiltrated Daydream Inc., but I never expected to come across a rogue entity from the isolation room without any preparation. I'm lucky to be alive. I let out a long sigh of relief. I just wanted to go home and rest. Oh, here he is in the corridor. Screech. Beyond the door to Isolation B, which the security sergeant had opened, a man in an orange cleaning uniform collapsed unconscious onto the floor. The other cleaner who had come in with me. Supervisor Badger. Oh yeah. So he was here on the 3rd day, too. Fortunately, Supervisor Park Minseong regained consciousness not long after being moved to the break room. What over there? Someone pushed me, though. There was an escape incident involving one isolation room. I explained everything I had experienced so far. The security sergeant, by the way, occasionally nodded when asked, but otherwise showed no interest in questioning me about my knowledge of the Church of the Luminous Unknown. It honestly looked like he just didn't want to deal with it. Well, he's a tenured employee, so I guess I can't blame him. I understood. After hearing my explanation, Supervisor Park Minseong's expression darkened. Now that you mention it, I really don't remember much about what you did on days 1 and 2, just that we cleaned up without any issues. That's what's left in my memory. Creepy, that cult is terrifying. Exactly. The Mimicry Sect cultist of the Church of the Luminous Unknown had absorbed and nullified even the very incident it caused. As if it had never happened, calm and mundane. And that's only at rank 4. A form of reality manipulation, in other words. To be honest, if I were to compare it to Daydream Inc.'s classification, it would be somewhere between a B grade and C grade, not exactly low tier. The problem is, there are countless fanatics within the Church of the Luminous Unknown who possess creepypastas classified as powers ranked 4 and above. Recalling the Mimicry Sect cultist from earlier, which barely resembled a human, I swallowed hard. Please, I hope I don't cross paths with them again until I've collected all my wish-granting points. Since the cleaning is finished, you should change clothes too. All right, I'll go get changed quickly, Ro. Just give me a moment. Yes. I bid farewell to Supervisor Park Minseong as he left the room. Beside me, the security sergeant was sweeping up the papers that Park Minseong had dropped and tossing them into the trash bin. Among them was that strange work tip sheet. By the way, this tip sheet. The security sergeant spoke first, as if he had been waiting to bring it up. I was going to ask about it anyway. It's too suspicious. Was this really a tip circulating within the security team? Yes, it is, but we would never have given it to that person. What? To Supervisor Badger. The security sergeant murmured softly as he looked toward the doorway where Park Min-seong had just left. That person, he was completely contaminated in the Hungry Hangman case. He shouldn't be coming into contact with any form of work regulation sheets. He's already been contaminated by a similar type of darkness after all. Wait, right. Supervisor Park Min-seong was already contaminated through that kindergarten training manual, so any similar writ material could be dangerous. Even if the severity differed, the fact that he had experienced a similar form of contamination made me feel queasy. Restricting access to anything that could trigger the contamination made perfect sense. But the security sergeant wasn't done. He was about to reveal something even more chilling. Supervisor Badger can contaminate any rulebook simply by reading it. What did you just say? If he realizes it, the contamination could accelerate due to overconsciousness. But so far, he probably doesn't even know. So then, are you saying someone intentionally gave the forbidden tip sheet to him, to make him read a tip sheet that he would contaminate? The sergeant nodded slowly. A classic trap, how traditional. My response was equally traditional, sticking to the basics. Can we review the security footage? There's no CCTV in the security team dorm area. Too much risk of something dangerous getting recorded. Whoever did this must have known about that. Probably. Who could it be? This was a perfectly targeted strike against Supervisor Badger's assignment. It wasn't just a coincidence or bad luck that led to the escape of the mimicry sect cultist. Was this a collaborative effort by another faction of the Church of the Luminous Unknown within the company? But with this method, it didn't seem like they could have helped the cultist escape the isolation room properly. It would have just caused chaos. Then maybe the goal wasn't for someone to escape. If the real target was the cleaning staff on duty that night? What if the goal was to mess with me? JSSI. Yes. Is it possible that some research team members know a lot about the underground security team areas? Depending on the team. The sergeant's eyes narrowed slightly. Is there someone in the research team you're suspicious of? A little bit. Who? I hesitated briefly. But since the security sergeant was in charge of this area's security tonight, he had the right to know. And he could be a witness to the whole situation. Fine, I decided to speak openly. Section Chief Kwak Yikeng. He's the one who got me assigned to this disciplinary duty in the first place because I didn't follow his orders. He wanted me to leave a round-off team member behind in a dangerous spot, and I ignored him. I'm not accusing him directly, just considering the circumstantial evidence. I understand. Wait here for a moment. Beep, beep, beep. The security sergeant walked over to the landline phone in the break room, picked up the receiver, and seemed to be thinking for a moment before pressing a few buttons deliberately. The short dial tone rang and then click. Yes, Kwak Yikeng speaking. I gawked in disbelief as the security sergeant directly called the section chief of another department in the middle of the night. But the sergeant's expression didn't change at all. This is J3, Sergeant of Security Team Unit 3. J3, wait, who is this again? Squad leader of B Squad, right? Oops, never mind. You're no longer part of the elite team, correct? Haha, you're not even part of the field exploration team anymore, my bad. Still, how long has it been? I did hear that you're now a sergeant in the security team. Wowie tilde talented employees like you really stand out. Shame you can't enter darknesses anymore. Is this guy picking a fight or what? Actually, there's no need to wonder. It's obvious that he is, isn't it? So what's this call about? Were you on duty today? That's a phone line from the security team's area, right? Is there an incident? Oh, don't tell me you're calling because you want to enter darknesses again. If that's the case, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Haha. I glanced nervously at the sergeant. Yeah. Just to let you know, I may not be able to enter darknesses, but I can still kill people. Just saying. And then he hung up. Well, are you sure that's okay? Yes, well. The sergeant shrugged. But it probably won't have much effect. Those with higher ranks in the research team are him. He carefully chose his words. They're crazy. Well, no, it didn't seem like he put much effort into choosing his words after all. I barely managed a response. Anyway, judging from his reaction, it seems like my suspicions are valid. After all, he indirectly asked, did something happen during your shift in the security team's area today? No matter how I look at it, Quack Yiking must be involved. I thought he got tired of my so-called MZ antics and gave up on me. But it doesn't seem like it'll end that easily. This is exhausting. I'll have to rethink my approach. Regardless, I nodded toward the sergeant. Thank you, JSSI. Well then, next time. I'll bring some snacks when I visit again, like donuts. Okay. Turns out bribing him is easier than I thought. Anyway, be careful. You never know what that guy might do. I hesitated briefly before asking. Would it be all right for me to ask, JSSI, if you've had any bad experiences dealing with the research team or conflicts of any sort? The sergeant averted his eyes. It's not a very interesting story. A short silence. I got trapped in a strange fairy tale, and I only came out much, much later. The sergeant said no more after that. A fairy tale creepypasta caused by the research team. I didn't need more context to figure out which one it was. I could easily guess what kind of darkness had contaminated the sergeant. And naturally, a certain well-known name from the elite team came to mind. That character. Then the tragic exploration records of that character who ended up in the security team. The audio logs from the missing employee during the Q-Turway 37 research project, confirmed under the document titled, and they all lived unhappily ever after. I could pretend not to know and dig deeper. That way, I could confirm the identity of another named character. But I decided not to say anything more. I chose to respect the sergeant's silence. A moment later, Supervisor Park Min-seong returned, having changed into fresh clothes. The sergeant turned to him and said, well then, you've successfully completed the 3-day cleaning assignment. So, now, you should be eligible for security team duties. It was the sergeant's way of declaring the first stage of recovery. Oh, really? Yes, and you should be able to go outside now. Well, but only after the sun has set. Then could he go out today, since the sun has already set? Aro, it's okay. I can wait and go another day. Hold on. The sergeant typed something into the old computer and submitted a report. Then he announced, you can go today. Well, from now on, you'll be allowed 1 outing per week. Well, Supervisor Park Min-seong's pale face lit up with life, and a smile spread across his face. It was the same expression I remembered from our days back in the D-Squad. Just make sure you return before sunrise. Oh, what if he doesn't make it back on time? In that case, the company will deploy a rescue team. Don't do that unless you want a lifetime contract. Park Min-seong lowered his head. Yes, I'll be sure to return on time, thank you. You're welcome. The sergeant scratched his cheek. A moment later, with his outing preparations done in record time, I climbed the stairs alongside Supervisor Park Min-seong. See you again. The security sergeant raised his hand slightly to bid us farewell as we left the underground area. Wow, walking outside feels amazing. Supervisor Park Min-seong beamed, raising both arms in the air. Though it was past 3 a.m. and the streets were relatively empty, Seoul was still alive with lights twinkling here and there, and people moving about. It really feels like ages since I've been outside breathing fresh air. I can even see the stars. He was wearing a mask and a hat pulled down low, as if he was trying to hide his face as much as possible. The outdoor time allowed to him today was conservatively set at 3 hours, until sunrise. Good thing it's winter. Are you heading home, Supervisor? Well, I'm planning to visit the hospital. My family member is hospitalized, probably asleep, but I thought I'd at least take a look. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. Actually, I'm saving up my points for a wish ticket for my family. Damn. May I ask which family member? Oh, my younger sibling, super sweet, and a genius, a violin prodigy. He then enthusiastically explained how his younger sibling was such a kind and talented child growing up, having such passion and talent for the violin. But he didn't say a word about their current condition. Anyway, that's why I really need those points for my sibling, so if possible, I'd rather not quit this job. Then, will you be returning to the field exploration team? That seems like it would take a bit too long. He trailed off, then added in a slightly brighter tone. Apparently, there's a department within the security team that offers a lot of points. They say you can earn more than in the field exploration team. That place. There's probably a reason why they give out so much, don't you think? Yeah, you're right, but... He murmured softly. Sometimes you need to take risks to make your wishes come true. We've reached the company dorm row. He patted my back. Go on in, I'll grab a taxi from here. Take care and get some rest, Ro, you've really worked hard. Then in a lower voice he added, Don't worry about me too much. Honestly, I knew what I was getting into when I took this job. Things actually turned out better than I expected, and that's thanks to you, Ro, thank you. I smiled faintly and shook his hand. Whatever you decide to do, I'll be rooting for you. But if possible, I'd love to work together again someday. Yeah, I'd like that too. With that, we said our goodbyes, and he took a taxi to the hospital. I exhaled as I entered the official building. If I wasn't imagining things, there was a strange hint of obsession in the way he spoke about wishes. He used to be so ordinary, but now he's finally gained some interesting quirks. Don't say scary things like that, Braun. Anyway, I can finally sleep. Getting a day off on the last day of the year wasn't bad, though I hadn't expected to spend it sleeping. I entered the dimly lit dormitory, switched on the warm and bright flashlight of my smartphone to chase away the eerie feeling, and headed to my room. Then I went straight to sleep. I'll think about countermeasures for Quack Yikeng after I wake up with a clear head, please. I just need some rest for now. Exhausted from the mental and physical labor of the night, my overworked body gratefully accepted the sleep. It had been a long time since I fell asleep without needing to watch children's cartoons or comedies beforehand. I enjoyed a deep, dreamless sleep, the kind that makes you feel completely refreshed, as if you had merely closed your eyes for a moment. And when I woke up, as though I had just blinked. You're awake. I shot up from bed. You've got an unannounced guest, Ro. Someone was standing by the faintly lit window. A tired face, casual clothes, hair tied back. And a missing left hand. It's been a while, Ro. I heard you were on cleaning duty with Minseong. It was the real assistant manager, Yoon Hage. Chapter 109. For a moment, I thought I was still caught up in the Church of the Luminous Unknown's ghost story. But my fully awakened mind quickly assessed the situation. This is different. The Yoon Hage standing before me was no longer the clean-cut, suit-wearing professional boss I remembered from the office. Instead, she looked more like a detective who had been on a 3-day undercover stakeout, or perhaps a reporter. Reality hit me like a splash of cold water. What kind of situation is this? I immediately got up from the bed. Assistant manager. Yes. Yoon Hage nodded. First of all, sorry for barging into your place unannounced. I can't afford to be seen right now, but I had to tell you something important. Having been missing for 2 months, she now stood in someone else's room like a burglar, casting wary glances toward the window. As if she were being pursued. When you say you can't afford to be seen, do you mean you're being tracked? Something like that, but listen to me first. Yoon Hage brushed off my question and took a deep breath. On January 2nd, when you go to work, you'll be assigned a darkness. On paper, it'll seem normal. It's rated C grade, has a complete manual, and you won't be the only one assigned. But, don't go in there. Find any way to avoid it. Take a sick leave or even quit if you have to, because... She clenched her teeth, then released them. If you enter, you'll die. Don't ask how I know, just do as I say. Is it Quack Yikeng? Her expression gave me all the confirmation I needed. Damn it, a death notice the moment I wake up. I pressed my hand to my forehead, trying to process it all. What does that section chief have against me? We all know he's a psychopath. I couldn't argue with that. Yoon Hage spat the words bitterly. But you're talented, and you've pulled off plenty of impressive stunts. This time, he probably wants to throw you into a situation where you'll definitely die just to see how you try to survive. So showing off my MZ traits had backfired. Damn it, Yeah, with someone like him, I could see how he'd be thrilled at the idea of using me as an experimental test subject, throwing me into a bizarre ghost story under strange conditions. However, even so, assistant manager, there's still a chance I could survive, right? And if he's curious to see how I'll make it out alive, wouldn't he pick a darkness where survival is at least possible? I hated to admit it, but I was an elite employee rapidly climbing the ladder. I had good connections. Director Cheng liked me for reasons unknown, and Director Ho also viewed me favorably. No matter how I look at it, I doubt a project like this, meant to throw me into certain death, would get approved with just the section chief's say-so. Being sent to a dangerous place was always possible, sure, but ghost stories by nature were inherently risky. Even assistant manager Yoon Hage herself said it was C-grade with a complete manual. Something about this wasn't adding up. So how can you be so sure I'll die there? I looked at her, silently asking for an explanation. Yoon Hage pressed her fingers to her furrowed brow as if trying to suppress a sigh. There's only one thing I know for certain. She pointed at me. On January 2nd, you're marked as deceased. I confirmed it in a darkness that shows the future. Damn. A ghost story that reveals the future. A few entries on the wiki came to mind. But even setting aside the question of how Yoon Hage, who was supposed to be on leave, gained access to such a darkness. Something feels off. I checked what darkness you'd be assigned to on the 2nd, and I came here immediately. You saved my life once, so this is the least I can do. Wait a moment, assistant manager, this still doesn't make sense. What do you mean? I've seen my future too. Remember that ghost story I was managing, the one with the tarot cards? I remember. Recently, I drew a very good card, and that prediction hasn't come true yet. I recalled the sun card I had drawn. Upright, a card that guaranteed happiness. You can't be happy after you're dead. You could be happy and then die. This still didn't sit right with me. But seeing how anxious Yoon Hage looked, and knowing she had no reason to lie, I nodded for now. Understood, I'll come up with a plan. Damn fine. Yoon Hage looked up at the sky briefly, as if the weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Then she mumbled, as if to justify herself. Ro, I wasn't planning to break into your place like this. It's just, things were urgent, so forgive the intrusion. Seeing someone who left the team is always unsettling, right? It's nothing. I was a bit surprised, but I'm glad to see you're healthy. Ro, with that personality of yours, how do you plan on surviving in this company? Haha. My personality is average. It's the personalities of the employees in this company that are ghost stories in themselves. I mean seriously, if I acted any less respectful toward a former boss who came all the way here to save me, I'd be an absolute lunatic. And let's not even bring up the fact that my biggest issue isn't my personality, but the fact that I'm a coward. Anyway, assistant manager Yoon Hage looked relieved. She gave me a tired smile and gestured with her chin. All right then, I'm leaving. Get some rest. Wait a moment. What now? Well, about your hand. I cautiously looked at her empty left sleeve. Yoon Hage casually waved her arm. What, you're still worried about this? Ro, I told you I'm not using any regeneration potions. You use them instead. That's not what I'm talking about. I recently thought of a possible solution. You passed down some communication equipment to me, remember? Oh yeah, I did, but that was just because I didn't need it anymore. So I'd like to introduce you to a piece of equipment in return. I flipped the coin, which was my personal equipment. A third hand materialized midair. For the price of a 501 coin, I could use this equipment. The third hand. In other words, an item that grants the ability to grow an additional hand. How about using this as a parent item and customizing one for yourself, assistant manager? And so, that evening on December 31st, I met assistant manager Yoon Hage in front of the annex. She wore her cap low as we made our way to the twilight-grade darkness storage facility where custom equipment was crafted. Kind Seed Kit /Q 99. A massive, rusted machine stood tall among the fake plants. It was a custom equipment crafting darkness, primarily used by the field exploration team. It had been a while since I last saw it. But assistant manager Yoon Hage didn't look too thrilled. I feel like I'm interrupting your break. No, it's fine. I was actually planning on creating some new custom gear myself. Really? Yes, I even brought something for it. The squad leader lent it to me. I pulled out the item I had prepared. Return this to me after you use it. You can use it only once. It was the equipment given to me by Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, designed to temporarily enhance physical strength. But before I could even explain, Assistant Manager Yoon Hae's eyes widened in shock. You got that? Oh, do you recognize this item? Yeah, it belonged to a retired guy. Seriously, the squad leader is something else. They weren't even that close. How did he manage to borrow this? I looked down at the equipment. It was a strange bracelet, as if braided from human hair, but over half of it was already frayed and resembled a bundle of straw. That bracelet grants temporary super strength, but each time you use it, the hair fibers snap. I see. Even as a consumable item, it's still pretty useful, and he really knows how to avoid unnecessary work through physical strength. I couldn't argue with that logic. Anyway, I initially offered to let Assistant Manager Yoon Hae use the item first. It's fine, you go ahead. Understood. I approached the machine's worn-out screen. Give me Plants 02. I placed the bracelet I received from Section Chief Lee into the rusted machine. Plant information stored. Give me Plants 12. Now for the second item. I do have plenty of useful items by now. Let's see. Given the attributes of the item from Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, I had 3 viable options. 1. Reinforce its durability as a consumable. 2. Preserve the super strength enhancement effect. 3. Combine it with a different functionality. That should cover it. Of course, since the plant's genetic inheritance is randomized, the options could turn out completely wrong, but it was worth a shot. Let's do this. After some thought, I inserted another item from my collection and authorized the machine to combine my genetic data. Combining genetic information. Generating kit. Seed planted. Thunk. The front drawer of the machine opened, revealing the new item. It was a simple bracelet that looked like a thin wire. I carefully picked up the metal bracelet and stored it safely. I'd test its capabilities once I had the chance. Does it seem successful? So far, yes. I collected my items and stepped aside. Now, it was Assistant Manager Yoon Hae's turn to customize her equipment. She first inserted her personal item, her personal equipment. It was a communication device shaped like a portable battery, capable of temporarily connecting smartphones to the outside world even within a ghost story. Apparently, the button-shaped device she had passed down to me was a result of this machine's customization process. At first, I thought it was an unexpected upgrade, probably the luckiest moment of my life. Though Assistant Manager Yoon Hae grumbled about using up her luck on something trivial, her hands carefully handled the custom battery-shaped equipment. And then, here's the next item. I tossed in my personal equipment, the coin. Clink. The coin with the glove symbol rolled into the machine's compartment and disappeared. Combining genetic information. You know it's rare for custom items to come out perfect on the first try. Assistant Manager Yoon Hae advised in a calm tone. So don't be disappointed if it doesn't. The fact that you're trying is already enough, understand? Yes. I turned my attention to the machine's screen. Generating kit. Seed planted. The process was complete. The front drawer of the machine slid open, revealing the new item. It was gloves. A pair of semi-transparent gloves. Their flexible texture gave off an oddly strange atmosphere. As Assistant Manager Yoon Hae reached out with her right hand to grab them, sparks flew toward her fingers. Well, look at that. Seems like the slots are full already, huh? She chuckled and brought her empty left sleeve forward. Then let's give it to the empty slot. The glove latched onto her left arm, molding seamlessly as if it were part of her skin. It took on the form of a hand made of electricity. And soon it formed a fully functional hand. A brief flicker of emotion crossed Assistant Manager Yoon Hae's face before it quickly disappeared, as if it had never been there. Instead, she raised her new hand slowly and flexed her fingers. Crackle. A faint current of electricity sparked through the air. The sensation's pretty sharp, must be due to the electrical signals. I like it. And the fact that I'm wearing gloves obscures its real appearance. She turned to me and grinned. Thanks, Ro. All that nonsense I spouted earlier turned out to be pointless. It worked on the first try. Looks like I'm lucky when it counts. I looked at Assistant Manager Yoon Hage, now equipped with 2 hands, and simply nodded. It's nothing. I thought it was a pretty good way to end the last day of the year. But just as the moment was starting to feel touching. Oh, by the way, do you have any plans to use your welfare points? I can buy something for you worth up to 1,500 points. I just need you to register this under your second-use record. Oh, is she trying to erase her tracks? It's like covering up evidence. Isn't it, friend? Shouldn't we subtly coax her to reveal her true intentions? No need for that. I already had a good idea. Assistant Manager, are you working in another department now? As expected. This darkness is mainly reserved for the field exploration team. If you're hesitant to leave a usage record here, it must mean you've changed departments. After a brief moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. Well, looks like I can't fool you, Ro. You're as sharp as ever. Assistant Manager Yoon Hei gave a faint, bitter smile. That's right. I've taken a leave of absence from my role as assistant manager in the field exploration team, and am currently working elsewhere within the company. May I ask what kind of work it is, or at least your department? She hesitated again, but eventually let out a sigh and answered. Fine, at this point there's no point hiding it, Ro. With an unexpected shift in tone, she continued. You know about Director Ho's project team, right? I'm currently working there. What did you just say? Chapter 110. Director Ho's project team. A top-secret project with an unparalleled reward, granting a wish ticket to every team member if the project succeeds. And I turned it down. The risks were too high and it felt suspicious. But now, Assistant Manager Yoon Hage, who had taken a leave of absence, was working there. Look at your expression, Ro. Yeah, I know you were offered a spot on the team and rejected it outright. The smile faded from Yoon Hage's face. Good call, don't ever join. It's a headache of a team. But you're working there, aren't you, Assistant Manager? What kind of work are you doing there exactly? I can't tell you. Should I push it? Let's push it. Actually, I was offered the position of team leader for the project. What? Well, I think it was more of a motivational offer, but I still turned it down. Wait a minute, let me tell you this before you get any funny ideas later on. Assistant Manager Yoon Hei lowered her voice and whispered. Director Ho is a nutjob. I don't even know what the other team members are doing. Director Ho doesn't allow us to talk to each other if our roles don't overlap. She swallowed hard. I think the only reason I was pulled into this is because I applied for a leave of absence. It made me invisible to the rest of the company, which was perfect for him to drag me in. So that's why you've been hiding. Yeah, it was a requirement. That explained why she had snuck into my official room quietly, like a ghost. I was worried your roommate might catch me. Don't worry, he's not here. Oh damn, I worried for nothing. Baek Sahyun had cleverly scheduled his vacation leave with the New Year's holiday, so he wasn't here. Anyway, I can't tell you any more than that, just take it as is. And true to her word, Assistant Manager Yoon Hage didn't answer any of my follow-up questions, whether it was about why she needed a wish ticket, what exactly she was doing on the team, or how she was recruited. She only said, I used to make a living uncovering dirt on crazy bastards. This isn't new to me. But those were humans, and this is a creepypasta-infested corporation, Assistant Manager. Take care of yourself, Ro. She smiled bitterly. Don't get too invested in other people's problems. Whether it's this company or society at large, nothing will exhaust you faster. I know it sounds ironic coming from someone like me who's benefited from your help, but I'm serious. It doesn't sound ironic at all, thank you. Ha, you're still the same. As she left the annex, she repeated the same warning several times. Take care of myself, mind my own business. Thanks again, and remember January 2nd. Then just like that, she disappeared into the night. Director Ho's project team. It already sounded dangerous just hearing about it. For now, I had too many immediate problems to deal with, but I made sure to remember it. Well, we've gathered quite the collection of intriguing revelations, haven't we? January 2nd, the swirling conspiracy surrounding Mr. Roe Deer. What now, friend? Do you have a clever plan to avoid a death notice like that? And remember, when things get tough, your good friend Braun will always be by your side. Yeah, thanks. Think nothing of it. And so, I had my first goal for the new year. Find a way to escape whatever darkness awaited me on January 2nd. And this plan worked surprisingly well, as I spent the entire New Year's holiday preparing. And soon it was time to head back to work. January 2nd. Just as expected, the moment I arrived, I was assigned a new darkness exploration mission. But it was assigned only to me. So you're saying the section chief has an afternoon meeting with the executives and can't join today? Yes. And I'm going into the darkness alone. No, to comply with the 3-person protocol, 2 support staff will be assigned to join you in the afternoon. Of course, I figured as much. At this point, I suspected Section Chief Kwak Yikeng was pulling strings behind the scenes. Is he pairing me with some weird employees on purpose? Group project villains always knew how to create the worst-case scenario. Better brace myself. But things started taking a strange turn. Before the darkness exploration mission on January 2nd was assigned to me, an announcement was posted early in the morning. It was about the restructuring of the Elite D Squad. Notice a field exploration team reorganization. Director Ching's groundbreaking proposal had finally been made public. The field exploration team, which had been buzzing with rumors, finally confirmed the shocking reorganization. The entire D Squad was being promoted to elite status. The team was turned upside down with excitement. Moreover, there was one remaining spot in the Elite D Squad that would be open to general employees on a short-term basis, with full elite team benefits. Naturally, those who were curious about this staffing decision had identified the person with the lowest rank and shortest experience among the related parties. Yep, that would be me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hello, Supervisor Tilda, congratulations on joining the elite team. I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions. This is the first time I'm messaging you outside the group chat. I wanted to ask about the last open spot on the elite team. This is really overwhelming. That was already my 7th message. I wished people would think logically. There was no way someone at my level had any say in personnel decisions. But friend, didn't you have an opportunity to select a colleague to work with during that exciting offer? I vividly recall that moment. That was a bus that had already left the station. I had declined the poisoned apple, so this wasn't my business anymore. I have no authority here. I spent my morning responding politely with a variation of, I don't have any authority in this matter either. I'm just a lowly supervisor like you. Still, this influx of messages did help me realize something important. I can't just be sent off randomly on this exploration. The January 2nd darkness exploration had symbolic significance. It marked the first trial run of the newly restructured Elite D Squad. With the entire field exploration team watching, there was no way they'd assign random, unqualified personnel to me. That would ruin the image of a successful Elite D Squad launch. It's unlikely Kwak Yikeng can mess with this. I couldn't help but wonder, who exactly are the 2 support personnel assigned to accompany me? Then at 2 in the afternoon. Oh, let's have a good time working together, Supervisor Roe Deer. I nearly broke out in a cold sweat when I saw the cheerful staff member entering the D Squad office. It was Supervisor Dolphin from C Squad. An elite team member. Oh, do you know who the other staff member is? I'm curious. I'm curious too. I started having a bad feeling. And 10 minutes later, right on the dot, the door opened again, confirming my fears. We're both punctual. Through the open door came the confident steps of someone in perfectly fitting formal wear, her hair tied high, and wearing a flashy butterfly mask. It was Assistant Manager Jin Nassau from A Squad. Oh God. They had assigned me 2 elite team members. The sight of her, a Sunbe known for her ability-driven, cutthroat mentality, left me dizzy. I immediately prepared to bow and greet her, but before I could. Long time no see, Assistant Manager. I heard you turned down Director Ho's offer. You made another stupid choice, and yet you still ended up on the elite team. If only everyone was as competent as you, my work would be much easier. At least today, I won't have to deal with anyone whining. Right. Nice to see you too, assistant manager. Thank you for the compliment. I barely managed a response. I felt like my soul was about to leave my body, but my mouth continued to function in perfect corporate-mannered form. What a hassle, this mission is in a far province. Yes, but the company is providing generous travel expenses. That's right. This C-grade creepypasta required us to travel all the way to Mokpo to deal with it. TN, Mokpo is all the way down south of Korea in Jeollanam-do, a couple cities away from Gwangju. It's about 3 hours via KTX and 1 train transfer. Finally, an out-of-town mission. Creepypastas tended to emerge in densely populated areas, so the fact that most of our missions had been confined to Seoul and its surrounding areas wasn't entirely illogical within the company's worldview. Still, it's strange that we've almost never been sent beyond the metropolitan area before. Regardless, I obediently followed the 2 elite Sunbees out of the office and onto the road, keeping a close eye on their mood. Supervisor Dolphin, fortunately, was quite friendly. You haven't moved upstairs yet. You'll get your own private office soon, right? It's great for privacy and focus. Yes, I'm looking forward to it, ma'am. Oh, you can speak informally with me. We're the same rank after all. Well, you're my Sunbee, and there's a lot I don't know yet. I wouldn't want to be disrespectful. I'll continue speaking formally if you don't mind. Wow, you're really polite. Supervisor Dolphin gave me a thumbs up, and I felt a bit of tension melt away. Yeah, she seemed like a genuinely nice person. Let's try some small talk. I smiled warmly and brought up a topic that I thought was safe. Someone I had seen sitting next to Dolphin during a previous encounter, during that terrifying creepypasta involving the backhand clapping incident. How's Assistant Manager Leopard doing? Oh, he's dead. He mistreated a round-off team member and got what was coming to him. Serves him right, but it's a bit of a waste of points. I see. My condolences to the deceased. This person clearly did not have a normal sense of empathy. Someone save me. Thankfully, we arrived at the high-speed train station. Trying to remain composed, I sat next to Dolphin on the train, maintaining perfect decorum. From this point forward, I intended to give my utmost respect to the elite Team Sunbee seated next to me. I must not act overly familiar or casual, even if we share the same rank. Avoiding any possibility of being seen as rude was my top priority. Meanwhile, seated in front of us was Assistant Manager Jin Nassal. I'm going to sleep, so don't talk to me. Understood. Honestly, I was grateful for that. Oh, what a group of striking companions you have. Yeah, no kidding. And the significance of this situation. The 2 most competent non-executive employees in the entire company have been assigned to accompany me. In other words, the 2 most efficient and capable employees were here to witness everything I did. Assistant Manager Yoon, how am I supposed to avoid entering the darkness and sneak away with these 2 around? I broke into a cold sweat as I realized how full of holes my plan had become. I didn't expect them to assign 2 elite team members. I had been more prepared for the possibility of getting paired with useless coworkers. Desperately maintaining my composure, I scrambled to come up with a plan B. In the worst-case scenario, I could excuse myself to the restroom and make my escape. It would be humiliating, sure, but survival mattered more. Later, I could return and claim that I had accidentally gotten caught up in another darkness, which delayed me. If I can find a suitable creepypasta from the wiki, one with an appropriate difficulty level, and clear it while collecting the necessary dream essence, it'll be believable. Being on an out-of-town business trip made this plan feasible. All right. I think I can come up with something. I quietly sighed in relief, satisfied with the plausibility of my revised plan, and finally glanced at the destination displayed on the train's electronic board. Bound for Mokpo. Come to think of it, I'd rarely been to Mokpo before. Bound for Mokpo. What? Huh? The destination displayed on the flickering screen changed. Bound for Tamra. Though I jumped to my feet. Huh, what's wrong, Supervisor? Oh, the board. Yes, we need to get off immediately. What? No. No, I already knew. It's too late. This was the kind of situation where, once you boarded the train and the destination changed, it was over. From that point on, there was no getting off. Memories surfaced. This was recorded as the longest entry under the human error incidents in the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau's records. It even became the basis for a short story in the wiki. I knew exactly what this was. The train disaster caused by Silver Heart, just once. I knew this creepypasta all too well. Tamra Express disaster. This document is a recorded case of anomaly ID 8008 PSYA 2002 Hangul, Ko'a Inus 88, involving numerous fatalities. Due to the shocking nature of the event, we advise readers to evaluate their psychological readiness before proceeding. Reading this material may induce severe mental distress or trauma, so it is recommended to read it only when in a stable condition. Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. Notice from the Records Office. The infamous high-speed train incident from which only one survivor returned, the one who's from Daydream, Inc. That's when I realized. Today, January 2nd, the day marked for my death. The C-grade darkness wasn't the real problem. The threat prepared for me wasn't the company-assigned, fully documented rural mission darkness. It was this train. The train, which was supposed to be nothing more than a means of transportation, was the threat itself. I looked out the window. Instead of the outside view, the reflection of the destination display flickered back at me. Bound for Tamra. Departing. With a deafening roar, the train began to move. Chapter 111. Bound for Tamra, what's with that? An error, but whoa, it's kinda creepy. The high-speed train passengers murmured as they noticed the change on the onboard display. But it wasn't serious, just the kind of curiosity you'd expect from people trying to pass time during a long, boring trip. At least until they truly understood what kind of incident they were dealing with. Hey, should I record? I'll upload it to InHeart and... What? Internet's not working. Classic. Hey, try turning on your phone, quickly. Excuse me, but mine says I'm out of the coverage area. Does yours work? What? Why isn't anyone able to connect? The murmuring around us gradually grew louder. But Assistant Manager Butterfly in front of me didn't move an inch, and Supervisor Dolphin sitting beside me just muttered quietly. How annoying. Of all times, why did it have to happen when there are so many civilians on board? It was the textbook introduction of a darkness, a pattern any field exploration team employee from our company would immediately recognize. What the passengers didn't know was that this particular ghost story had been documented decades ago by the government, not our company. The Paradise Test, tentative name, was a phenomenon that very rarely occurred on high-speed trains departing from Seoul and bound for Iksan. To date, there had been no casualties, and its disaster classification was pending review. But that was the extent of the documentation. Because there were no casualties, the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau only classified ghost stories as disasters if people had died. Thus, the official report had been closed with the assumption. The phenomenon appears to have ceased after the Iksan-bound high-speed train route was extended to Mokpo. But now it had returned. Right here on this train. Look outside, someone checked the view. Oh my God. I turned my head toward the train window. The view that should have shown us the outskirts of Seoul instead revealed an endless expanse of blue ocean. The deep red sky met the horizon, creating a surreal and mesmerizing scene. The train sped forward, spraying mist as it cut through the waves, gliding across the shimmering surface of the sea. This train, it's running on the ocean. How the heck? Well, wait, is this some kind of CG effect, like a trial run for LCD window displays? The passengers, awestruck by the surreal, almost transcendent landscape, momentarily forgot their confusion and began admiring the view. One passenger tried to take a picture with their phone, only to panic when it failed to save. The Tamra Express disaster. The introduction was exactly as described in the document I had read. Damn it. If only I had focused on the fact that I was boarding a train bound for Mokpo, I might have anticipated this ghost story's activation. But they designed this perfectly to slip past my attention. They had placed another darkness in front of me as the target to keep me distracted. Travel to Mokpo and enter the C-grade darkness there. I had been so focused on preparing for that mission that I didn't see the real threat coming from an unexpected direction. I clasped my hands together, my mind racing. Was this a trap set on purpose? Or was it a coincidence? According to the document, this phenomenon had been described as one that no one ever expected. But that was written from the Disaster Bureau's perspective. Other groups or individuals might have figured out its activation pattern, especially considering the people accompanying me. The setup feels way too intentional. Pardon me, assistant manager, wake up. Huh? Supervisor Dolphin nudged assistant manager Butterfly awake. Another job. Might as well be high grade so we can file a report and earn more points. Exactly. 2 members of the elite team. In other words, people capable of making cold, ruthless decisions to ensure mission success without hesitation or remorse. This ghost story couldn't be a worse match for them. Because this ghost story tested human morality. The text on the screen changed. I lifted my head, my gaze icy. A new sentence scrolled across the screen. To reach Tamra, offer a sacrifice. A sacrifice? Rattle. A window at the very front of the train car slid open. Passengers sitting nearby flinched and recoiled. Whoa, what the? That window, that's not supposed to open. Wait a second, why isn't the wind blowing in? Why did it open so suddenly? As if inviting someone to throw a sacrifice through it. A few passengers, who had gotten out of their seats to investigate the anomaly more closely, now wore expressions of confusion and growing fear. What do they mean by a sacrifice, an offering? This is so weird. But nobody wanted to theorize out loud about what kind of sacrifice or offering it could be. Couldn't it just have been hacked? Let's go find a conductor or train staff. Avoidance. Most people either sat back down while clicking their tongues anxiously or moved to other cars in search of train staff, pretending to remain calm. Because they had already realized that something was seriously wrong, an eerie stillness fell over the train car. Tab tab. Assistant Manager Butterfly lightly tapped the handle of the seat across from her, drawing my and Supervisor Dolphin's attention. Don't interfere, just observe what they do first. Understood. Yes. The assistant manager was probably waiting for someone else to act first to see what would happen, and perhaps also ensuring that I wouldn't do anything reckless. But I had no intention of acting rashly in the first place. If this really is that disaster, it's better to stay put for now. I quietly observed to see if events would play out, as expected. After a moment, this is way too strange. Sporadic screams began to erupt throughout the train car. We found a conductor, but they're in a total panic. They're screaming that they have no idea what's happening. There are families with kids in the front car, and they're freaking out because their kids are missing. This isn't normal. We can't contact the engineer either. The control cabin is completely locked. As communication spread between train cars, people learned more terrifying details. The chaos of it all. Throughout human history, what cannot be understood has always been a source of fear. And here it's no exception. Are you going to keep observing where this leads, friend? For a while, yes. That was the right move for now. But I couldn't help feeling anxious, so I clenched my teeth to suppress it. I watched the people standing by the train door, loudly proposing ideas to the rest of the passengers. Everyone, we need to come up with some sort of plan. Yeah, this is starting to look like a serious situation. Diary ring. Everyone turned their attention to the onboard screen. A new message had appeared. First altar entrance. Walter. F. Wick. Outside the window, the once brilliant blue sea suddenly turned blood red. And then everything went dark. Through every window, the horizon was replaced by grotesque, fleshy walls covered in membrane-like textures. Tell you this. Oh my God. It was as if the train had entered a tunnel or a strange station, sliding forward smoothly through the eerie, dark space. Remaining distance, 5. Shouldn't we be doing something right now? Let's find a button or something. A button, there's nothing like that here. Remaining distance, 4. What do we do? What do we do? Excuse me, you by the window, help me close this window, don't just sit there. Shut up already. Thud. Remaining distance, 3. W8, are you trying to push someone? WO. Splash. Someone fell out of the window. No, they were trying to push me, but they ended up falling by themselves. Remaining distance, 2. Shouldn't we stop the train? Someone just fell. Remaining distance, 1. Get down on the floor, stay quiet. Why yes. 0. A sacrifice has arrived. Open the sea path. Whoosh. The light returned. Outside the window, the endless blue sea once again sparkled under the dazzling sunlight. But, Gary Espa. The train car was in chaos. I looked toward the people gathered near the open window, especially. A man in his 30s wearing glasses, his face pale as a sheet. And the now empty seat directly in front of the window. That guy pushed someone out of the window, I'm telling you. And no, he tried to push me, but he lost their balance and fell on their own. That's right, I saw it from the side. The person who fell was acting strange, aggressive even. Still, someone died. Next to me, Supervisor Dolphin leaned in and whispered. The screen did mention a sacrifice and offering, so I guess the person who fell was processed as the offering. Pretty obvious, huh? Assistant Manager Butterfly tossed the remark as if it were nothing, and then casually adjusted the equipment attached to her nails, declaring, "We'll observe the next event before we take any action. Get ready." Got it. At least the good news was that the passengers seemed to calm down somewhat, having concluded that the person who fell was at fault. The few who had been accusing and shouting at the man in glasses gradually backed off, muttering a few parting remarks as they did. "Are you okay? Don't take it too hard." "Yes, I'm fine. Everyone's just on edge, that's all." Supervisor Dolphin was observing this exchange closely. Meanwhile, Assistant Manager Butterfly and I quietly inspected our equipment, keeping a watchful eye on the situation. But that was where the good news ended. 20 minutes later, again, second altar entrance. The train re-entered the tunnel, and the outside view turned crimson and dark once more. What the hell is going on? Thanks to their earlier experience, the passengers didn't fall into a panic. Instead, they quickly crouched down and covered their heads. "It'll pass if we wait long enough." I overheard the murmuring passengers. Across from me, Assistant Manager Butterfly was now wearing a strange monocle as she scanned the dimly lit train car. Her gaze was sharp, searching for something expendable and convenient. "Assistant Manager." "What?" "Shouldn't we observe what happens if no offering is made?" I chose my words carefully, phrasing them the way the Assistant Manager would prefer. "We don't know if reaching Tamra is a good idea or not. It's a situation worth betting on." A brief silence. "Fine. Phew." I nodded, exhaling silently. We can't draw attention by offering someone as a sacrifice. Meanwhile, the countdown on the screen continued to tick down. Remaining distance, 5. Remaining distance, 4. Remaining distance, 3. Remaining distance, 2. Remaining distance, 1. 0. Past. Whoosh. The outside world was bathed in light again. The tunnel ended, revealing the vast ocean once more. Ugh. The passengers instinctively sighed in relief. It disappeared. The text on the onboard screen flickered and then went dark. What remained was the breathtaking view of the train speeding across the glittering sea, leaving a trail of white spray in its wake. The tension eased, and one by one people lifted their heads, relief spreading across their faces. It's still the ocean out there. Seems like it's over, right? Everything's fine now, isn't it? This feels like some kind of event or something. Wait, did anyone sign up for an escape room experience or something like that? Tab. Supervisor Dolphin whispered softly. This might be easier than expected, huh? Maybe we can clear this without even sacrificing anyone ourselves. It's kind of a predictable condition. Let's observe a bit longer. This is my order as assistant manager. Yes. Another 10 minutes passed. Slightly more relaxed, some of the passengers began moving around the train car, searching for the missing children, calming down the train staff, and trying to communicate with the engineer. Just when it seemed like everyone had adapted to the situation, regaining some composure and rationality. Suddenly, without warning, thud, the train tilted forward abruptly. What's going on? Passengers tumbled out of their seats, rolling across the floor. I clung tightly to the handrail and managed to hold my ground for one moment longer. Swallowing my fear, I forced myself to look outside. Specifically, I strained to see the surface beneath us, wherever the train met the ocean below. The white spray that had been rising as the train sliced through the shimmering waves was gone. Thud. The train broke through the surface of the water and began to sink. Alia. Nuo. The windows shattered and seawater rushed in. The conscious passengers screamed, desperately trying to swim out or cling to each other. The unconscious ones floated limply on the rising water. It was chaos, enough to drive someone insane. Isn't this the perfect moment to call for help, friend? What? Not yet. Submerged in the cold, suffocating darkness of the sea, I followed Assistant Manager Jin Nassal's precise hand signals directing us to escape through the windows. But as I got closer to the exit, I felt something strange. My consciousness was fading much faster than my lungs could handle. A dizziness like I was suffocating overwhelmed me. Hoop. My mind went blank. I opened my eyes to the sound of the cheerful train jingle. Dai ring. We were back inside the train car bound for Mokpo, the doors just having closed at Seoul Station. Next to me sat Supervisor Dolphin, and across from me was Assistant Manager Butterfly. The electronic display panel showed, "Bound for Mokpo." Around us, I heard the dazed voices of other passengers. "Hey, I just had the weirdest dream." "You too, me too. Something about a Tamra-bound train." Hold on, me too." "What? Bound for Mokpo?" Over there. Hua? Bound for Tamra. Departing." The train roared to life and began moving again. Like the first time. Exactly the same. Alia. Crying, screaming, and panicked voices erupted throughout the cabin. Wait, what's happening? What the hell, just what? Let me out, please let me out. Mom, what's going on? What indeed? It's exactly what it looks like. I pressed my lips together in silence. Urgent notice. Recent recurrence of the anomalous phenomenon known as the Paradise Test, tentative, has revealed fatal, unpredictable anomalies. It has been confirmed that when the train crashes into the water, passengers are transported back to the exact moment of initial departure. Survivors claim they were trapped in an endlessly looping time sequence aboard the Tamra-bound train. Right. Everything here resets. And everyone remembers. All passengers retain the memory of what they experienced, without exception. So, this marked the start of the second cycle. A time loop, a classic sci-fi trope, but what makes this particular case interesting is how profoundly trapped the participants are. With collective memory stacking up for everyone involved, even the bravest among them would hesitate to act. The looming specter of eternal consequences creates a remarkable barrier to action, wouldn't you say? Exactly. That's why I need to be extremely careful. I had to stay calm. I also couldn't afford to get swept up in the panic. One thing mattered most to me now. I can convince people logically. Everyone had experienced something undeniably supernatural. They wouldn't dismiss me as some lunatic spouting nonsense anymore. They'd listen. Now it was time to act cautiously and deliberately. This is too bad. I could survive this. I would survive this. Yes, I had to believe that. I steadied myself and thought about what I needed to do first. Find the person with the silver heart. Aside from me, there was one other key figure responsible for this nightmare becoming a perfect hell. That person was somewhere on this train. I needed to identify and control them. Let's find them and neutralize the problem. I remembered that they had been briefly mentioned in the short story adaptation of this event. I tried to recall the specific car and seat number where they had been sitting. It was definitely in the first car, seat number. Wait. Calm down, think carefully. Their name, what was their exact name? Hey, supervisor. I couldn't remember. It had been weeks since my memorial pop socket broke. The gaps in my memory were finally starting to show. Chapter 112. The owner of the silver heart. A good person possessing a bad-shaped item capable of swaying others. This individual is a critical figure in the Tamra Express disaster, though they only receive significant attention in the final part of the short story. So the fact that I can't recall their seat number or exact name. Maybe it's only natural. I read the wiki focusing on how to break the creepypastas. After I fell into this world, the wikis that became my lifeline and that I repeatedly studied were mostly about creepypasta entries and exploration records. In short, I prioritized reading the wikis that provided information on clearing the ghost stories. I put all the supplementary content aside. Anything long and emotional, like short story-style spin-off prose on the wiki, those ranked low on my priority list. The personal details about the Silver Heart owner were mentioned maybe once or twice within that kind of content. Remembering those exact letters and numbers several months after I first read them. Yeah, that was unreasonable. I'm screwed. No. I swallowed hard. I can still make educated guesses. And even if I don't get a hold of that person right away, I will find a way to deal with this. I do remember other wiki entries about the Tamra Express disaster. For example, urgent notices and official reports from the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. I know the flow of this event by its loops, which means I can do this. I can do this. All right. I determined the direction I needed to take. It's a bit extreme, but there's no other choice. Of course, all this thinking occurred within the span of a few seconds in my head. Meanwhile, the elite team members next to me were having a completely calm conversation. Wow, a time loop. I've read a lot of short sci-fi anthologies like this. It basically means we get unlimited retries until we meet the conditions, right? Annoying, but convenient. What an absurd conversation. Fortunately, nobody paid any attention to us speaking calmly. The entire train was filled with screams, panic, and crying. Hoog. This is a dream, just a dream it has to be. But as always, there's bound to be someone who can't just sit and watch. Everyone, please calm down, calm down. There it was. Second loop. In every car of the high-speed train, someone began stepping up to calm the passengers and bring order. Doesn't someone always say that a crisis is an opportunity? In chaotic situations, there's always someone eager to rise as a leader. Exactly. And in our car, that someone was the man with glasses, the office worker. The one who, in the first loop, had argued about closing the window until the other man lunged and fell outside. At least we're all still alive, right? That's what's important. Let's take a moment to calm down and figure out what's going on. Do you have any ideas? People began paying attention, now that someone was willing to take the lead. I believe time is repeating itself. The man with glasses began organizing the situation and calming the passengers. We're definitely caught in some strange phenomenon, but I believe we've been given this chance for a reason. Maybe it's to figure out the right way to escape. So let's trust in that and try to figure it out. Stay calm, everyone. He probably thought things were heading in a good direction. At least until he glanced at the seat where I was sitting. Look, there are people already staying calm. Let's try to analyze the situation with that kind of composure. Damn it. The three of us employees of Daydream Inc. had just been singled out. Were we being too quiet? No, this was actually good. It was time to establish a position early. This was only the second loop, and I needed to step up now. And no, it's not that we're calm, we're just confused. I quickly shook my head, forcing a nervous smile. We're just trying to process things. We were dozing off since we were on a work trip. There was no way they'd suspect me. I didn't even have to try too hard. My face was already pale. When I spoke up first, Assistant Manager Jin Nassau raised an eyebrow slightly but let it slide. I took the opportunity to press on. But then suddenly, the view outside changed to the ocean, and there was all this talk about sacrifices. Are you saying all of that was real? Yes, that seems to be the case. I swallowed, pretending to be tense. Then, the person who fell out of the window earlier. Everyone's eyes slowly turned toward the man sitting next to the window, where the sacrifice was made. The middle-aged man, who had been arguing before tumbling out during the first loop. His seat, which had been empty before. Now it had someone sitting in it. I saw the silhouette of a passenger sitting there, motionless. It was the man who had fallen out of the window. He's alive. Oh, thank goodness. That's when it happened. The passenger suddenly shot up and lunged at the man with glasses. You bastard, you son of a because of you. Let me go. Chaos erupted. The middle-aged man, dressed like a nouveau rich, spat as he shouted, his eyes filled with madness. Die, I fell because of you, it hurt so much. His eyes gleamed with crazed intensity. Falling down there is awful, it's painful, it's strange, uyuig. Hiyak. The man staggered and trembled before vomiting a strange, dark red mass onto the floor. Uyugh. The man with glasses stumbled backward, his face frozen in shock. Those who became sacrifices and fell out of the window exhibited symptoms resembling madness and supernatural afflictions during the next loop. After falling, they reported experiencing burning pain and endless torment from non-human whispers. Seeing it in person, the instability of his condition was overwhelmingly apparent. The man with glasses, seemingly overwhelmed, slowly backed away on shaky legs. Voluntary surrender, a brief yet noteworthy display of leadership, but now the leader's seat is vacant. Perhaps my friend could step in and lead these people with flair. No, that's fine. This brawn will observe the situation together with you. Yeah. I intentionally took a step back. And at that moment, to reach Tamra, offer a sacrifice. The onboard display changed again. The text is back. Wait, wasn't it last time when someone fell out of the window, the train had safely exited the tunnel and kept moving forward. For now, people avoided openly acknowledging the truth, mumbling instead. What do they mean by sacrifice? Well, wouldn't it have to be something alive? I mean, based on those horror YouTube videos. I interrupted. No, it could be an object. Even food offerings in traditional rites count as sacrifices. Oh, that's right, let's stay calm and try throwing a few things out. But fear, excitement, and anxiety still flickered in their eyes. Does anyone have any food with them? Before long, the passengers holding snacks began to gather whatever could be thrown out. Fruits, eggs, meat, bread, and so on. Right on the edge of time, the scenery outside the window changed. First altar entrance. This time, the passengers remained relatively composed. Let's throw them out. Yes. Plop, plop. In silence, the food disappeared through the window. Remaining distance, 4. The display didn't react, only the countdown continued. It's not working, it's not stopping. Screams filled the train car. Even when sacrifices were accepted, the countdown had always continued to the end, but I intentionally chose not to point that out. I had known from the start that food wasn't the answer. Remaining distance, 3. The passengers finally began to accept it. The truth. So it really has to be a person. No way, how can we? If we don't, we'll all die, the train will sink. But who? Remaining distance, 2. Their gazes shifted. What they meant was clear. He's already not in his right mind, so why not just throw him out again? A suppressed, unspoken instinct that surfaced in emergencies. The first loop sacrifice began to panic. Spare me, please spare me. I don't want to die, I don't want to. Calm down, it'll be okay. Remaining distance, 1. No. Just step away from the window, who? Whoosh. Splash. 0. The tunnel ended. The train interior brightened as the view of the blue sea returned. The ominous purple text filled the onboard display. A sacrifice has arrived. Open the sea path. Near the window lay a pair of broken glasses on the floor. And the man who had been the first sacrifice. The bastard who pushed me is dead. I didn't die, I'm alive. Foaming at the mouth, the middle-aged man staggered down the aisle, collapsed in a corner, and began sobbing uncontrollably. The train car was steeped in a chilling, suffocating silence. The atmosphere felt maddening. The former leader became the sacrifice, a cliché development, albeit a bit quick this time. Then, there's another one coming, isn't there? A cheerful voice that didn't suit the situation echoed through the train. Supervisor Dolphin. What did you say? The second altar will appear soon, right? We should prepare for that. Shut up already. Eck. The passengers' stress-fueled reactions burst out, but Supervisor Dolphin seemed completely unbothered. This time let's do it properly. Find the worst person and throw them out. She pointed ahead with her finger. Let us include everyone from the other cars too. And hey, it's not like there's any guarantee they'll die, right? The last guy came back alive, didn't he? So wouldn't it be better to throw out someone awful and let them suffer? It was madness. But in an incomprehensible disaster, sometimes madness that sounds appealing is exactly what works. A little distorted, of course. Yeah, so far only people from our car have been thrown out. The other cars should have to do it too. That's right. Why should our car be the only one to suffer and debate this agony? Consumed by resentment and strange fury, the passengers of Car 7 surged forward en masse. Myself and the members of the elite team followed, with Supervisor Dolphin practically leading the charge. Excuse me, there's an open window here too, right? When the train fell last time, it seemed like nobody fell out from here, so. Predictably, as we moved forward, most of the passengers in the other cars had no idea what was happening. What kind of nonsense is this? Who are these people? Hey, if you don't want trouble, move along, or else. Oolonged. For now, let's keep moving and see. As Supervisor Dolphin spoke, she eyed the last speaker like they were a prime candidate for her twisted logic. She quickly moved to the next car. But the moment we entered Car 3, second altar entrance, it began again. Ella. Someone throw someone out now. The train is going to sink, wah. Throw someone out, we have to throw someone out the window. The shouts of panic came from the people in our car, Car 7, and echoed alongside the confused cries of the passengers in the other cars who had yet to grasp the situation. Remaining distance, 5. Who are these people? Where did they come from? These fuckers are crazy. If you don't want to die, volunteer. We need a volunteer. Well, why don't you jump out then? We've already lost someone from our car. Find someone from another car. Fine, then who's going to volunteer? Remaining distance, 4. Amid the chaos, a clear, authoritative voice cut through. There's no volunteer, huh? Assistant Manager Jin Nassal extended her hand. No. She was about to single out the most uncooperative person and throw them out. And if the loop restarts, she'll just keep using the same people as sacrifices. It was efficient, but I couldn't allow it. Jin Nassal was undoubtedly competent, but she clearly had no understanding of how to manage public sentiment. I raised my hand immediately. Remaining distance, 3. I volunteer. Jin Nassal turned to look at me. What? I repeated firmly. I'll be the one to fall. Why? Remaining distance, 2. It's not like it'll be a real death, right? I'll hold out and see. Then I quickly leaned in and whispered to Jin Nassal. We need to find out what's actually happening down there. Is that necessary? We can't rely on civilian testimonies. I've prepared mental defense measures too. Remaining distance, 1. Do as you like. Thank you. I finished the brief exchange and turned to the crowd. There's not much time left. Clear the way, I'm heading to the window. The crowd, both from our car and the others, hesitated but stepped aside. Good. Even though I spoke calmly, my hands were trembling. But I had no choice. According to the plan, this step is absolutely necessary. Since Plan A, immediately identifying and securing the person with the silver heart, had failed. I have to go with a more extreme approach. Everyone stay back. I clung to the window and pulled out a painkiller from my pocket. It might not work, but better than nothing. I jabbed the happy maker syringe into my arm. Then, without hesitation, I threw myself out the window. Into the crimson tunnel. 0. Chapter 113. The first thing I saw was the pulsing red. Thump, thump, thump. I realized belatedly that I had collided with something. Squelch. With a short, thick sound, I landed on something slimy and sticky. A foul stench. The next moment I recognized it, the stench of decaying meat. The flesh scattered around me clung to my body, oozing. It pulsed red. Whoosh. A gust of wind swept past as the high-speed train I had jumped from roared by, leaving behind a deafening noise and a blast of pressure. In an instant, the train disappeared into the far end of the tunnel, where a flickering light awaited. To be honest, it was disgusting and a bit terrifying, but I wasn't in pain, nor did I spiral into panic. It felt more like standing alone at night in front of the garbage sorting area of an apartment complex. Good heavens, what an unhygienic environment. Are you all right, friend? Yeah, I'm fine. The happy maker is really doing its job. It was as if my mind had been sedated, but in reverse. Instead of the cold clarity you get from calming pills, my mind felt warmly dulled, steady. I stood up, my thoughts calm and stable, but as I brushed off the rotten flesh with my bare hands. Devour your corruption. A strange voice echoed inside my head. Matching this to the testimonies of the previous offerings, and the current situation, it seems. I should be feeling burning agony all over my body by now, unbearable pain driving me to claw off my own skin and flesh. And I would be forced to chew and swallow what I tore off as I staggered toward the light at the end of this disgusting, humid corridor. This whole tunnel was a testament to that horror. Luckily, I didn't feel any of that. I had the mental resistance boost from the silver ring, and the happy maker had numbed any potential pain. I stood fully upright and gave my body a light shake. It didn't help much. Traces of grime and rotten flesh still clung to me. As for where this flesh had come from, I chose not to think about it. Even though the happy maker kept me calm, it was still gross. All right. Braun, are you all right? Are you referring to the repetitive, radio tape-like noise? It's an annoying hum, but not unbearable. And the burning pain. This body doesn't have skin or flesh. I'm just fabric, cotton, and a pair of eyes and a nose, after all. All right. So the conditions for being a sacrifice apply only to humans. Thankfully, I didn't have to worry about Braun losing control and going berserk. Well then, does my friend have any more business in this filthy place? No. Then let's get moving. Indeed. To escape, I need to get back on that train. I began walking toward the end of the corridor. Squelch, squelch. The slime and fluid splashed under my feet, seeping into my shoes and soaking my socks red. Cast off your sins. Tear them away. Consume your sins. Could it be that the more sins a person has committed, the more intense the burning pain they feel here? In theory, a good person who falls through the window should only experience minimal pain. This ghost story focused on the train's group dynamic devolving into a chaotic, inhuman disaster with each loop. Some details like this could only be understood by experiencing them firsthand. Regardless, the corridor was longer than expected. I kept walking persistently. I hope I don't need to use another happy maker. Cast off your sins. Cast off your sins. Cast off your sins. Ignoring the voice, I trudged onwards. Though my legs felt heavier with each step, the light was steadily growing closer. Step, step. The intense light pouring out from the tunnel's exit nearly blinded me, making it hard to see. Almost there. I squinted and pushed forward until the light completely engulfed me. Go to Tamra. A small, gentle invitation. The strange warmth and sense of liberation felt like a soft but overwhelming command piercing through the top of my head. Whoa, that was quite an aggressive invitation. Wait just a m. And in the next instant, it disappeared. I felt my consciousness being pulled downward, like a train speeding down a steep slope. Hook. I opened my eyes. I was sitting in a clean, modern, high-speed train car. My body was spotless again, and my mind. Wow. The memories surged back, and a wave of nausea hit me. My stomach churned. I didn't feel this earlier, though. I had been buried in a mass of flesh that people had torn off themselves, eaten, and then vomited. I had stood up and walked through that. Stop thinking about it. What mattered now was that I had successfully returned to this point in time. The happy maker's effects have reset to the starting point, too. I quickly regained my composure and immediately checked the number of happy makers in my inventory. Before use, 11. Now still 11. Your consumed items have reverted to their unused state. This makes sense, as you've returned to the train's departure point. Right, I had anticipated this. Good. I'm ready. When I looked up, Assistant Manager Jin Nassal was calmly watching me. How was it? It's a disgusting, horrific place. Anyone who falls without preparation will almost certainly suffer mental breakdowns or signs of contamination. That's so, then get up. We need to secure. Hey, over here, this person's fine. Jin Nassal's words were cut off, and she frowned in irritation as civilians swarmed toward us. Let's do this quickly. Seeing the astonishment on their faces, I forced a weak, blurry smile. Are you okay, my God? This person volunteered to jump out, but they're fine. Yes, I'm fine now, but what happened after I fell? WL. After some frantic, disorganized chatter, the important points became clear. After you fell, the countdown restarted. Yeah, it was like the system reset and started demanding another sacrifice. Just as expected. I see, so after that did the train crash again? No, it wasn't that. One of the passengers stepped forward to clarify. Something weird happened. No one from our car fell, but suddenly the offering was accepted and the path opened. There was some commotion from the front cars. People were saying someone fell, but everyone was so worked up and fighting that we couldn't tell exactly what happened. They even called us crazy, when they're the ones not understanding the situation. Exactly. It's so frustrating. In games, you can't let trolls like that go unpunished. I see. The tensions were starting to build. It begins from this loop. Third loop. The train cars divide into factions, and conflicts break out. Passengers pressure each other to offer sacrifices. The first instances of violence and bloodshed occur. And, eventually, deaths result from fights within the train cars. I nodded calmly. Understood. It seems the number of sacrifices required increases with each altar. What do you mean? 1 person for the first altar, 2 for the second. It looks like the required offerings increase sequentially. They must have suspected as much but hadn't dared to say it out loud. I heard anxious murmuring and suppressed gasps, but no one outright denied my statement. They were simply too afraid. What now? What do we do? No, why is this even happening to us? Heek. Do we all have to jump out the window for this to end? Is that it? It was a reasonable guess, but I gently placed my hand on the person's shoulder. No, calm down. There's definitely a way to end this. Heek. Look at me, I fell and I'm fine. There's always a way. The atmosphere began to settle slightly. I took advantage of the calm to speak gently. You said the others who fell weren't doing well, right? Could you guide me to them? Yes. This way. Following their hurried lead, I began walking down the aisle, observing the other passengers as I went. Oh, me too. Supervisor Dolphin immediately followed me, and beyond her, Assistant Manager Jin Nassal stood with her arms crossed, as if daring me to proceed. She's letting me do this. I wouldn't have been surprised if, the moment she deemed my approach inefficient, she'd pivot and start tossing problematic people out the window one by one. But that won't clear the scenario. For now, this was the most efficient and humane option available to me. Here, he's sitting over here. I looked at the person sitting in the indicated seat. It was the man with glasses, staring blankly into space. The first sacrifice of the second loop, the man who had fallen out of the window. Sir? No response. He appeared completely out of it. What on earth is down there that made him like this? It's horrific, but... I placed one hand over my chest. I realized something down there. What? Gently, I lowered my hand and slipped it into the inner pocket of my suit jacket. I pinned on the small badge that had been hidden there. The silver heart. Everyone, there's no need to worry. As I spoke, I approached the man with glasses. Hick. It's okay, it's okay. I carefully injected him with a dose of Happy Maker. The next loop will reset its effects, so it's better for him to have temporary relief than to stay trapped in this panic. Given the chaos and terror he'd experienced, this was the most merciful option. And since the Happy Maker was as small as a pen, to others, it would simply look like I was helping him calm down through reassurance. Like magic. Hook. The man took a deep breath and clarity returned to his eyes. A sense of calm settled over him. It was truly horrifying, but it's over. Slowly, a faint smile spread across his face. Thank you, I feel so at ease now. He stood up gradually, then hugged me and the other passengers. Caught off guard, they awkwardly accepted his embrace, all while staring at me in awe. You brought him back to his senses. How did you do that? I am a fraud. But I kept my face calm, as though even I were amazed by what I had just done. I'm not sure why I was granted this ability, but now. I took a deep breath. I think I understand what's happening on this train. The F for real? Yes. I raised my hand and began counting on my fingers as I explained. I know who needs to be thrown out the window, and how many times it must happen before this ordeal ends. My God. What was I doing right now? Lying. And this type of scam, a staple in apocalyptic fiction. The classic cult leader tactic. A con artist manipulating people under the guise of divine guidance or prophecy. In previous loops, there had even been a cult leader who appeared in Car 6, if I could recall correctly. Fifth loop. Each train car forms exclusive factions. Some adopt superstitious beliefs and even perform sacrificial rituals, throwing victims out the window after ritualistic killings. Sorry? No, actually, I'm not sorry at all. That cult leader role is mine now. I'm taking it before anyone else can. Kind passengers of Car 7, please lend me your ears. I stood near the train door and raised my voice. We've been chosen for a great trial. Oh my goodness. From my suit pocket, I heard Braun clapping in delight. I had just earned the creepypasta host's seal of approval. Here and now, a cult leader was officially making his debut. Chapter 114. The method of deception resembles a form of unethical marketing. 1. Build trust. Did he really fix that glasses guy, even though he was completely out of it? Yeah, look at him now, he's fine, and this guy also fell out of the window and survived. He said he saw something down there. Wow, are you really okay? Yes, I'm fine, and so is he. He's at peace now. 2. Present the problem and its cause. So you're saying this is like a test. If we pass, we can get out. Yes, I'm sure we'll be able to leave. Wait, is this some kind of fictional hunter scenario? Are we about to awaken abilities or something? Exactly. There's no way we'd be thrown into such a crazy situation without a reason. Right, there is a reason. Once the mood was sufficiently heated. And to escape this situation. 3. Sell the magical solution. In unethical marketing, this solution would be the product being sold. In a cult, it's the doctrine. And the method I proposed was, everyone must go out through the window at least once. What? Fear not, everyone. I smiled and gestured to myself. And to the man with glasses, now calmed by the happy maker. Anyone who accepts my recommendation and goes through the window will be fine, just like me. This is a kind of trial. If you're skeptical, I can try to convince you, or I could jump again myself. And just then, the announcement appeared again. To reach Tamra, offer a sacrifice. But this time, the atmosphere was different. At least in Car 7, where people had been listening to my marketing, they began murmuring and glancing at the window. So going out there might actually be okay. There wasn't just panic and fear, there was curiosity and even anticipation. This is fascinating. What excellent work, Mr. Roe dear. But all great performers face challengers. Oh, look over there. Thwack. What a load of bullshit, you crazy bastard. The middle-aged man from earlier, his face flushed red, slammed the armrest of his seat and shouted. This was the man who had fallen out of the window in the first loop and pushed the man with glasses in the second loop. Looks like skipping a turn has restored a bit of his sanity. But he wasn't fully back to normal. That bastard pushed someone out of the window before, Crazy jerk, get lost, you son of a bitch. His eyes spun wildly, like he might stab me any second. Jump out the window, I'm not jumping. No way, you piece of shit, you jump again. He pushed past another passenger and came right up to me. I spoke calmly. If you don't want to participate, you don't have to right now. What? Take your time, besides you're not qualified at the moment. What? I'm saying that even if you beg to go out the window, I won't assist you. This was another crucial step. 4. Restrict access to the solution. Why do brands produce limited quantities, create artificial shortages, and tell customers to message them for prices? Scarcity makes things seem valuable, and difficult to obtain items appear even more desirable. You give people the sense that they're close enough to grasp it, but far enough that missing out would be devastating. Only those who are qualified can go through the window without suffering. What kind of nonsense is this? And that's not you. You haven't earned the right to pass the trial without pain. Step back. The middle-aged man stammered, then stumbled back and collapsed into his seat. It worked again. The saying about fighting madness with madness was spot on this time. With all the commotion, everyone in the car had their eyes locked on me. I smiled warmly at them. But do not worry too much. Eventually, everyone will be ready. Magnificent. Over bronze cheers, the crowd swarmed toward me, bombarding me with questions. Excuse me, then who is qualified? I do not know, I can just sense who's ready. So is there someone qualified among us? It was then. Am I qualified? The man with glasses, who had been sitting quietly, raised his hand and asked. Thanks to the happy maker, he was calm, free from fear and PTSD. He didn't lash out at the middle-aged man who had once attacked him. Even so, he couldn't suppress his nervousness and swallowed hard. I smiled and nodded. Yes. You are qualified, you've already proven yourself. I walked over and held his hand. There's no need to go down again. Your current calmness is the proof. You've endured it. You've been brave. Tears streamed down the man's face. The murmuring around us quieted. In its place, a new sentiment began to form, desire and agreement. From now on, for those deemed qualified and who go down, I will give a token to protect you from as much pain as possible. Then. But no volunteers came forward just yet. As expected, I had just told them that everyone needed to jump out the window to escape. No one would be eager to jump into potential suffering without any clear benefit. Friend, any clever solutions up your sleeve? Of course. Rally them again. I nodded, as if fully understanding their hesitation. I get it, it's hard, I know. In this life, I'll go out the window one more time. I'll go. Supervisor Dolphin raised her hand. Supervisor, my eternal gratitude. But not alone. Supervisor, you should jump with me. W8, sir, are you Sue? Of course, I'll be all right. I had planned on doing it anyway. As disgusting and revolting as it was, there was no way around it. If no one else volunteers, I shall demonstrate again. Yup, but before we do, I'd like someone else to go first. Supervisor Dolphin pointed with both hands. Right at Assistant Manager Butterfly. Seniority first. Ayak. Hey, you said you'd do me a favor, right? I'm calling it in now. This is exactly the favor I had in mind, but fine, whatever. Surprisingly, Assistant Manager Butterfly seemed calm. It felt like the two of them had discussed this beforehand. Should I go now? First, altar entrance. The surroundings darkened with a crimson hue. People instinctively froze, but Assistant Manager Jin Nassal's small, composed voice cut through the tension. I don't like repeating myself. Eek. Why, yes, please close your eyes for a moment. I'll give you the token of approval. I pretended to shake her hand, while discreetly passing her the happy maker in the darkness. Just stick it in. Before I could mouth the words, she had already expertly and discreetly injected herself with the happy maker. It was as if she had anticipated it all along, likely realizing it was a pain-relieving item. Plick. The soft sound of the stick being used was followed by the leftover injector, disappearing seamlessly into her sleeve. Not bad at all. Assistant Manager Jin Nassal grinned, then immediately leaned back and let herself fall out of the window. Yuck. As she was smiling as she went. Thus, the first offering for the altar willingly sacrificed herself. The atmosphere in the car had now shifted into full excitement. No one found my companions suspicious anymore. They wanted to believe this would work. The feeling that things are being resolved, it's addictive. Soon after, 2 more volunteers came forward. Me too, we'll go together. It was a couple sitting near the window. They had been observing everything since the first loop, the falling, the conversations, so their courage likely came from all the information they had gathered. Still, I didn't immediately say yes. I stared at them quietly for a few seconds, as if evaluating their worth. The couple, now filled with both anticipation and nervousness, waited as if they were being judged. A moment later, "Yes, you two are qualified." "Oh." "When we reach the altar, close your eyes briefly and extend your hands. I will grant you the sign of approval." The couple, overjoyed and receiving congratulations from those around them, stood before the open window. Second altar entrance. Taking advantage of the darkness, I secretly injected them both with the powerful painkiller, the Happy Maker. Holding hands, they leapt out of the open window together. Oh, the scam was proceeding smoothly. This is much better than everyone throwing each other out the window, going mad in the process. Still, cold sweat trickled down my back as I carried out the deception. Since there are no other volunteers, the supervisor and I will proceed next. Please remain calm and safe, and we'll see you all at the starting point. Hey, are you sure you'll be okay? Yes, I'll be fine. I can handle another round. Loya, I truly hated this, but I had no choice. I'd do it again. I need to set myself apart. To continue leading these people, I had to highlight my uniqueness. Showing them that I could survive multiple falls without issue would leave a strong impression. Fortunately, Supervisor Dolphin didn't change her mind. Let's do this together. Thank you. But you know. She looked up at me with a curious gaze. Am I qualified? Yes. The nuance was subtle, but... Third altar entrance. Be careful. We'll see you soon. And so I successfully rallied the crowd and fell out of the window once more, this time with Supervisor Dolphin. Into the mad tunnel filled with rotting flesh. Gross. Supervisor Dolphin, who had landed with a roll, grimaced at the horrific surroundings, shaking herself off as she complained. Oog filthy what, us so noisy, that way, toward the light. Yes, it'll be a bit tough, but if we walk, we'll get there. It was somewhat reassuring to have someone else with me. The voices are gone. The eerie whispers urging us to cast away our sins and go to Tamra were mysteriously absent. Not that they're essential for the escape, though. I tilted my head slightly as I walked. Then Supervisor Dolphin spoke up. Actually, I had something to talk to you about, which is why I jumped with you. Yes. The things you told the others, you know about protecting them from pain and all that. Technically, it's not a lie, right? Yes, I chose my words to fit the situation. It's a bit extreme, but a method like this works. Ahem. She touched her chin, thinking for a moment, then suddenly said, Supervisor, do you know how many people have suffered because of cults? She didn't scowl or frown. She simply stared at me, her gaze unwavering, not even blinking. Right. Supervisor Dolphin was an extreme idealist when it came to integrity. Oh no, she might outright reject anything cult-related. I quickly tried to salvage the situation. I'm aware. In fact, one of my close friends got involved with a cult and cut off all contact. That part was true. That's why I decided to get ahead of it. In this situation, cults and superstitions are bound to thrive. When people experience pain without understanding why, they'll start clinging to anything for hope. It had happened in the previous loops, after all. Of course, my current actions weren't just about preventing that. They were about escaping without mass panic or violence. But I couldn't explain all that logically, so I ended my statement there. I chose this method to minimize the damage. I know it's extreme and strange, but... 3 agonizing seconds passed. Well, you've got a point. Phew. So you're just saying those things to calm people down, but in reality, you're actually helping them feel less pain and find a way for everyone to escape, right? Exactly that, yes. Sounds good, I'll fully cooperate. Supervisor Dolphin extended her hand for a handshake. When I took her hand, she suddenly pulled me closer. But you can't exploit good people. Otherwise, I'll have to fight you, Supervisor. Of course, I'll keep that in mind. Great, perfect. I smiled and completed the handshake with her. I am saved. Cold sweat dripped down my back. Fighting a senior elite team member from the Nightmare Company and dealing with decaying flesh. No thanks, I'd rather bash my head into a wall. Judging by the mood, it looks like everyone in our car is fully on board, huh? That's right. Squelch, squelch. I kept walking toward the light at the end of the tunnel as I responded. But this isn't where I stop. My ultimate goal. I will make the majority of passengers on this train believe me. At least 7 of the 8 train cars needed to be on my side. I needed to secure a dominant public opinion. Fifth loop. After experiencing death and resetting multiple times, the passengers of this high-speed train were sinking beyond panic and into exhaustion, resignation, and madness. Their perceptions were distorted, and it had become difficult for them to think as they normally would. And through these repeated loops, they had heard certain things over and over. Someone's been whispering strange stuff, like saying we're chosen and that this is a test. Sounds like cult nonsense. What kind of test? Apparently, if we pass, we'll gain some sort of transcendental power. But all the people who fell out of the windows went crazy. Yet, people from the rear cars said they fell but came back fine, describing what they saw outside. Seriously? No way. They're probably just bluffing, right? But even as they voiced their doubts, their desire for answers was evident. It was the subconscious hope that those claims were true. There's someone called Pathfinder from Car 7, and he's teaching people how to escape. He's offering to help everyone, saying we're all qualified. And as the murmurs among the passengers of Car 3, a special cabin grew louder. There, a man seated in the front row single seat. Baek Deoksu opened his eyes. Fuck. He had been on his way back home for the holidays when he got trapped in this fucking train ghost story. It felt like he was going to rot away here. No, that's not it. He thought of the new eye hidden under his medical eye patch and grinned slyly. By observing how things were playing out, he could tell. So this whole thing is about tossing people out the window. Basically, he figured they had to throw about half the passengers out, and then reach the destination to clear the ghost story. I just need to stay out of sight and hide. Cults were a predictable response to situations like this. In a small, high-stress emergency environment, humans tended to do wacko things. With the train endlessly looping back to the starting point and the extreme stress of an inescapable scenario, even ridiculous suggestions that would normally be scoffed at suddenly seemed worth clinging to. Things that would normally be dismissed with a not buying your cult nonsense were now being embraced. It was human nature. I just have to stay quiet and let them toss each other out until the chaos clears. Oh, over there. There was a commotion at the back. A fight. No, it wasn't a fight. Someone had entered the car. There they are, the Pathfinder and the people from Car 7. That cult group. Let's at least get a look at them. Baek Deoksu casually turned his head toward the corridor. And then he saw familiar faces. The elite team. Assistant Manager Jin Nassal from A Squad and Supervisor Lee Seong-hee from C Squad. He recognized them instantly. They were faces he had memorized from the company's intranet, just in case. Why the hell are they here? As he was trying to process whether this train was connected to Daydream Corp's managed darknesses. Attention! Mid the cult-like group, Supervisor Dolphin shouted, drawing everyone's attention. We have someone here who will teach you how to escape. As she stepped aside, someone emerged from the door connecting to the rear car. A calm, sharp-looking man in a suit, exuding an eerie composure with a serene smile. Baek Deoksu's eyes widened in recognition. Kim Solium. Everyone, please do not worry. Kim Solium smiled softly, spreading his arms wide. This is all part of a grand test, and you have been chosen. Holy shit. That psycho bastard is the cult leader. TN, the vocab authornym uses for Pathfinder, is synonymous to person who does good deeds. Our dear Solium really knows how to brand himself, huh? Elmao. Chapter 115. Hold up. Let's take a moment to delve into Baek Deoksu's turbulent encounters with his psychopathic roommate. The psycho who mocked him for losing his left eye. The dopamine junkie who used people as bait in dangerous darknesses. The lunatic who pretended to be a serial killer, hacking away with an axe. And now he's playing cult leader too. At this point, the sheer absurdity of the situation surpassed all reason, and Baek Deoksu began to feel the anime phenomenon, a breakdown of norms where everything about this chaotic lineup just seemed expected just because it involved that bastard Kim Solium. Fine, let's say that's all whatever. But how the hell was he facing that lunatic here and now? I even took a vacation leave. He hadn't just left the company dorm, he had left Seoul altogether. Baek Deoksu shook his head violently, wondering if this was a nightmare, but the reality was unyielding. With 2 elite team superiors by his side and leading dozens of people, Kim Solium stood in the center of Car 3's corridor, raising his arms dramatically, just like a cult leader would. There is no need to worry, we can all pass this test safely. The only comforting thought Baek Deoksu had was the fact that the people in this car were smart enough to point fingers and ridicule the guy. Who the hell is that guy? Jesus, now we've got another lunatic. Ugh. Don't make eye contact. Ridicule and rejection erupted toward Kim Solium, who was spouting nonsense. Yeah, this is normal. But Kim Solium wasn't shaken in the slightest. With a gentle smile, he calmly scanned the people in Car 3. That made it even scarier. Everyone, I understand that you're confused by this sudden gathering, and you probably think this is insane. A test? What test? Kim Solium gave a sheepish smile, his demeanor that of a composed office worker. To be honest, I know this sounds cultish even to me. It's a bit embarrassing, really. His tone was calm and steady, like someone giving sincere advice over coffee. But in such terrifying and dreadful circumstances, we have to muster courage to speak up. If someone knows an answer, sharing it is the right thing to do. Kim Solium's expression hardened as he made eye contact with those around him. I ask that you set aside your discomfort and think this over. We are not fools. There is a reason why so many of us are here, sharing the same story. Baek Deoksu glanced around at the people teetering on the edge of madness, trapped in this surreal loop of dying and restarting on the same train. Kim Solium was telling them exactly what they wanted to hear, the promise of an escape. And his voice brimmed with conviction. This is a test, and there is a way to pass it. Suddenly, someone spoke up. So, you know how to get out of here? Yes. Kim Solium subtly turned his gaze behind him. The people from Car 7, standing excitedly with eyes brimming with fervor, spoke up enthusiastically. We just need to go out through the window. Just jump out the window, and it'll be over. What kind of bullshit is this? The horrified passengers of Car 3 were met with a barrage of explanations. It's not nonsense. There's a way to make it painless. At least 10 people have already gone out. Sure, it's a bit gross, but you just follow the light and you'll find the exit. Anyone can do it. If anyone has trouble walking, someone else can jump out with them to help. It's not hard at all. As long as the venerable Pathfinder helps us. The surprising part was that, although only 10 people had jumped so far, there were dozens, nearly 100, following this group, including passengers from other cars. Kim Solium, watching the hopeful and eager eyes around him, turned his gaze forward and smiled faintly. That's right, everyone. You can all make it out through the window. And at that moment, Baek Deoksu realized something. There will be no problems. That's right. It's a scam. This fucking psycho. He's rallying all these idiots to jump out of the windows so that he can escape safely himself. But he won't fool me. Baek Deoksu swallowed, convinced he had figured it out. Listen to the people who have already been out the wind. We have, with a couple who went through the second altar during the third life loop. Watching the passengers from Car 3 gradually lean in to hear the testimonies of the Car 7 survivors, who sounded like they were sharing triumphant stories from a self-help seminar, Baek Deoksu clicked his tongue. Idiots. I could fabricate testimonies like that with my pen anytime. Clearly, Kim Solium had used the pen he confiscated from Baek Deoksu to brainwash these fools. Fine, if that's how he wanted to play it, Baek Deoksu had a strategy of his own. Just stay put. As long as he didn't join the procession of Kim Solium's worshippers, he'd be fine. Baek Deoksu grinned confidently, relieved by his quick thinking. He had nearly gotten dragged into this mess. Stay under the radar, and once that psycho fools the rest of them into jumping out all at once. Just then, all right, let me show you right now. I'll jump through the window this time. This time, I'm the one qualified to go through the altar. Yes, you've been approved this time. Well, let's give a round of applause. Wait, what? The first altar is the loneliest and scariest because you have to go through it alone. It's fine. I want to follow in the venerable Pathfinder's footsteps exactly. I am not a Pathfinder, just the first one to try it. Yes, well. Kim Solium smiled shyly before earnestly grasping the participant's hands, as if in prayer. I'll do my best to ensure you're protected from pain by strengthening the mark I'll give you. Oh, yes. First altar entrance. Baek Deoksu watched the scene unfold, his expression blank with disbelief. Under the dim, crimson lighting of the train, he saw Kim Solium gently grasp the volunteer's arm and do something subtle. I'm off. See you soon. Good luck. Mid cheers and encouragement, the volunteer, now resolute, stepped through the window. This repeated over and over until fourth altar entrance. And now we have our final participants. That's when it hit him. Items. Kim Solium had been secretly using some kind of item on the participants before they jumped. Whatever it was, it actually helped them avoid going insane after falling through the window. Wait a second. Could he actually be doing something about this? And if that psycho was going so far to ensure people were safe, then... Baek Deoksu's mind spun rapidly as he switched gears. This darkness is a first-come, first-served clear system. A system where you had to fill the quota before anyone could clear the game. Jumping through the window isn't just some symbolic act, it's the main event. And Kim Solium would be the type to stir up a frenzy to get people to willingly jump. Why? Because that gives him more dopamine. Forcing people through the window wouldn't be as fun for him. No, he'd prefer this method because it was more exciting and rewarding. What a terrifying lunatic. Baek Deoksu shivered. But that wasn't the issue right now. If that psycho has a plan, then... supervisor. Baek Deoksu shot his hand up and stood, finally revealing his presence right after the train passed the fourth altar and the light returned. Who's that? Wait, was someone else in here? The passengers, who had become familiar with each other after looping 5 times, were startled by the unfamiliar face. But Baek Deoksu put on a shocked expression, pretending to be as surprised as they were, and turned to address the person he knew would give him the best chance, Kim Solium. Sure, approaching the elite team was tempting, but he doubted they'd entertain a random new face meaningfully. Better to play the roommate angle. And judging by how Kim Solium had made himself the ringmaster of this whole circus, it seemed like the safer bet. My goodness, hello, sir. I didn't expect to see you here. Kim Solium stared at him silently for a moment. Then he smiled. Really, but I did. Fuck. Truly? Haha, of course not, just kidding. How could I have known? Driven by his rising fear, Baek Deoksu barely stopped himself from blowing a goddamn fuse. Ah, this person is from the same recruitment batch as mine. I heard he took a vacation leave and was on his way to his family home. Nice to meet ya. The 2 elite team members nodded indifferently, showing little interest in a rookie with no seniority. Instead, it was the crowd behind them that grew excited. Oh, if he's a colleague, then maybe he can head straight to the window. Yeah, just like those others. Perfect. Baek Deoksu beamed. Oh, in that case, I'd be happy to test the window. No, he's not qualified yet. This fucking bastard. Then, when will I qualify? Kim Solium looked at him, as if he truly pitied him, and shook his head. I do not know. I'm just someone who passed the test before, trying to guide everyone toward the least painful path. A vein throbbed on Baek Deoksu's temple. But he forced a polite, desperate smile. I see. Oh, even so, I'd like to speak privately with you about some work-related matters. Hey. Suddenly, a thunderous scolding erupted from the passengers, eagerly sending off window jumpers. What's wrong with this guy? The train is in chaos and he's talking about work. Does he not understand the situation? It's fine, everyone. People prioritize different things. We still have time until the next life loop, so I'll have a quick chat with him. Egu, yes. The passengers muttered among themselves, calling Kim Solium too kind for his own good. Baek Deoksu no longer felt goosebumps, just resignation. Shall we talk over there? Sure. But the moment they entered the restroom and locked the door, Baek Deoksu couldn't hold it in any longer. I saw you using an item, supervisor. Kim Solium's polite smile vanished, his face becoming expressionless as he crossed his arms. And Baek Deoksu gulped. I'm just saying, think about what would happen if I went out there and told everyone. He had to get this lunatic to the negotiation table somehow. But Kim Solium silently studied him for a moment before subtly nodding. Braun says you won't do that. Oh, really? Yeah, he says if you tried, they'd throw you out the window with nothing but your clothes. It's simpler to just jump on your own than to get thrown out, don't you think? It was the truth. Damn it. Baek Deoksu gulped hard. Fortunately, Kim Solium didn't press him further. Instead, he did something unexpected. He dangled a carrot. Actually, I have a favor to ask you. I need your eye. Huh? The one I gave you as a gift. Baek Deoksu instinctively put a hand over his eye patch, thinking of the purple reverse eye beneath it. The device allowed him to see dangerous entities through glowing heat halos. The more dangerous, the brighter the halo. It was an excellent danger detector, highly valuable to the field exploration team, though Baek Deoksu never fully understood why Kim Solium had given it to him. The truth was simple. If Kim Solium wore it, everything would glow red. The device was so sensitive to the wearer's subconscious that someone with even a hint of fear wouldn't be able to distinguish levels of danger. And since giving it to anyone else would mean telling them to pluck out their existing eye, it was only natural that the already one-eyed Baek Deoksu ended up with it. He was, after all, the perfect candidate. No one in their batch had stronger survival instincts. But Baek Deoksu, unaware of this reasoning, remained cautious as he asked, "When should I use it?" "In the car one." "Car one?" Baek Deoksu frowned as he tried to recall what he'd overheard from others. Then it hit him. "They said the door to that car is locked." "That's right." Kim Solium admitted it casually. "It's probably been locked since the second loop, and now, every time the train returns to its starting point, they lock it again." Just hearing that felt suspicious. How does this bastard know all of this? Wasn't he originally from Car 7? How could he possibly know what's going on at the front of the train? Is that why he's been leading people around, gathering information? Whatever the case. So what do you want me to do about it? Simple. Kim Solium spoke nonchalantly. When the door to Car 1 opens, you go in and identify the person with the highest danger reading. Who exactly is in Car 1? No idea. If you don't know, then who does? As expected, Kim Solium tilted his head to the side and stroked his chin. But you know, they've been randomly throwing people out the window in that car every loop. And it happens on its own. It's like someone gets thrown out every time without fail. It must be painful for them, poor souls. So I figured I should stop them. Lies. Sounds good, doesn't it? Why, yes, absolutely. Total BS. He's pissed that they're messing up his grand plan and wants to take control. But Baek Deoksu kept his mouth shut. His life was more important. Instead, he forced a smile and said, "Then if I identify the most dangerous person in Car 1, wouldn't that qualify me for an item? The item that grants eligibility. This has to be how I get one of those items, right?" That's a different matter. Items and eligibility aren't related. But if someone volunteers to help convince the people in Car 2 to open Car 1's door, maybe that person will earn eligibility. Baek Deoksu grinned widely. Wow, that's exactly what I wanted to do, haha. Great, I'll leave it to you then. Yes. Die, you bastard Kim Solium. And that's how Kim Solium successfully roped Baek Deoksu into unpaid labor. After all, even dogshit can be used as a remedy, as they say. You're here. Yes, let's give it our best again. The train restarted. The passengers from Car 7 greeted each other enthusiastically and even struck up conversations with people from other cars. Despite having experienced 6 train crashes, they seemed remarkably stable. It's true, having hope makes it easier to endure. But keeping people mentally grounded meant one thing. I'll have to keep up this crazy cult leader scam act. Damn it. Let's go, Mr. Rodeer. Today I'm excited to see what kind of audience or passengers will be captivated by your brilliant performance. Oh, how very fun. Everyone, today many from Car 8 have gained eligibility. Woo-woo. Braun, stop cheering, please. Kim Solium was beginning to feel a little existential dread, but he didn't let it stop him. He remained dedicated to his job of leading the passengers. And so time passed. The 14th loop. Venerable Pathfinder. Venerable Pathfinder, we're almost there. Haha. Kim Solium had gained the support of 342 out of 355 passengers, unifying the sentiment in every car except the first. Braun even suggested creating a TV show based on his leadership. Only one car remained. Car 1. A total of 53 passengers had locked themselves inside since the second loop, cutting themselves off from the rest of the train. The only thing known about them was that they had been consistently offering sacrifices. The door had opened. Finally, the news they had been waiting for. Chapter 116. The door to Car 1 has opened, you say? Yes. I immediately moved with the others to Car 2. Baek Sahian rushed out, looking triumphant. I did my best to convince the passengers in Car 1 to open the door. Of course, it was a group effort from everyone, Venerable Pathfinder. I see you worked hard. It seemed that every time the loop restarted, he had been knocking on Car 1's door, shouting about how there was a solution and asking them to come out. And surely he must have enthusiastically shared grand tales of the things you have accomplished, Mr. Roe dear. Ah, I wish I could have heard those fascinating stories myself, but fret not. A good friend always chooses to stay by his friend's side. Yes, thank you, legendary host. Anyway, it seemed that effectively sharing information about the outside situation had indeed made a difference in Car 1. I remembered exactly how it had been described on the wiki. Everything repeated dozens of times. Blood and madness reigned in every loop. Those 2 sentences were crystal clear in my memory. The door to Car 1 only opens after all those loops. Honestly, I had planned to break in myself around the 20th loop. But 14 loops in, that's pretty good. No wonder Baek Sahian had earned the nickname Field Exploration Team's Viper on the wiki. I nodded, acknowledging his efforts. Well then, let's proceed to talk with them. Wait. Baek Sahian hurriedly stopped me. No way. The door has shut again. Well, technically we did make contact. Look at this. Baek Sahian frantically handed me something. A crumpled, filthy piece of paper. Scrawled in large letters. Just endure 7 times more. Were jagged words that were pressed firmly into the paper, surrounded by dark, reddish-black stains of some vile, slimy substance. That stuff, it looks like the rot we saw in the tunnel. A murmur of unease spread among the crowd. W8, what if Car 1 has turned into some sort of cursed hellhole, like the tunnel? Right, they shut themselves off and ignored the Pathfinder's guidance, and now look at them, suffering horribly. Please calm down. I quickly shook my head, trying to soothe the crowd on the brink of falling into cult-like panic. That's unlikely. They seem to be in great pain, yes, but give me a moment. I headed straight to the connection between Cars 2 and 1. Then I knocked firmly on the closed door of Car 1. Knock, knock. Is anyone there? It's useless. I've tried multiple times. Hello, I'm the one people call the Pathfinder. Can we talk? I continued calling out. Behind me are over 300 passengers. We can help you. Hello. We came to offer our assistance. I'm telling you it's useless. Click. The lock disengaged. I ignored Baek Sahian's dumbfounded expression and calmly turned to address the crowd. I'll go in alone. WHUK. Venerable Pathfinder, what if something happens? I smiled, reassuring them. If too many people enter all at once, it might overwhelm and frighten the passengers in Car 1. And if something does happen, we'll just return to the start of the loop, right? I'll be fine. But at least take something for self-defense. Thank you, I was waiting for someone to say that. In that case, I'll rely on my colleagues. I looked at the 2 elite team superiors and my fellow batchmate. The 3 who had already been briefed immediately nodded. Thus, the United Front of Daydream Inc., employees entering Car 1 was formed. Perfect. It was a relief, especially since I could already see the signs of Jin Nassal's patience wearing thin. Be careful, Venerable Pathfinder. I asked the passengers to stay in Car 2 until called for, and despite their concern, they reluctantly complied. Another relief. Phew, it's getting harder and harder to manage everyone. Sooner or later, things will start spiraling in unpredictable directions. The only reason we've managed to maintain a relatively calm atmosphere so far is because people have been listening to me. I could still feel the weight of the small badge inside the pocket of my suit jacket. The power of the Silver Heart was terrifying, undeniably so. I took a deep breath. Then I'll open the door now. That was when I felt it. Jin Nassal's cold gaze quietly watching me. Isn't this taking too long? Should it have even reached the 14th loop? Yes, I replied calmly. A safe clear is important. I've minimized variables, gathered experience from the altars, and confirmed the escape method. Now we just needed to execute it. That's why this train ride will be our last. Jin Nassal crossed her arms, silently granting me one last pass. Hopefully the final one. Well, since we're ready as you say, let's just get on with it. Yes. As Baek Sahian scrambled after us without any authority to object, Supervisor Dolphin opened the door. Clack. The moment it opened, a sharp metallic stench hit our noses. It was the same smell from the altars. And then, I'm scared. Blyarg grua uerk. Hiaka. Wailing voices. Go in. I stood there, momentarily stunned by the scene before me. Car 1 was completely contaminated. Over 50 people inside were thrashing around, laughing hysterically, rolling on the ground and sobbing uncontrollably. The floor was a mess of vomit, blood, and torn chunks of flesh. A small banner soaked in filth and blood lay crumpled across the aisle. Blue Photography Club, 17th Annual Trip. That's right. The passengers in Car 1 were members of a large group booking, a travel agency tour. They were people who already knew each other well, who were connected and friendly. And now they had ended up like this. These people, they've been taking turns throwing each other out the window, haven't they? Or maybe they've been doing it by rotation. What, but 53 people are completely out of their minds. Even if they threw someone out each time, it's only been 14 loops. You're right, which means, just as Supervisor Kim speculated, there's a person of interest among them. Exactly. Unless every single person had been thrown out, there was only one possibility. Someone within the contaminated group had overwhelming influence, strong enough to sway and lead others. And that someone within this closely knit group likely wore a piece of equipment that could spark extreme persuasion and groupthink. Employee Baek. The thing I asked for. Baek Sahian flinched before hurriedly lowering his eye patch and scanning the area. His purple reverse eye darted around frantically until it suddenly froze. He held his breath and pointed. There. Right behind me. I turned slowly to look at the person Baek Sahian was indicating. A middle-aged man lay collapsed, gripping the handle of the door connecting to Car 2 before losing consciousness. If I had passed him on the street, I would have thought he was just an ordinary, kind-looking man. That is, if his entire body weren't convulsing, twisted grotesquely on the floor. W.E.K.N. Dark red fluid dripped from his mouth as the veins in his temples bulged. His entire body was covered in self-inflicted scratches where he had torn at his own skin. Possible, it's possible. 7 times, 7 more times. I slowly approached the man as he mumbled into the air. His shirt had ridden up slightly due to his thrashing, revealing the end of his belt. There it was, glinting faintly in silver. A small shining badge. Is this the person of interest? Yes. The critical figure behind the Tamra Express disaster. The Silver Heart owner. Help. All that remained now was to confirm it. Elder sir. I knelt down in front of him, meeting his eye level. I leaned in just enough to whisper into his ear, making sure no one behind me could hear. You read the directive, didn't you? The confidential government directive about the Paradise Test. The dull, vacant eyes that had been clouded with confusion suddenly regained a faint spark of awareness. How did you? One moment, please. As expected. So it's true. After brief consideration, I took out a Happy Maker syringe from my pocket. Preparing for another interview, are we? Yes. I needed to talk to this man, no matter what. To secure the information I needed, and to subtly dispel the growing suspicion that I knew too much about this situation from the start. I injected the potent painkiller into the back of the Silver Heart owner's hand. PHHK. Hook. With a loud gasp, his convulsing body immediately stilled, collapsing onto the floor with a soft thud. And then, Tears streamed down his face as he drooled onto the ground. What the hell, what's wrong with him? He's fallen too many times into the altar. Judging by his condition, he had likely been thrown out at least 5 times. Since Happy Maker was a painkiller, not a restorative, his shattered mind wasn't going to recover fully. But at least he could talk now. I can't do it anymore. Well, yes, this man was the key. Thankfully, he began providing valuable information right away. The Silver Heart owner, tears streaming down his face, grabbed my shoulders as soon as we made eye contact. His grip was desperate. You know, don't you? His trembling hands tightened around my shoulders. 7 times is all it takes. We can do it. What exactly do we need to endure? The altars. Then with a pleading tone, he added, I know what this is. I know, it's managed by the government. Over there, we have a department dedicated to these kinds of phenomena. This is part of it. I've seen it myself. I read it. I worked in that place. Behind me, I could hear the elite team members murmuring. So he's a retired employee of the Disaster Management Bureau. Maybe he has some useful equipment. They were spot on. I pressed forward with more questions. I understand, sir. Then can you tell me, what exactly is this supernatural phenomenon? The retired lower-level office worker from the Disaster Management Bureau, still half delirious, began spilling bits and pieces of classified knowledge. The thing is this supernatural phenomenon. It's if you survive 7 altars, just 7 altars, it ends. Just a dream, it's all just a dream. And that's why our photography club. He trailed off, his cloudy gaze shifting around the carriage. He looked at the other members of the Blue Photography Club, lying on the floor, writhing in pain and madness. I understood now why they had ended up like this. The Silver Heart owner convinced them. He had persuaded them that they only needed to sacrifice themselves once to reach the 7th altar. But not everyone had the same kindness and courage as the Silver Heart owner. Some resisted, others hesitated or panicked. Some were too afraid to jump when it was their turn. Amidst the chaos and arguments, the Silver Heart owner likely became the example, jumping out of the window repeatedly to encourage them. And the more he fell, the more his mind broke, and the contamination from his silver heart spread to the entire car. Trapped in a cycle of pain and contamination, everyone in Car 1 eventually lost their minds. At some point, they all started jumping out of the window, their sanity fully shattered. Eventually, they unlocked the door and spilled into the other cars, causing the chaos that followed. That's when things took an even darker turn. That was why we couldn't forcibly open the door to Car 1 earlier. If we had, we would have triggered a full-blown catastrophe, with the half-crazed Silver Heart owner leading the charge. That's why we had to wait. Until the right timing presented itself. Even the owner of the Silver Heart wasn't a god. At some point, amid the madness, confusion, and crumbling sense of self, that passenger must have desperately wanted help from others. But by then, it was already too late. The chaos unfolding in the other cars had reached a level that couldn't be undone. The moment they gave up and wrestled with accepting help from others. There had to be peace outside Car 1 and the appearance of an alternative solution. Something convincing enough for their shattered mind to reach out and unlock the door. But this was the 14th loop. By now, Car 1 was already hell. I'm sorry, everyone. It hurt so much, ick. This is maddening. The overwhelming tragedy of seeing this firsthand hit much harder than any prose I'd read in the wiki. That's why we need to escape quickly. I bit down on my lip and asked the critical question, the one that could give me the decisive clue. Elder, the train you saw in the directive, which train was it exactly? Was it this one? Yes, it's this train, that's right, the train to Ixon, the train bound for Ixon. Supervisor Dolphin tilted her head, puzzled. Ixon, that's strange, this train is heading to Mokpo. Baek Sahian quickly chimed in. Actually, we do pass through Ixon Station, Supervisor. Oh really? So Ixon is just a stop along the way. Yes, that's correct. But instead of trusting Baek Sahian's explanation, Dolphin decided to verify it herself. She strolled through the filth-covered aisle of Car 1, ignoring the sobbing and chaos around her. Eventually, she pulled a booklet from a seat pocket and quickly flipped through it. She nodded after confirming the details. Yup, that's right. Okay, then, according to the retired Disaster Management Bureau employee, we just need to get through 7 altars, correct? Exactly, 7 altars, which means 28 sacrifices. Oh, wait a second. She froze. 7 altars. She caught on. Supervisor Rodeer. Yes. Did you know that train routes often get extensions over time? That makes sense. So maybe this train used to have a shorter route, maybe back when Iksan Station was the final stop. That could be why it was originally called the Iksan Express. Bingo. She nailed it. Technically, the route had been extended in the mid-2010s, from Iksan to Mokpo. And one more thing. Dolphin's finger stopped at a specific section in the guidebook. From Seoul to Iksan, if you're on a local train, you pass through exactly 7 stations. So those altars we've been passing through, those are the stations. Right. And if we follow that same logic. She flipped the page with a flick of her wrist. Unlike the old Iksan route, the current train to Mokpo passes through 9 stations. She clapped the booklet shut. Which means the altars aren't over at 7, we have to pass through 9 altars. And that means we need to offer sacrifices at 9 altars, totaling 45 people. It was a chillingly accurate deduction, as expected of an elite employee. And that truth explained why the passengers in Car 1 had completely lost their minds. Black th loop. After passing the 7th altar, an 8th altar appeared. The supposed solution provided by the Silver Heart owner, their one thread of hope was shattered. With that hope gone, Car 1 fell into a spiral of rage, fear, and panic until everyone mentally collapsed. It's a relief we didn't get to that point. I wouldn't have been able to handle it. As I let out a silent sigh of relief. But Supervisor, Dolphin turned toward me. You only have 11 doses of painkillers, right? And you've already used one, which leaves 10, so. We need 45 people to jump, but the painkillers will only cover 10 of them, right? Chapter 117. What a surprise! The moment of a difficult choice has arrived, friend. Braun's cheerful voice echoed in my ear. So, Mr. Rodeer, you have only 10 passes in hand, but there are 45 poor candidates who must fall into that wretched altar of rotting flesh to suffer. What criteria will you use to select the 45 sacrifices, and then choose the 10 lucky ones to be spared? A trial, a vote, a review process, a lottery. Oh, it all sounds terribly unfortunate. Braun's voice grew more and more excited. But isn't that tension, pressure, suspense, relief, joy, and despair the essence of a great show? This is the ultimate moment. Ah, look over there, a panelist is speaking. At that moment, it doesn't matter, does it? Assistant Manager Jin Nassal spoke up. Assistant Manager, whether there are 10 painkillers or just one, what difference does it make? Just grab 45 people and throw them out, that's all. Her tone implied she couldn't understand why this was even up for debate. She turned toward me and added, Isn't that what you set everything up for in the first place? Click. The assistant manager lightly pushed the door to Car 1 open. Assistant Manager. Look. Through the slightly opened door, I saw the passengers in Car 2, waving and offering concerned smiles. The hundreds of friendly people, creating an atmosphere where everything was progressing smoothly without friction. Well, this turned out better than I thought. I figured all this would be a waste of effort, but now it seems like it'll make things easier. After all, the people on this train don't really understand what's happening, do they? They won't figure it out until after they've fallen. It was the truth. I could grab anyone right now and say, You've qualified as one of the 45, and it's your turn to jump out. They wouldn't even know they were supposed to receive painkillers before falling. They'd simply jump without preparation, into what felt like hours of endless torture. And if it doesn't end at the 9th altar, we can just keep making them jump until no more altars appear. So let's start throwing them now. That's not possible. Someone else answered. It was Supervisor Dolphin. She looked up at Assistant Manager Jin Nassal and firmly replied, It's not possible. Really? Jin Nasal's temple twitched, but she was skilled enough to give the other person a chance to explain. Then what do you suggest? Supervisor Dolphin, staying true to her nature, offered a solution that's very like her. Just pick out the worst people and throw them out. Are you crazy? Why would we go through the hassle of doing that? At that moment, to reach Tamra, offer a sacrifice. It's time. Jin Nasal strode toward the exit of Car 1. Supervisor Dolphin's eyes gleamed, and her hand twitched as if ready to act. Wait just a second. Wait. I quickly stepped in front of the assistant manager. What? It felt like standing on the edge of a cliff. Stay calm, be cautious. I swallowed hard and spoke. The supervisor's suggestion makes sense. We shouldn't just tell people to jump blindly. What I mean is, there's a valid reason to do it this way. A reason? Yes. I took a deep breath. Stay calm. I had to reflect what I knew from the narrative story into my argument naturally. Assistant manager, when you went out the window, you heard the voice at the altar filled with rotting flesh, didn't you? The one saying things like, abandon your sins. Cast away your sins. Tear off as much as your sins deserve. The strange, overwhelming resonance that even Happy Maker couldn't block out. Without it, I would have been clawing at my skin, burning with pain. And if the voice is that powerful, it must be deeply connected to this phenomenon. I think that in this darkness, the keyword is sin. The keyword, we need to clear this. Jin Nasal stopped walking. Keep talking. Yes. I swallowed again. Isn't it strange from the beginning? Why do the sacrifices wake up on the train again after falling? If they've been offered as sacrifices, they shouldn't return. They come back messed up, though. Yes, but that's because they follow the voice telling them to tear off as much as their sins deserve. The pain drives them insane. I connected two things that had been vaguely lumped together over 14 loops. So the sacrifice isn't the person itself. It's the flesh they offer in proportion to their sins, isn't it? Haven't I gone over this before? When the cult madness spread, passengers from all the cars killed each other, held deranged rituals, and tossed corpses out the windows. If you were to count the number of people who had fallen to their deaths, the 9th altar should have been easily surpassed by now. And yet, despite looping hundreds of times, this nightmare never ended. The reason was simple. The people themselves are not the sacrifices. It's their sins they're offering at the altar. And the people return. After completing the offering, the person always walks back through the altar and returns to the starting point of the train. That's how the loop resets. Although they come back half-crazed from the pain of tearing off their sins, the person themselves always returns. They leave their sins behind, in the form of torn flesh scattered throughout the passageway. Chewed, vomited, and discarded as they go. That's what I believe is the offering. The agony. The searing pain proportional to their sins, the voice echoing in their head. Once you see the tunnel littered with rotting flesh from that perspective, it's easier to understand. Those grotesque remains aren't just remnants of gore, they're accumulated offerings. So the surest way is for someone with sins to offer them at the altar and letting them fall down. That's what I think, at least. Clap, clap, clap. Supervisor Dolphin softly clapped from behind, but Assistant Manager Jin Nasal remained perfectly still. Of course, my theory could be wrong, but isn't it rational to take the safer route just in case I'm right? Maintaining eye contact with Jin Nasal, I pleaded earnestly. So, for a safe clear, please allow me to convince the passengers. You? The assistant manager opened her mouth. You're a good liar. Well, I'd rather deal with someone who can talk than someone who can't. Assistan. This is the 3rd time. Thud. She grabbed me by the collar and lifted me into the air. Venerable Pathfinder. Alia. Getting lenient with you seems to have no end. We have to dive into the next darkness at Mokpo Station, but you're wasting my time and energy here. From beyond the connecting corridor, passengers from Car 2 screamed and ran toward us, but Jin Nasal didn't flinch. She calmly shut the door to Car 1 and locked it. Click. Be grateful I'm wasting my time explaining this to you. She leaned in close, her face right in front of mine. You said the offering is the flesh torn off their bodies. Then how come those people you injected with painkillers didn't offer anything, and yet they moved on to the next altar just fine? According to you, they didn't give any offerings, and yet the train progressed just fine, didn't it? You knew the truth, didn't you? You lied. You've been caught. Oh my goodness. That's right. I tried to con her. Didn't expect to get caught this fast, though. Sweating, I forced a smile. But most of what I'd said was true. Except for one thing. The conclusion. Of course. The grip on my neck tightened. So we can just throw anyone into the altar, right? Why, yes, that's right. I confessed willingly. The amount of sins they offer probably doesn't matter. Even if they don't offer anything at all, the act of entering the altar is what's important. And beyond that, after all, in this Tamra-bound train, it seems like everyone is considered guilty. We've seen it, haven't we? Even the virtuous owner of the Silver Heart had to tear at their own flesh at the altar. In the twisted logic of this nightmare, no human is free from sin. Everyone is a sinner, the difference lies only in degree. So if the goal is to clear the loop, there's no need to waste time picking and choosing the worst people. Now you're making sense. Jin Nassau let go, dropping me. I barely managed to regain my balance and gasped for air. Good, now stop wasting time and make sure everyone cooperates efficiently. I forced a smile despite my aching body. That sounds strange. What? Assistant manager, you've made an inefficient choice. Thud thud. I glanced back at the passengers knocking on the door, Supervisor Dolphin and Baek Deoksu. If you proceed with your method, you'll have to fight 3 of your own employees. And since the passengers just saw you grab me by the collar, they'll resist you fiercely and fight back no matter what you do. Given how things had already unfolded, the most efficient plan Jin Nassau had in mind was bound to meet massive resistance. The passengers wouldn't cooperate at all. And now that the situation had reached this point, Supervisor Dolphin would certainly side with me and work together to overpower Jin Nassau. Of course, Assistant Manager, you could subdue all of us, but that would be such a hassle, wouldn't it? A great point, Supervisor. Supervisor Dolphin smiled and stepped closer. Why go through all that trouble? Just take a nap and the 3 of us will handle everything. Behind her, Baek Deoksu had a face that seemed to say me, seriously. But instead of siding with the assistant manager, he silently rolled his eyes and kept his mouth shut. Since I was an elite team member now too, he'd likely choose to align with the side that had the numbers advantage. So, assistant manager, could you just turn a blind eye this once, please? This isn't really company business, it's just a situation we happen to get caught up in. We just want a slightly safer and calmer approach. It'll only take a little more time. Please. Jin Nassau is a rational person. She's not the type to throw tantrums and take the long way around just because she's annoyed. That was my only hope. But still, she's human, and humans can act unpredictably when their mood sours. Especially an elite team superior, she'd naturally feel resentment toward 2 subordinates opposing her. I swallowed hard. Just as the supervisor said, this isn't exactly work, is it, assistant manager? After a tense silence, Jin Nassau stomped across car 1. Then she sat down on an empty seat. Thank you. She didn't reply. She simply closed her eyes with a blank expression. Clearly, she was holding back her anger. Honestly, challenging a superior during an official mission was a crazy move. Phew. I'm sorry, assistant manager. But once this is over, I believe the results will be efficient enough for her to accept them. For now, though, I needed to act quickly. Let's get this done right away. We were nearing the first altar. Supervisor Dolphin seemed to think the same, as she began unlocking the door. All right, let's head out and pick 45 wicked people to drop. Supervisor, about that. Could we approach it a little differently? Oh, DRRRK. I opened the door to car 1. Oh, it opened, huh? What is this place? The passengers who had been discussing whether to break down the door looked relieved when it opened, but recoiled in shock upon seeing the horrifying state of car 1. Their fear faded slightly when they saw me. Probably because the answer sheet they trusted on this train was still standing. I bowed my head. Thank you all for waiting. Are you all right, Venerable Pathfinder? That person earlier. I'm fine, of course. I glanced at Jin Nassau and forced a bitter smile. She was helping me snap out of it after I discovered something shocking. Shocking? Who? Everyone, I have something to tell you. I took a moment to steady myself as I faced the hundreds of expectant eyes before me. This time, there is no limit to who can leave through the window. Ooh. And this will be the last time. Excuse me. What does that mean? It's exactly as it sounds. I spoke slowly and clearly. After this, the trial will be over. The passengers murmured, some asking what I meant and whether everyone still needed to jump through the window. Originally, yes, everyone was supposed to go out one by one, but there's been a change. The passengers fell silent, listening intently. Everyone here has qualified. Then. I nodded. Yes, anyone can go through the window and pass the trial. Oh my God. Then I raised my hand to stop those who were already stepping forward. However, this time it will be painful. I said it plainly and honestly. When you fall, you will feel searing pain as you walk. You may even feel the urge to tear your own flesh off. You'll have to fight through the pain and the voice echoing in your head, taking one step at a time toward the light. The passengers fell silent. They began exchanging glances and whispering. Then someone shouted from the back. This isn't what you promised. Yeah, you said you'd protect us. I nodded. Of course, if you don't wish to participate, you don't have to. Hua. But there is one thing I can guarantee. According to the confidential document from the Disaster Management Bureau about the Iksan Express, where this same ghost story ended safely in the past. When this ghost story ends, the passengers will suddenly awaken at the starting point of the train, as if waking from a nightmare. They'll brush it off as a bad dream and go back to living their normal lives. The events aboard the Tamra Express will fade like an unpleasant dream within half a day, and eventually, they'll forget everything. However, a few changes were observed among those who voluntarily jumped through the window. I remembered the passage. A passenger who habitually verbally abused their subordinates apologized immediately after getting off the train and never did it again. A passenger who used to jaywalk out of habit felt too ashamed and stopped doing it. Another passenger who had only considered volunteering at a youth center actually started doing it. Even a scammer involved in an insurance fraud scheme abandoned the plan and handed over information to the police. Overall improvements in morality, self-esteem, and pride were observed. Exactly. As long as the train didn't endlessly loop, but ended safely as it had in the past, the horrifying pain from this ghost story would remain nothing more than a fleeting nightmare, quickly forgotten. But the positive changes would remain. That's why, when this ghost story happened on the Iksan Express, the Disaster Management Bureau didn't label it as a disaster. They simply documented it in a confidential report. In short, if I exaggerated just a little, those who go through the window this time will feel proud of themselves when they emerge from the tunnel. I continued. Instead of regretting what you did yesterday, you'll be someone who steps forward in the moment. You'll meet a better version of yourself without shame. A small voice came from the crowd. Is that the answer? I met the passenger's gaze and slowly nodded. Yes. That much I can promise you. The crowd fell silent again. Then let me ask once more. Is there anyone here willing to endure the pain and go through the window? I will. I turned my head. Supervisor Dolphin had raised her hand. And then, I'll go too. One by one, more hands went up. I will. Me too. On their faces was a strange sense of exhilaration, overcoming their fear. This was crowd psychology. A double-edged sword. But after 14 loops, the collective bond and influence that had built up among the passengers now manifested as something reverent. Their courage inspired those closest to them. In an instant, nearly half the passengers on the train had voluntarily raised their hands. The ending I had worked so hard for, even playing the role of a cult leader over 14 loops, was now right in front of me. Everyone, first altar entrance. Thank you, I will go with you. Just as the Silver Heart owner had once envisioned. Chapter 118. Supervisor, I'll go now. I'm fine going alone. Dolphin's supervisor volunteered to be the first to jump at the first altar. Since someone had to take the lead and jump alone, and there needed to be someone to stay behind to manage and confirm the final group of passengers, I had to remain until the end. However, Dolphin's supervisor wasn't entirely alone. Then I'll go too, for the first one. It's better to do it first if you're going to do it anyway. There were so many volunteers that even at the first altar, a few people ended up jumping together. And we haven't begun in earnest yet. Remaining distance, 4. There's still time to back out if you want to. But no one backed out, even at the final decision point. Let's go. Oh yeah. With Dolphin's supervisor leading the charge, more than 7 people rushed and jumped through the window into the first altar. Open the sea path. The train quickly passed through the altar, and the surroundings brightened once more. Oh. The passengers blinked at the now familiar scene, repeated for the 14th time, a sight that had become routine. They're gone. Of course, it didn't seem much different from the previous jumps. But that was because the real effects of not having the painkiller only kicked in after they'd already fallen. And then a strange reaction began to occur. People started thinking, was it not that big of a deal after all? Some suddenly decided they wanted to jump too. Like this person. Excuse me, I'd like to go as well. This particular passenger was someone Dolphin's supervisor had previously flagged as a candidate for sacrifice after witnessing their nasty behavior. Early in the loops, this person had raised their fists and shouted things like, "Get lost before I punch you." But now, they conveniently seemed to have forgotten all that and approached me as if nothing had happened. Well, that's fine. Then you can jump from the second altar. No, I'd like to go with you, specifically with you, Venerable Pathfinder, at the very end. Understood. If that's what you want. What a rude person. Braun wasn't wrong. I heard the passenger talking with someone in the background. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly volunteering to jump? Can't you see what's happening? I'm sure if we jump, we'll get some special ability or reward. It's obvious. You've got to ride the wave when it comes. There's no such thing. And all that talk about pain, probably just a bluff to scare us off. Nope. You'll actually be in searing pain. Well, they'll confirm it themselves soon enough. Still, it wasn't my job to correct these people's misconceptions. I let them believe what they wanted. I simply added their name to the list of volunteers and took another look at their face to make sure I had the right person. Wait. That mole on this person's cheek. I hadn't noticed it before because I'd rushed past him earlier, but now it stood out. And he's from Car 6, right? I remembered someone with those exact features. That's the passenger who was supposed to become the cult leader in one of the previous loops. Oh my, did he lose the role to you, Mr. Rodeer? As much as I hated to admit it, it seemed like that was the case. I guess with how smoothly the past 14 loops have been going, things like this can happen. Still, it was much better than the chaos from the original, where the cult leader dragged passengers around, harvesting their organs for live sacrifices and tossing their hollowed bodies out the window. The important thing was that most of the volunteers were calm and determined as they headed toward the altar. Let's do this. Let's become better people. We've got this. The atmosphere grew oddly positive. Some passengers even teared up while waiting for their turn. This is my first time really challenging myself. That's amazing. As the passengers encouraged each other and shared honest stories, I turned to look at one person standing off to the side. Baek Deoksu, who was looking at all these people with a look of utter disbelief. Pardon me, I don't know why you're looking at me like that, but I'm not going to jump. Understood. I hadn't expected him to volunteer anyway. But you know. Baek Deoksu lowered his voice this time. If you give me one of those painkillers, I might consider jumping. Oh, then will you use it right now? No, after this is all over and we get off the train. Oh. I smiled. No thanks. He really thought he could get a free item, huh? We've reached the 5th altar, Venerable Pathfinder. Yes, let's proceed. Leaving Baek Deoksu behind, I mingled with the passengers, offering advice and applause to the volunteers. It was my way of fulfilling the role of the silver heart holder. And then, about 3 hours passed. Ninth altar entrance. At last, the final moment had arrived. Let's go. Yes. I stood together with the remaining volunteers. This time, more than 20 people were lined up to jump through the window. This number is insane. To be honest, it scared me. If these people started writhing in pain and resenting me afterward, would my mental state hold out? Let's go. Yes, down we go. Without hesitation, 2 or 3 people held hands and leapt through the window one after another. I watched until the last of the volunteers jumped, then moved to the window myself. Hey, are you really going, venerable sir? Technically, I could step back now without affecting the clear. But still, are you going to use that excellent painkiller again, friend? What? No. I returned the painkiller to my pocket and launched myself through the window. Splat. My body tumbled into the crimson corridor of the altar after falling from the high-speed train, the moment my senses began to register the surroundings. God damn. It was pure, unfiltered hell. I couldn't believe I hadn't been disturbed by this scene before. Despite having experienced this twice, the difference without the happy maker was overwhelming. The ground writhed with countless rotting flesh pieces, squirming like worms, while decayed blood and filth formed a grotesque sea. Hey, are these hallucinations? No, I have the silver ring, so I should be stop thinking. I took deep breaths, allowing the ring's protective effects to kick in. At least the dreadful voice that had once echoed through my mind was gone. Focus, focus. At that moment, searing pain engulfed me. I nearly collapsed. It burns. It burns. I-T-B-U-R-N-S-I-T-B-U-R-N-S. Each letter felt like molten wax searing my entire body. The absence of the voice didn't lessen the agony. Around me, those still hearing it were writhing in torment. Madness, this is madness. Alliaged. What's it saying? Sin, sin. Cries, screams, and chaotic babbling filled the altar. My head spun. Thud. Nearby, someone collapsed into the pile of flesh. I bit back a scream and helped pull them out. GRKKK. Painkiller. I focused only on supporting the person and preparing to inject the happy maker when. Suddenly, the pain lessened. No, that's not right. It wasn't that the pain had decreased. It was that where my body was in contact with the other person, on my back and shoulders, the pain didn't register, making the rest more tolerable. I realized something. Where there was physical contact, the scorching pain wasn't felt. The body wasn't exposed to the altar's environment. Everyone stay close to each other. It helps with the pain. I linked arms with someone nearby as I shouted. The message spread quickly. Don't expose your bare skin. That's where the voice comes from. Grab someone's hand. Groups of scattered people began clustering together, huddling close. Get off me, you piece of shit. Of course, not everyone was coping well. Some still panicked, shoving others into the flesh piles. You fucking bastard. I won't let this go. You lied. You lie. Black. That one man, who had arrogantly joined the group earlier in hopes of gaining special powers, screamed curses at me before sinking into the mire. But over 20 people managed to band together, pressing close like penguins. We're holding on. It's bearable, it's bearable. Let's move. Linked together, we interlocked arms and pushed forward, sticking as closely as possible. Our intertwined hands gripped one another firmly, preventing any self-harming reactions. Feet scattered the decaying flesh as we ran. Screams and cries echoed, but so did words of encouragement and determined shouts. A shared sense of purpose. We're almost there. The light drew closer, slowly but surely. Just a bit more. A bit more. And finally, the people let out desperate cheers as they hurled themselves into the light. Woo-ea. I too was engulfed by the light, my consciousness slowly elevating into a distant euphoria, though the voice had long since vanished. Suddenly, a thought occurred to me. Perhaps this test that the ghost train presented had never been properly solved until now. And at this moment, I felt like I had glimpsed the direction of the answer. What if in Tamra? What if, by having all the passengers on the train jump together and go through this process, we could reach an unknown world? I opened my eyes. Hoog. Urg. Ah, W, what is this? All around me, I heard people gasping for breath and letting out small groans. The distinct, jerking movements of people waking up from a nightmare were evident, as I saw chairs shaking across the train car. I immediately lifted my head to check the train screen. There were letters on the display. Bound for Mokpo. Then it changed. Departing. Fwiet. With a high-pitched sound, the high-speed train began pulling out of the station. Oh, we made it back safely. Yes. Escape successful. 2. I exhaled, my body slumping fully into the seat as the tension drained away. But the moment I glanced at the seat in front of me, I snapped to attention. Assistant Manager Jin Nassal. She was sitting there, arms crossed, silently staring at the ceiling of the train with an unreadable expression. Of course, it was all part of a dream now, and since she hadn't jumped through the window in the end, she probably wasn't too angry. But still. I should still do what needs to be done. I quickly rummaged through my pocket and pulled out something designed to restore energy to a no-nonsense, efficiency-obsessed superior like her. It was something that all three of us in this section had. Assistant Manager. The Dream Essence Collector is full. Clear, golden liquid shimmered inside the collector as it sloshed. Right. Since we were technically on a business trip, we had brought Dream Essence collectors with us. By clearing this ghost story, they had been filled. If we had cleared the ghost story back when it was still just the Ixon Express, we'd probably only get an F or D grade. But an abnormal phenomena had occurred, and the route was extended. And then there were the double-digit loops, and there were numerous people jumping through the altars this time. It's a C grade. The same grade as the darkness we were supposed to explore in Mokpo. Now that the collectors were full, entering a new darkness wouldn't have any benefit. Assistant Manager Jin Nassal's expression finally shifted. Then we don't have to go to Mokpo anymore. We can return at the next station. Yes. Relief washed over me, and I let out a deep breath. Thank goodness. For a corporate worker, going back home early is truly the best gift. Just then, I heard murmuring from the seats behind me. Hey, I had the weirdest dream. The train was running on water or something. Haha, what? That sounds like nonsense. But it was fun. Everything was chaotic, and there was even this saint-like figure they called the Venerable Pathfinder, that guy sitting right in front of us. Wait, seriously. Hold up. It seemed my stint as a cult leader had left a lasting impression on some people. I need to get out of here. I quickly excused myself to my superiors and discreetly headed for the restroom. Click. Who? Okay, I'll hide here for a few minutes until the details of the dream started fading from their memories. You're like a celebrity avoiding overzealous fans. It was embarrassingly accurate. But this wasn't a bad outcome. No, it's actually a great ending. A faint sense of pride spread through my chest. A sense of peace that the original passengers of the Tamra Express had never experienced. Because back then, the ending had been far more horrific. It was seared into my memory, even without referencing the wiki. At one point in the endless loops, the passengers' minds had completely broken. They had descended into collective madness, becoming something no longer recognizable as human. By then, the train cars had become a living nightmare, where the mere concept of deciding to jump through the windows was lost in the sea of pain. But if you repeat the process enough times, there's always a chance that someone stumbles upon the right answer. After countless restarts and endless time, they eventually gathered the correct number of sacrifices for the 9th altar and escaped this anomaly. But in a sense, they never truly escaped. Even for those who experienced being offered once, the trauma lingered for several minutes afterward, as if waking from a terrible nightmare. So what happens to those who endure it hundreds or thousands of times? They could never escape the nightmare. The passengers presumably did not realize that the supernatural phenomenon had ended, and they had returned to reality. They mistakenly believed they were still trapped in the loop. In fact, as their mental strength partially recovered upon returning to reality, their despair intensified, leading them to act even more irrationally and violently. Thus, even in the real world, hell descended. The majority of the passengers killed and dismembered each other on the spot, on their seats in the aisles and near the windows. After that horrifying chaos and madness, the train derailed. And exploded. This was how the Tamra Express disaster met its terrible conclusion. Survivors 7. Casualties 404. Thankfully, this outcome hadn't become reality. I let out a deep breath of relief. Now that everything was over, I finally had the time to question a lingering mystery. Supervisor Black, the only known employee from Daydream Inc., who had survived this incident in the original scenario. The same employee who presumably had the same silver ring I was currently wearing, having bartered it with 3 civilians at Death Lane. Where exactly had that person been? Or rather, were they even here? I didn't know. The only company employee I had directly confirmed aboard the train earlier was Baek Deoksu. And since I didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble or draw attention by sniffing out all the employees, I let it be. Well, in any case, it all worked out. If they were aboard, they must have survived since the incident had ended peacefully. What mattered was that the tragedy originally tied to this train had been averted. Bang, bang, bang. It's time to leave. Someone impatient from waiting was knocking on the bathroom door. I quickly jotted down a few notes in my smartphone's memo, app to hold on to the fading memories of the past 14 loops, splashed cold water on my face, and stepped out of the train restroom. Click. The person waiting outside barged in the moment the door opened. They must have been in a hurry. I passed by them and headed back to my seat. F-Wick. You fucking piece of shit. I instinctively lowered my gaze. A box cutter. The blade had narrowly grazed past my chest. Fuck. I immediately stepped back while grabbing the attacker's forearm and twisting it sharply. Clang. The cutter blade fell to the floor with a sharp clang as I pushed the attacker down and pinned him to the floor. That's when I saw his face. You bastard, This lunatic. Cold sweat trickled down my back. The wannabe cult leader. Fuck, it hurts, damn it, it hurts. It was the same person who was left behind at the 9th altar. This insane idiot. You lied to me, then die, you bastard, you piece of. I forcefully slammed him into the floor once more. Thud. A short, dull impact rang out. And he passed out. My hands were drenched in sweat. Did he lose his mind after we left him behind there? Considering his already bad personality, he had probably experienced even more suffering during the offering because of his greater guilt. Still, even if it had been a nightmare, it must have been a particularly severe one for him. What an uncontrollable temper. No wonder he ended up like this. I wiped the sweat off my face. At least the blade hadn't cut through my chest or caused any pain. Why? Good thing I wrapped myself in protective packaging beforehand. I hadn't expected to be dragged into another ghost story during our trip, but I had prepared for the possibility by layering my skin with a protective wrapping item before departing. The item, Wrapper 12B357, Kona Inus, was something I'd bought from the alien shop. Given the death prediction I had received, it had been a sensible precaution. Still, I didn't think I'd be dodging death from a knife-wielding maniac rather than getting done in at a ghost story. Was this the death prediction I had been warned about? Did I just narrowly avoid it? What do you think, Braun? What? No response. Braun. An unsettling feeling crept down my spine. I had just been slashed across the chest. Though the packaging had protected my skin, the outer layer of my suit, specifically the left chest pocket, had taken damage. And in that pocket was Braun. Still, there was no answer. My heart pounding, I hurriedly reached into my suit pocket. My trembling fingers pulled out the fluffy animal plushie inside. Plip, plip, plip. Cotton fell to the ground. The pink fabric dangled, torn and frayed, as the broken plush keychain swayed in my hand. I stood frozen, staring at the plush doll now split in two. Chapter 119. My hand slipped. The coin tumbled out from the lower half of the torn plush toy's insides. I hurriedly clamped it shut, pressing the two torn halves together as if that would fix it. Braun. But of course, there was no response. The upper half of the plush toy merely slid off the bottom half. No No, this couldn't be it. Maybe it was because I was staring at it. Braun. I turned my head and closed my eyes, pressing the plush toy close to my ear. Then, black, 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 black. There was a faint vibration from the plushie. It was definitely a signal, but it was incredibly faint, like the static from a stray radio frequency. He's still there. He was still there, in that case. Bloodbathtub. Click. I immediately locked the bathroom door and pulled out the small, checkered bathtub with golden legs from the tattoo on my wrist. The so-called bathtub of youth. Thud, the tub settled on the floor, and I carefully placed the nearly severed plush toy inside. Then, I picked up the box cutter the unconscious passenger had dropped during the failed attack. Without hesitation, I slashed my forearm. Blood poured from the opened veins. There's no time for alternatives in this kind of emergency. Cutting the unconscious guy's arm was risky. He might wake up or I wouldn't be able to stop the bleeding. I can't handle any more chaos. My blood spilled into the tub. The scent of wood and fragrant aromatics wafted through the air. The plush toy began to swell, as if soaking up the bath salt's essence. It was rejuvenating. Its fur grew cleaner, shinier, and its pebble-like eyes shimmered mysteriously. And then it started to expand rapidly. It seemed to reach a threshold, soaking in the bath until it grew from keychain size to something that filled both my hands. It now resembled the original good friend, plush. Pup. The bow-shaped hair tie snapped under the pressure and flew off, landing against the tub's side. The transformation was undeniable. But, the plush toy was still silent. Holding my breath, I leaned in again, pressing my ear close to it. The faint vibrations from earlier were gone. The plush toy, its body still torn, merely floated on the aromatic bathwater. I stared at it again. The plush toy, now large enough to fill the small tub, gleamed as if it had just been handcrafted by an artisan. But it remained severed. The bathtub of youth restored youth, but it didn't heal wounds. I had known this. I knew it, but I had tried anyway. The good friend plush was broken. I took a deep breath. It's fine. I could get another one. Yes, I just had to get it from its original source, instead of relying on the merch box. The cheerful theme park still existed. The good friend plush was a souvenir sold in its gift shop. I was going to go there anyway, so this is actually efficient. I could get a new plush there and summon it again like before. Who was I kidding? I already knew. The method for summoning a good friend didn't summon the same specific being. It summoned someone from the other world. There's no guarantee the same one will appear again. In fact, it would be strange if it did. I had enjoyed reading the dark exploration records for how different beings appeared with each summoning. I had no choice but to admit it at this point. It wasn't because of any mental contamination. I had genuinely grown attached to this strange plush toy. But who wouldn't, right? After all, he really had been a good friend. He encouraged me when I was struggling, got angry alongside me when I was mad, had deep conversations with me, and stayed up at night watching comedy shows. He was the kind of friend who prioritized me without any calculation. The kind of friend you could only meet back when you were a kid in school. Okay, let's see what else I can do. Maybe I should try sewing it back together. If that doesn't work, I can search for a recovery item, dive into a ghost story that repairs items, or dig through any relevant information and attempt something new. There are plenty of options. For my sanity's sake, let's give it a shot. I calmed down a bit. The overwhelming panic I had felt from the unexpected incident was subsiding, replaced by a sense of clarity and calculation. First, let's clean this up. I reached into the bloodbathtub and pulled out Braun's upper and lower halves, dangling separately. I was about to neatly gather the stuffing and store the plush toy when... A piece of fabric flapping on the back of the plush caught my eye. It was a small silk tag sewn along the seam that connected the head to the body. A tag. It seemed like the faint traces that had previously emerged during the last bath had now fully returned. The good friend's product label, maybe. You know the kind. Labels indicating origin, washing instructions, handling guidelines, or even a creator S or buyer's signature. My gaze naturally fell on it. The label looked properly formatted, with a structure typical of product tags. Strange, tiny, incomprehensible symbols were written in rows, but that wasn't what stood out the most. Across all that information, there was something scrawled in thick black marker, almost like a form of censorship. Label removal required. So it's here. Snap. A massive hand grabbed the tag. It was a hand wearing an elegant, tailored dress glove. The thumb quickly covered most of the label's text as the hand yanked the tag. Gotcha. The hand was emerging from the torn body of the good friend plush I was holding. Yep. The lower half of the plush split open as the arm, then the shoulder, emerged. A second arm violently pushed against the sink. The rest of the large body spilled out, filling the cramped bathroom space. A towering figure, dressed impeccably in a brown three-piece suit with long legs, polished black dress shoes, and a vintage television for a head. The screen displayed a smiling face. The giant TV head tilted toward me, emerging fully from the shredded lower half of the plush toy. Mr. Solium. Its head bobbed as the host gripped my shoulders. Oh dear, you must have been terribly worried about me. Haha, but no need for concern any longer. Now here I am. Your dependable host, Braun, has found you once again. The ghostly host twirled the label between his fingers, causing the tattered upper half of the plush toy to dangle back and forth. Restoring this tag was a fantastic move. Thanks to it, I could find this address. Phew. I don't expect applause or praise, but if you insist, I won't decline. Haha, I happened to wrap up a live broadcast rehearsal just in time for this. And here we are meeting again so soon. Mr. Solium. What is this? You don't seem happy to see me. Oh, is it because the plush toy is damaged? Of course. Audiences are always affected by what they see, aren't they? But not to worry. Snap. The host snapped his fingers. What do you think of this? The emoticon on the TV head vanished. In its place, something shuffled into view on the screen. A good friend bunny plush, wearing its signature bow tie. Look, your plush friend has returned, right here on my screen. Isn't it still adorable? Oh, it's even waving. The good friend. Exactly, your good friend is right here. I, Braun, am your good friend. No. The good friend is supposed to be a plush toy. Mr. Solium. Click. A pinpoint spotlight shone on the narrow bathroom, turning it into a studio set. The light focused on me and the legendary host standing before me. I couldn't turn away. I see now. You were holding back because of a major misconception, but that's perfectly fine. After all, I am a very kind and skilled show host. And as always, I'm quite good at explanations. Now, let me clarify this misunderstanding for you. The gloved hand grasped not just the tag, but the broken plush toy itself. The good friend bunny plushie that had been displayed on the TV screen vanished in a flicker, replaced by the familiar smiling emoticon. And then, F-woo-whoosh, the good friend plush toy in the host's hand was incinerated. This is nothing to worry about. As the host dusted off his hands, a small handful of ash scattered from the gloves and fell to the floor. I watched it happen in a daze. But it wasn't just about embedding a part of someone in the toy to make them act like a friend. Now let's think back. How exactly did you summon your friend? A strange item that invites someone from the other world, allowing a part of their spirit to dwell in the doll and become your friend. In other words, using the plush toy, the tie, and the coin I had. You summoned me. The host pointed at himself. If a phone breaks, does it cancel your evening plans? If you destroy your mailbox, do the bills disappear? If you rip up a love letter, does the relationship end? We already know the answer. Of course not. So here's the question. Does destroying the plush toy cancel your invitation? The host spread his arms wide. Not a chance. What you performed was an eternal ritual. Oh yes, indeed. My stiff mind slowly processed the sentence. So then, the good friend ritual wasn't about summoning only a small part of a non-human entity and trapping it in the plush toy to act as a friend. The plush toy was merely a filter, limiting how much of that entity was revealed, like a role-playing game for children. Do you wish to continue calling this a friendship? Then I will forever be your friend, Mr. Solium. Ah, what a beautiful term, eternal friendship. The TV head displayed an emoticon with teary eyes, but it quickly returned to a wide, cheerful smile. And our MVP participant, once again you've shown impeccable timing, Mr. Solium. The hand gripping my shoulder gave me a supportive pat on the back. And then came the words. The new talk show is ready. New guests, a new set, new music, a new season. Everything has been prepared for filming. My humble talk show, designed solely for the audience's enjoyment. Let me introduce you to your new job. No. I instinctively stepped back, reaching for the door. I had to get out of here, escape this spotlight, clear my head, think. Oh dear. The smiling emoticon vanished from the TV head. No. The screen went black. You said that you were a fan of my show and that you enjoyed it so much, even when you had just been a contestant. But now, when presented with the chance to truly be part of the show, you're running away. After all the advice, help, unwavering support, and dedication I've given you. Mr. Solium, isn't friendship supposed to be a mutually supportive relationship? This emotional and one-sided rejection, it's heartbreaking. I felt like I was going to vomit. Sorry. Oh, no need to apologize, Mr. Solium. Mindless apologies are not a virtue for a show creator. And as always, I'm a host who can understand and empathize with my guests' innermost thoughts and feelings. So, in the next moment, this brawn shall kindly and sincerely persuade you. Flicker. The screen filled with a massive, smiling emoticon. Filled. Completely. Wait. But the giant vintage TV head was moving closer. Closer. Even closer. Now, look at me. Chapter 120. Click. The vintage television turns on. The black screen dominates my entire field of vision and mind. I can't look away. I have to watch. Channel locked. A special message. Just for you. Is now. Playing. Cheerful, classical orchestral music plays in the background. Then a black and white video begins. Starring Kim Solium, a weary young office worker in their mid to late 20s, wearing a black suit. Sometimes they sit at a desk, writing documents with a bare face. Other times they wear a strange horned mask, narrowly escaping death while running through the dangers of ghost stories. It's me. Are you feeling down? Exhausted? Suffering from endless tasks, verbal abuse, and office politics? Are you anxious, unable to trust anyone, living in fear of when you might die next? When that happens, you should sit in front of a TV and watch something fun and new. I see myself, sitting blankly in front of a TV after returning to my company-provided housing. I'm watching a children's cartoon, trying to calm my fear. But the cartoon ends quickly, as children's shows do. I sit in a daze for a while, staring at the blank screen, before heading to my room and attempting to sleep. Have you ever been afraid that the show would end? Of tomorrow coming? Did you dread returning to a job that suffocates you, day by day, with stress, anxiety, and suffering? Is it that the deeper you think, the more trapped and scared you feel, as though there's no other path to take? Are you enduring the unbearable, simply because you think this must be the right way? Aye. For people like you. Just a moment now, don't panic, take a deep breath. A perfect alternative. A new path has found you. Ba-bam. On the screen, a spotlight shines on my bedroom door. The door swings open dramatically, revealing a silhouette in a sleek brown suit, head replaced by a vintage TV. It's the host. The answer you've been waiting for. I jump out of bed, shake hands with the host, and smile in relief. I throw the mask and briefcase out the window without a second thought. With a snap of the host's fingers, the company housing turns to ashes, revealing a dazzling, brightly lit studio. Standing on stage, the host and I beam with joy. Scenes I've never lived are mixing seamlessly with my memories, piercing my mind with their uncanny, dizzying realism. It's just like the real thing. The new talk show host is witty, charismatic, full of humor, and always listens to and understands your worries. Accept this perfect offer from the one you personally invited, and everything will get better. It's the kind of job no one would want to turn down. Prepare for your new life. No, I need to go home. Oh dear. Struggling with homesickness. The scene shifts. It's me again, but not my past self. It's me now. Staring into the TV. We lock eyes. Face to face. Starring you. I see myself reflected on the screen like a mirror. But the me on the screen looks distressed, his face twisted into a grimace on the verge of tears. No, that's not me. I'm not making that face right now, right? Am I frowning right now? Stop, I'm getting dizzy. I press both hands against my face, trying to calm down. My vision goes dark, but the TV remains clear. Below my face, a caption appears. Why are you always longing for home? Do you crave the happiness of escaping an uncomfortable, burdensome environment? Do you cry at night, yearning for peaceful sleep without fear or nightmares? Fear not. The greatest talk show awaits you. No. This is a special message for you, yes you, who is currently watching. The crew members of the greatest talk show have no faces. No discomfort from unfamiliar faces. No awkward interactions, just the ideal workplace. Join us now. This is madness. Faceless coworkers, who would want that? I certainly don't. In this workplace, no one struggles with hiding who they really are. And neither should you, dear viewer. Feel free to reveal yourself. Your talents and ideas will flourish in this one-of-a-kind job. The legendary host has personally turned down countless applications to reserve this spot just for you. It's a job so appealing, no one would want to say no. Welcome to your new home. No. On purpose, he keeps using the word home. He knows I want to go home, that's what he's doing. But what I want isn't a new home. I've never wanted that. What I wish for, is to return to the world I originally lived in, the familiar world. That place. A place where I don't have to worry about being eaten by monsters on the street. A place where ghost stories are just entertainment. My friends and family are all there. And I shouldn't forget. I have the silver ring in my hand right now. I can resist this. The image on the TV is not me. I am not smiling. You will be happy. In your new home. I won't be confused. I'm going back to my original home. That's not home. I am working to return home, and that purpose will never be reversed. In your new home. This insane talk show is not my home. This insane talk show is not my home. This insane talk show is not my home. Brief. Technical adjustments. Ongoing. The TV screen shattered. I exhaled, collapsing onto the floor. The cold tiles of the cramped train bathroom grounded me back in reality. Or at least I thought they did. Understood, Mr. Solium. In the next moment, I was standing in a cozy studio. No, this place had always been a studio. But this small, cozy space had no audience yet. Only two comfortable armchairs faced each other. And standing before me, extending a hand with a solemn air, was the TV-headed host. Oh dear, you seem quite tense. Why don't we sit down first? Fix your clothes, wipe away the blood, and let's have a calmer conversation. It seems the advertisement message was a bit too physically and mentally stimulating for my friend. Soft piano music drifted through the room. I overdid it, didn't I? After all, you don't have media experience. Let's take a moment to breathe. With a wave of the host's hand, a steaming cup appeared on the table between the two chairs. Hot chocolate. Ah, do you remember? It's the drink I always recommended to you whenever you felt worn out, Mr. Rowe dear. Chocolate. Nothing beats something warm and comforting for a tired body. A smiling emoticon filled the TV screen, and its antenna perked up slightly, as if excited. It busily stirred in some marshmallows. This is the first time I'm serving it directly, though. When I was just a stuffed body, I always had to rely on others for things like this. There were so many things I couldn't do in that form. Now come on, let's take a break. Following the gentle guidance, I found myself naturally sinking into the chair. Because there was no other choice. But surprisingly, the host didn't push me further. It didn't force the hot chocolate on me or make any sudden moves. While I bandaged my arm and stopped the bleeding on my own, the host simply waited, silent, patient. It waited like a thoughtful interviewer, saying nothing, letting me regain my composure. Gradually, my scattered thoughts began to clear. Feeling a bit calmer, Mr. Rowe dear? Take a deep breath, yes, let's have a proper talk. The host clasped its hands together and leaned forward politely from the opposite chair. You've made it clear you absolutely do not want to quit your current job. Am I right? I nodded slowly, cold sweat trickling down my back. The antenna on the TV head tilted slightly, as if curious. That's strange, so strange. You loathe this job, Mr. Roe dear. We've had so many conversations about it. I've listened to the countless complaints of how much you despise this job and how you never want to do it again once your goal is achieved. But that was only because I had to keep going until my goal was reached. To use the wish ticket and go home, I had no other choice but to stick with it. Just a moment. Yes, Mr. Roe dear, this is exactly what I wanted to focus on. My friend, you're saying you desperately want to go home, and in fact, the host leaned in and whispered, I know why you're saying you want to go home, Mr. Roe dear. Why would there need to be a reason for someone to want to go home? I tensed, preparing for whatever nonsensical argument it was about to make. I had to let it talk and let it pass. Oh, this may be shocking, but please keep calm. But the host's voice lowered further, turning into a soft whisper, compelling me to listen. It's because... I couldn't help but lean in, ears straining to hear. You actually don't want to go home. What? Deep down you already know this, don't you? You're confusing yourself, misunderstanding things, and building biases because of two intense emotions. Fear and desire. What are you saying right now? Oh, Mr. Roe dear, you don't miss home, and you don't think that being home is good. You're just scared and miserable with what you're doing right now. Now, Mr. Roe dear, do you truly hate the fact that the stories you enjoyed have become reality? Didn't you feel even a little thrill or excitement seeing how the things you imagined were brought to life? Are you really telling the truth when you say you only hate it? I do. I don't hate it as much as I fear it because it's too dangerous. Danger, ah yes, a classic and respectable excuse. But let's think about this, Mr. Roe dear. The old TV set replacing the host's head crackled faintly. Is the home you wish to return to truly safe? Images flickered across the TV screen, grisly black and white news clips. War, poverty, climate crisis, terrorism, plagues, and all the other small, horrific tragedies. Hell can visit anyone, and you are no exception. In any reality, we cannot choose which tragedy will strike, unless it's on a show, of course. But that's... Oh, you already know deep down. The place you call home and this place aren't really all that different. Does it matter whether the monsters from stories come to life or whether real monsters roam the streets? What matters is your suffering. Braun spread his fingers, folding them one by one as he listed various disasters. Death that strikes without warning. Tell me, is there such a place where death announces its arrival beforehand? It's equally terrifying everywhere. Your peace in that world is just as fragile and meaningless. It can be shattered by the push of a button by some maniacal dictator. In the end, isn't this just about your subjective experience, Mr. Roe dear? I stared blankly at the TV. And subjective experiences are not truth. They're distorted perceptions unique to you. Set aside your biases, friend. That can't be true. Right. It felt like something didn't quite fit, but I couldn't find the words to argue back. It sounded convincing. But surely this isn't just about my perception. That's okay. Acceptance always takes time. This Braun is always here to talk things through with you, just like always. For now, let's develop this conversation further, shall we? Let's dig a little deeper. Braun's voice softened as he asked, What is it that you truly want, Mr. Solium? Let's think beyond going home for a moment. What do I truly know? Wait. How does he know so much about my situation? He's reading my thoughts completely. How much does he know? How deeply has he understood me? And if he already knows what I'm thinking, does arguing have any meaning? Is there even a way to escape? Wait, can he hear this thought too? How much of my mind is the host able to read? Does he know about the things I've learned from the dark exploration records? Mr. Solium. I felt like I was going insane. The fear was suffocating me. I just wanted to escape this situation. Exactly, that's it. You finally realized it, Mr. Solium, what your heart truly desires. The host snapped its fingers with a loud snap. To escape fear. The TV screen moved closer. And look here, we have a quick and guaranteed method. How to escape fear, join Braun, and create a talk show. Together, you will be comfortable and enjoy yourself in my studio. With the passionate spirit of a show creator, your creativity and brilliance will shine even more brightly when fear is absent. This brawn fully guarantees it. A workplace where you don't need to overthink, just focus on making great shows. Free from any other dangers, welcome to the studio of this legendary host. The words sound the same, but they feel different. I don't find them absurd anymore. That's terrifying. Hush now, SHH, no need to be afraid. Let's listen to this brawn's words. Now, friend, can you take a moment to look at your hand? Yes, just like that. What do you see? The silver ring on my index finger. Correct, and what does wearing that signify? That I haven't been corrupted. It means my judgment hasn't been consumed by the anomaly, and I'm in a state where I can think clearly, resist mentally, and make rational decisions like any human being. That's right, if this were a quiz show, you'd have won a prize. How unfortunate. In any case, this means your current decision isn't wrong. Take a deep breath and relax. How do you feel right now? Let me guess. Brawn's words make sense, and maybe it wouldn't hurt to give it a try just this once. Right. But... Exactly. Now let's seize this opportunity together, friend. Brawn stands up, adjusting his suit with the poise of a business partner ready to close a deal. All it takes is a handshake. No complicated contracts are needed between us. Just a handshake and we'll start working together. Don't you want to spend peaceful days free from fear and pain? All you need is a stronger friend by your side and a more enjoyable job ahead. And if, by chance, you don't find it enjoyable at all, you can return to your original workplace. Really? Really? Seize this chance, friend. This is your moment. I raised my trembling hand and extended it toward him. That's it. Firmly. The host's large hand completely engulfed mine in a handshake. You won't regret this, friend. The surroundings brightened. Lights poured from every direction, and the cramped studio expanded, revealing itself as it emerged from the shadows. Now introducing your new workplace, Mr. Solium, your new colleagues, your new life. A pristine set, a stage adorned with sparkling bulbs, and above it, a classic golden sign glowing with elegance. The thrill of witnessing, the joy of connection, the excitement of unpredictable developments, anticipation, all of it in this humble space that desires nothing but the audience's applause. Brawn's late-night talk show. Congratulations on becoming a part of it, Mr. Solium. Had successfully shifted careers. Chapter 121. A dark office. Taka. Someone sits alone, typing away. Letters appear on the illuminated monitor screen. Report draft. Author Lee Jae-hyun. 20XX12. Eyewitness testimonies of the clearance process of the anomalous C-grade darkness that occurred aboard the Mokpo Express and the presumed death of Supervisor Kim Solium. The typing continued at a steady rhythm, with no hesitation or pause, as if the timeline was already neatly arranged inside the writer's head. Witnesses, Employee A, Employee C, Employee F, initials assigned based on team divisions for ease of reference. Employee A. Are we really doing this interview again? I don't see the point. Anyway, yeah. I boarded the train for a business trip, and next thing I knew, the train itself was running over the ocean. Employee C. The clearance went super smoothly. Supervisor Solium led a lot of it, and it was really nice seeing him work so hard to minimize civilian casualties. Employee A inquired whether the anomaly was intentionally orchestrated by the company, but the research team stated that it was pure coincidence. Further confirmation available in interview number 3. A 3-person elite team successfully led the clearance of the anomalous darkness. Collection of C-grade essence confirmed. From this point forward, all testimonies consistently stated that the train was no longer an anomalous space, but a fully real-world environment. Employee C. Supervisor Solium was the first to check the liquid and then said he was going to the restroom. Right, that restroom. After the train's departure, Supervisor Kim Solium left his seat, stating, "I'm going to the restroom." No contact for 15 minutes. At the 17-minute mark, Employee F, who had been seated in car 3, visited the elite team section. Purpose of visit, to say goodbye according to testimony. Employee F. I've mentioned this before, but I was on vacation, sir. I got caught up in the anomaly unexpectedly, but I tried to stay calm and assist the team as best I could. It's only natural as an employee of our company. After everything ended, I went to say goodbye to my superiors, then realized my friend, who's from the same recruitment batch as me, wasn't at his seat, so I went to look for him. Employee C. Oh, you were heading the wrong way at first, so I directed you to the correct way. I guess you instinctively turned toward your original seat. Following Employee C's guidance, Employee F proceeded to the restroom. There they found a collapsed man outside the restroom door. Condition of the victim: no external bleeding. Both hands and feet had been removed. The severed areas were covered in fine ash. A medical professional diagnosed that the limbs appeared to have been instantly incinerated by an extremely high temperature. Source: Sameng Medical Center, Daydream Inc., affiliated hospital. Employee F. I had a bad feeling about it, but the restroom door was locked. No response when I knocked. Well, not to brag, but I'm pretty handy with locks. I tried unlocking it myself and succeeded. But sharp inhale. At the 21-minute mark, the express train restroom door was unlocked. Employee F. The restroom was silent. There was no one inside, just a perfectly clean, ordinary express train restroom, which made it feel even more wrong, so I instinctively stepped back to leave. And that's when things started falling out of thin air, along with blood. The hands typing on the keyboard momentarily halted. The cursor moved as the mouse navigated toward a desktop folder labeled Scene Photos. Several images were attached to the document. Photograph of the interior of the restroom beside Car 7 of the blood-soaked express train. The walls and floor are drenched in blood, with everything scattered haphazardly across the ground, stained red. A mask, an employee ID, a briefcase, and a Dream Essence collector filled with C-grade liquid. Yet amidst the carnage, there was one pristine space. A small bathtub-shaped patch of tile, completely free of blood. As if someone had taken it away. Employee F. And then a giant hand suddenly appeared. Get it pushed me. Flash, 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 hello, the jaw off this nightano faciverity and your familiar host good evening, this is the late night talk. BLAAARGH interview terminated. Contamination and PTSD symptoms. Fox Counseling Center referral recommended. 7th interview ended. A testimony from the 4th interview is hereby referenced instead. 4th interview. Employee F. A hand appeared from thin air. A hand with a halo, no, some kind of strange light, no, never mind. Deep breath. It picked up a strange bathtub that had fallen onto the floor. A small bathtub with a checkered pattern and golden feet. And when that happened, blood spilled across the floor and something like a shredded black ribbon fell with it. The hand grabbed the ribbon too, and then on the mirror. It wrote something. The typing hand stopped once more. The writer reached for a printed photograph pinned to the board beside his desk. A bathroom mirror covered in blood, its surface serving as an inkwell for an elegant cursive message. Mr. Kim Solium is working somewhere else. Starting today. The research team theorized that the message was linked to the anomalous Tamra Express darkness that had manifested on the train. This hypothesis was considered highly credible and formally recorded in internal research logs. Supporting evidence includes Supervisor Kim Solium's active role in this darkness's resolution and his unique ethical approach to clearing darknesses, increasing the likelihood of irregular occurrences. There is a possibility that, while on a routine business trip, he was invited to a place called Tamra, a yet unknown space, where the message now hinted at his death. Or, conversely, that Supervisor Kim Solium had been chosen as the final sacrifice for Tamra Express. Tech. The writer stopped typing. Not because he didn't know what to write next. Section Chief. Assistant Manager Yoon Hage. But because he had a visitor. In the dim office, Lee Jae-hyun lifted his head. Standing at the door, arms crossed, was Yoon Hage, her expression worn and hollow. You need to stop now, sir. How many more times are you going to conduct these interviews? Even the directors have lost interest. Yoon Hage walked into the office. Her gaze swept over the vacant seat, as though confirming once again that the colleague who once sat there was truly gone. All that remained was the sentence in the official report, presumed deceased as of January 2nd. It's already been a month. Now standing before the desk of the now squadless D-Squad leader, she continued. After a month of no news, sometimes you have to know when to give up. Writing reports isn't going to bring back the dead. And the Dream Essence Collector data was ultimately marked as death confirmed. She was right. The Dream Essence Collector's record had confirmed the missing employee's groans and brief murmured phrases, such as, "Is that so?" It has been meaningfully inferred that this is part of the psychotic symptoms observed in the Tamra Express, a dark anomaly that occurred during the elite team's assignment. Statistical projections estimate that the probability of deep contamination or death for the employee in question exceeds 80%. Additionally, per protocol, if the Dream Essence Collector is returned and no significant developments are reported within 30 days, the employee is automatically declared deceased in the system. In other words, this matter is already settled. He's already been added to today's termination list, Section Chief. Supervisor Kim Solium, employment contract terminated due to death. By the time it reached that stage, death was usually certain. Assistant Manager Yoon Hae rubbed her face before speaking again. The company won't support this anymore. You know how it is. We don't waste money or time on the dead. All the searches and repeated reviews had only been approved because Kim Solium was an exceptional and talented employee. But there were no manuals detailing what had triggered the Tamra Express darkness, and it had not reoccurred even once in the past month. Is there even any point in organizing all this? Haven't you thought about stopping? Yes. Did he mean to say that there is still a point to this, or that he did consider stopping? What's your reason? Because Supervisor Kim Solium is not dead. Yoon Hae's eyes widened. Lee Jae-hyun was not the kind of person to blindly cling to hope. Which meant he truly believed this. And Lee Jae-hyun wasn't someone who believed things without reason. Which meant he had proof. Why do you think that? There's a hint. Lee Jae-hyun recalled something. A seemingly unrelated incident from late last year. Please take care of this. Before heading into the darkness, Kim Solium had entrusted him with something for half a day. A small stuffed toy. My goodness, are you truly entrusting me to an unimaginative blade grunt such as this, Mr. Roe dear? That stuffed toy, speaking in its strangely old-fashioned and eerie tone. Of course, Lee Jae-hyun had not responded. He was supposed to be a well-mannered person of modern sensibilities, and thus saw no obligation to entertain a talking plushie. However, something about the way it spoke felt familiar. And then there was the sight of Kim Solium's disappearance. In the train restroom, all of Kim Solium's company-related belongings had been scattered haphazardly across the floor. Yet Lee Jae-hyun's focus had not been on that. Instead, his eyes had gone straight to the writing on the mirror. Because he had recognized the handwriting. Compare these. He pulled out the developed photograph of the mirror message and placed it alongside an old, worn-out postcard that had been carefully stored away, untouched for years. Even retrieving this single postcard had taken weeks of authorization. This is a remnant from a broadcast-themed darkness that D-Squad had cleared multiple times. But in the most recent expedition, an unexpected event had resulted in an entire squad being wiped out. And thanks to the quick thinking of one employee, D-Squad had barely escaped with some A-grade dream essence. A darkness so unusual that its classification was still under review, bouncing between the research team and the assessment division. Quiz show application form. To, from, Tuesday talk show. The handwriting was the exact same. Lee Jae-hyun nodded. Supervisor Kim Solium is there. No matter what form he may have taken. A studio bathed in blinding lights. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience, rolling over the stage like a tidal wave. Thank you, thank you. The crowd, still intoxicated by the thrill of the final segment, whistled and cheered in pure excitement. The host pressed a dramatic hand to his chest, feigning deep emotion. Oh dear, with this kind of response, haha, shall we start from the very beginning again? You are currently watching Braun's Late Night Talk SH, goodness. WAAH. The host let out an exaggerated flinch at the overwhelming cheers, before his TV screen face returned to a grinning expression. Unfortunately, before the furious advertisers come storming in, we must endure a heart-wrenching farewell. But don't be too disheartened. We'll meet again tomorrow. The house band struck up an energetic, playful tune, signaling the end of the talk show. The host steps to the center of the studio, bowing politely with his TV head tilted forward. To all our viewers who tuned in today, those watching from the depths of the underground in repentance, those sobbing in regret, and even those joining us from EPUB viewers. Tomorrow at exactly 11:33 p.m. we shall meet again. Have a wonderful night. As the band's finale swells to its peak, the host raises both hands, acknowledging the thunderous applause. And then, cut. The show ends. Click. Everything falls silent. The audience vanishes. The once dazzling lights blink out, leaving only a few soft overhead fixtures illuminating the now empty seats. Crew members flood the stage, swiftly moving to reset the set and attend to the performers. I am among them. Or rather, Mr. Solium. The host is calling me over. Come over here, that was splendid. Your choices in themes and guest selection are truly fascinating. Every time you pick the most fitting candidates. That's a bit embarrassing. Though honestly, it's just thanks to the Dark Exploration records. This talk show, Bronze Late Night Talk Show, feels almost like an entertaining rundown of Dark Exploration records to me. The only difference is, it's far more immersive and thrilling. After all, we actually bring in residents of urban legends and ghost stories for interviews. We brief the audience on recent supernatural events, spin humor from them, and experiment with bizarre concepts in front of a live crowd. Sometimes a guest, still believing they're in a dream, will recklessly attempt something dangerous. And the thrill of watching it all unfold from the sidelines, balancing on that knife's edge between terror and comedy, is exactly what makes this show work. Plus, the audience seems to be arriving through more than just postcards these days. All things considered, I only bring up a few interesting ghost stories once or twice a week, yet every time they rave about how incredible my insight is. This job is surprisingly easy. I don't think I've ever had work that felt this effortless and fun. This past month has been an absolute delight, and I'm thrilled to share some wonderful news with you. The TV face flickers with a smiling, watery-eyed expression. Our show has broken another viewership record. The growth curve is downright terrifying, and so let me ask, Mr. Solium, do you find this fun and enjoyable? His tone is filled with absolute confidence, yet there's the slightest hint of nervous anticipation. Seriously? With a smile, I nodded. It's fun, isn't it? But of course, this legendary host already knew that this would be the most fulfilling workplace for you, Mr. Solium. The TV head beams, and I, feeling at ease, let out a small smile as well. I am not afraid. There is nothing here that threatens me. I create content, I don't have to live through it. So then, working here means I'll never have to live in constant fear again. Well, it's only natural that there's some pressure to perform well, but that's just the normal kind of stress people need to function in their daily lives, right? This is fine. However, there is one thing that stands out to me. Just a moment. Braun rests a hand on my shoulder, leaning in. We're hitting a plateau. The segments are starting to feel a bit repetitive. Don't you think it's time for something more provocative? Something bolder, Mr. Solium? Here, in this independent, investor-free production, there are no limits. We can do whatever we want and... Grip. The host's grip on my shoulder tightens. This past month, your dedication has been astonishing. Your adaptation was swift. Your achievements were spectacular. You are more than capable. I should work harder. I tried to nod, feeling slightly nervous. But at that moment, the host said something completely unexpected. So I believe the time has come. For you to stand beside me, not as crew but as a guest. I speak with complete sincerity, you are already qualified. Oh, Mr. Solium, my friend, let us share stories together and bring joy to our audience. A fresh face will serve as an excellent stimulant for the viewers as well. No, it's fine. I don't really enjoy standing in front of an audience. Oh, now, dismissing the idea so quickly wounds this bronze heart. Let's think it over, shall we? His grip on my shoulder tightened once more. In this bronze eyes, you have an undeniable gift for showmanship. This is the realm of natural talent. Do you remember the way you played both prophet and cult leader aboard that train over the sea? That is something only the truly gifted can do. Yes, indeed. But my very dear friend, if you're too anxious, we can start small. Just a few minutes, no, just a few seconds on stage. Why not consider it more casually? Well, that doesn't seem so bad, does it? Now that I think about it, I never really thought I couldn't do it. If you work, you should aim for results. In the end, feeling a little self-conscious, I nodded. All right, if it's just a small role. That's the spirit, excellent. The TV had beamed. And so humble, too, just as expected from my show's MVP. Isn't that right? Since you joined our talk show, there hasn't been a single dull day. Come to think of it, has it really been a month already? Time had passed without me even realizing it. Busy, fun, fulfilling. Even the staff are surprisingly kind. I gave a small nod of thanks to a coordinator who handed me a bottle of water before disappearing, then, without much thought, asked Braun a question. By the way, why do all the staff here have no faces? Ah, that's a sign of their deep consideration for the show. They chose it themselves to prevent unexpected sounds, sneezes, coughs, or any unintended noises from disrupting a live broadcast. That's some serious professionalism. Then do I need to lose my face, too? What nonsense, Mr. Solium. Well, for those who step onto the stage, expression and presence are essential. Expressiveness is the heart of entertainment. Ah, of course, if you truly insist, there is an alternative, just a moment. Tech. The host grabbed my chin and examined me as if calculating something. Of course, removing your face is an option. However, I'd rather craft you a most exquisite mask instead. That's... well, I'll think about it some other time. Right, it would be a shame to lose such a fine face. The host let go. As I watched Braun's beaming smile, I found myself smiling as well. I must prepare for the next broadcast. Let's see. Oh, today's audience is office workers. We must bring them some well-earned joy. So, Mr. Solium, will you be stepping onto the stage tonight? I'll do my best. Splendid, absolutely splendid. It shall be a magnificent debut, Mr. Solium. That would be great. Chapter 122. Just before the live talk show begins, the backstage is bustling with activity. The silent staff move in perfect coordination, checking and handling situations in real time. Phew. I took a deep breath. By now, I could understand their expressions more clearly. The whispers of the faceless staff. Additional lighting for Spot 5. Mr. Host's shoes need replacement. Verify cushion placement for the guest. Each of them worked diligently in their respective roles, all striving to create a great show. And since the host never failed to personally acknowledge each of them for their efforts, the atmosphere always remained lively. It was honestly a great workplace. At first, the fact that my colleagues had no faces had been unsettling, but now, I think I've completely adjusted. Humans really are creatures of their environment, I could never get used to entering ghost stories no matter how many times I did it, so, maybe, just maybe, Braun was right. It might really have been a matter of matching aptitude. It's fine. I habitually checked the silver ring on my finger before finally stepping onto the stage. Today was the day. The day I would appear in a segment of Braun's late-night talk show for the first time. Mr. Solium. The host, already prepped and ready, approached me. Your outfit suits you perfectly. Yes, very well, oh my, makeup, let's cover this tattoo a little more thoroughly. The host meticulously checked, even the tattoo peeking out from beneath my suit sleeve. In the blink of an eye, the tattoo vanished without a trace. And before long, I safely reached my designated seat, just in time for the live broadcast. Excellent, very good. Now, Mr. Solium, the cameras will go live any moment now. Yes. And soon the audience will be seated before you, so just focus on entertaining them. Now then, we're starting. The countdown appeared on the retro prompter in front of me. 3, 2, 1, 0. Good evening, the joy of the night, the fresh new face you meet every day, and your friendly host. Braun's late-night talk show. As the studio lights flashed and the band played, the live broadcast began. Hey, what the hell? The audience seats filled up in an instant. One by one, people materialized in their chairs, each with an expression of confusion or shock as they found themselves in the dazzling studio. Why am I wearing this? All of them were dressed in various office outfits, as expected for our special Corporate Workers episode. Welcome, hardworking professionals. Tonight, we have an exhilarating, eye-catching, spine-chillingly entertaining talk show just for you, guaranteed to wash away the fatigue of your day. Clap, clap, clap. Braun clapped alone, then flashed a sheepish and sad emoticon on his TV screen. No applause, not even one. Clap, 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 clap. The bewildered audience hurriedly clapped along. What the hell is this? Well, he's good-looking, so let's just go with it. Beside me, two office workers, who seemed to know each other, murmured before clapping again. The host engaged with the audience one by one, gradually warming up the room. There was something a little eerie about the atmosphere, but ultimately the jokes were funny, the topics were intriguing, and the news was a mix of horrifying yet fascinating updates. As the tension eased, the audience began to naturally accept the surreal environment. Like watching a magician's act or an elaborate sci-fi film, their familiarity with fictional content blurred the boundaries between reality and the show. And then it happened. Tonight's guest is, oh, here they come now. The glittering star-shaped bulbs lit up as the ornate guest entrance swung open. The guest I had chosen. It toddled in. A ragged teddy bear. Its button eyes were mismatched, its stitching uneven, but it was rather cute. Isn't it just adorable? Allow me to introduce tonight's guest, Happy Ending Teddy. As the small bear settled onto the sofa, murmurs rippled through the audience. What the hell is that? Wait, it's actually cute. It's moving, where are we? Is this a dream? What kind of talk show is this? Oh, right, I signed up for an audience ticket. The murmur of confused whispers soon died down, all converging into a single reaction. Fascination and immersion in this surreal talk show. This segment is sponsored by Delusion Home Shopping. Yes, this is an industry-defining collector's item. This is a limited edition item from 1999 that is no longer available for sale. For those who treasure it until death, it grants the ending of life, a peaceful slumber. But for those who discard it, it will visit them at midnight and transform them into a doll just like itself. Braun stepped forward, holding a microphone to the teddy bear. How are you feeling? Oh, I see. You're so overwhelmed that you want to visit your first owner's grave and weep your heart out. The response was great. I felt relieved. Cute and friendly, yet undeniably eerie. The unsettling concept of an inanimate object gaining sentience and seeking revenge had always been a hit. That was also why with the good friend I was also, no, never mind. Anyway, if the audience reaction is good, the viewers will likely enjoy it too. That was reassuring. Since not all viewers were human, the structure of the talk show was designed to let them enjoy the audience's reactions, as if they were watching a reaction video. Fascinating. A story is always best enjoyed from a safe distance. Now then, let's hear our guest's story and recent updates. The show progressed smoothly. The happy ending Teddy shared, through the host, a bittersweet farewell with its kind owner, followed by a chilling tale of cruelty and satisfying revenge. The presentation was enriched with props, photographs, and illustrations to heighten the immersion and atmosphere. And finally, the climax. So the one who burned you with a cigarette and beat the child who played with you is actually sitting right there, in the audience. That person is you. Bam! A spotlight illuminated a single audience member. Come on up, haha. Let's welcome our second guest with a round of applause. It was the previous owner, the one who had discarded the teddy bear. They had been planted among the audience. Now they were brought onto the stage, where the happy ending Teddy would personally transform them into a new teddy bear. Screams and blood splattered across the stage, but the audience, deeply immersed, felt a mix of horror and catharsis. Some at the front row, having been handed raincoats by the staff, even applauded. Just like reading a thrilling horror story. Fantastic. We now have one more adorable teddy bear. Isn't this wonderful? A guest who even generates additional value. Let's give a big round of applause to our dear, happy ending Teddy. The teddy bear trembled slightly before bowing happily to the crowd. And at this moment, now let's move on to the next segment, Q&A. Braun cupped one hand over his speaker, as if listening. Are you there, my friend? This is it. Right here, friend. I shot up from my seat in the audience, raising my hand high. Gasps erupted from those seated around me. And above my head, a glowing sign lit up. Tell Braun's friend all about it. For the next 100 seconds, my friend here will ask the audience for their thoughts on the show or any fun questions. Those who give great answers will win fabulous prizes, so let's participate. Now then. A digital clock appeared on Braun's TV face. Starting now. Whoosh. Hands shot up across the audience. I pointed at myself, looking mildly bewildered. Wait, you're all raising your hands without even hearing my introduction or question. Laughter. You're rushing because there's a time limit. I see, Alright then. I deliberately dragged out my words agonizingly slowly. The laughter grew louder. Good. First question, what was the absolute most boring moment of this show? Friend. A moment so dull you thought you could do a better job yourself. Braun's perfectly timed reaction triggered more scattered bursts of laughter. From the front row, where people were still drenched in the blood of the transformed guest, some audience members enthusiastically took off their raincoats and waved them. I hurried over to them, microphone in hand. Now, Laughter erupted again. I deliberately looked at the audience member with an expression of deep betrayal, as if asking, how could you say that, before smoothly transitioning to the next question. Perhaps because the previous segment had been so entertaining, the audience's reaction far exceeded my expectations. It was almost hypnotic. This is kind of fun. For some reason, I felt a little exhilarated. The 100 seconds passed in an instant, and just as we were nearing the final moments, the microphone was passed to an audience member. If you could make one request to this talk show, what would it be? I excitedly called out the question, and the audience enthusiastically shouted back. I want to take that teddy bear home. You can't. What? Silence fell over the audience. And the stage. Why did I say that? No, damage control first. I quickly raised my eyebrows, making it seem like I had deliberately given a curt response. Then, with a knowing nod, I added, our dear guest, Mr. Teddy Bear, says they don't want a serious relationship with a busy, overworked professional who has no time for them. What? The happy-ending teddy frantically waved its tiny arms from the sofa, as if protesting. I solemnly nodded at the bear's reaction and relayed the message to the audience. They really don't want to. The teddy bear toppled over. The audience burst into laughter. Just kidding, they'd be delighted to go with you. Wow, that's amazing. A natural death has always been my dream. For real, me too. Grinning, I high-fived the audience member. Phew, crisis averted. Next, I quickly turned to find the next person to ask a question. And then, I froze. The next person to raise their hand the fastest was wearing an all-too-familiar outfit. I stared blankly. A faceless office worker in a suit and mask. A field exploration team member from Daydream, Inc. My old workplace. And among them, the guys from D-Squad. 3 people I knew sitting together. How were all 3 of them here? No, D-Squad should only have Chief Lizard left, right? So how? Ding, time's up. Now friend, let me ask you, who is today's MVP audience member? Today's MVP is... I pointed at the last audience member. Our guest's new adopter. Ulu. Ha, wishing you a happy natural death. The chosen audience member sat back down happily, receiving a beautifully wrapped gift. The happy-ending teddy was staring at them intently. With that, my segment came to a close. As I stepped off stage, I was met with the applause of the audience. My heart was pounding. I did it. And just then... Now let's introduce our next guest. But before that, we'll be right back after these messages. Nuwu. The audience booed and cheered as Braun laughed and waved them into the mid-show ad break. Phew. Mr. Solium. Braun's TV screen displayed a massive grinning emoticon as he approached me backstage. He swapped to an awestruck face and held up a hand for a high five. Then, as if he were truly proud, he patted my shoulder. Friend, you did an amazing job. I can't believe that was your first time hosting a segment. That was a truly impressive 100 seconds. I'm simply in awe. I don't think it was that great. No, this isn't flattery or empty praise. it's genuine admiration. You're starting to feel passion for this show, and that's making you even better at it. That was a good thing. By the way. I smiled. There were some familiar faces in the audience. Would it be all right if I went to chat with them, just for a bit during the break? It won't take long. The host paused. And then, of course, it's break time after all. Feel free to chat. Phew. I got permission. What a relief. All right then. Wait. A hand gripped my shoulder. Just one thing. Do not say anything that might make the audience feel out of place. Oh, and don't forget. Even when the cameras are off, the audience still sees you as part of the show. I understand. The TV host's face loomed over me. You'll keep that in mind, won't you? I'll keep that in mind. Excellent. I took a step back, retreating from the host. Then I descended from the stage, making my rounds among the audience with the staff, checking in as if ensuring everything was running smoothly. And finally, I arrived at a familiar spot, where recognizable masks had gathered. Familiar masks? Row. Assistant manager. There they were, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, Assistant Manager Yoon Hage, and even Supervisor Park Min-seong. Well, seeing them like this, it felt surreal. It was like I'd gone back in time, to just before we entered the Hungry Hangman darkness. I never thought I'd see you all here. It's good to see you. Have you all been well? Chief Lizard and Assistant Manager Yoon Hage both nodded. Supervisor Park Min-seong, making eye contact with me, gave a smile and a wave. He looked a little pale, but otherwise healthy. It's such a relief to see that he had recovered enough to go out at night and do other things like this. Yeah, we're doing fine, but Ro, are you okay? How have you been? I've been doing well. That I could confidently say. But in the end, I couldn't hold back my curiosity. Actually, today was my first appearance on the show. I was wondering what you thought of it. I was a little nervous. Silence. It was very good. Thank you. Phew. The pause was a little unsettling, but Assistant Manager Yoon Hage wasn't the type to give empty praise. I decided not to overthink it. By the way, have you eaten today? Eaten Oh, come to think of it, it had been a while since I last ate. Since before the broadcast, maybe. Or was it back on the train before I switched jobs? Something like that. But my body felt perfectly fine, so it wasn't a problem. Besides, this wasn't the time or place for a personal conversation like that. I waved a hand dismissively, smiling. I'm fine without it. Supervisor Park Min-seong quickly searched his pockets and pulled something out. Rose, still it's break time, right? How about a snack here? He held out a small, old-fashioned candy. I'm sorry. I can only accept gifts from the audience through official channels. It's a policy to keep things fair and clean. I politely declined. The expression on Supervisor Park's face dimmed. Did I do something wrong? I thought hard, then came up with a compromise. Don't worry, I have the exact same candy with me. I'll eat that instead. All right. Assistant Manager Yoon Hage reached out and shook my hand. Her hand was warm. Make sure you eat it. Mr. Roe, dear. Section Chief Lizard was looking at me. That button, press it. I had no idea what he meant. But showing confusion wouldn't be professional. Of course, I'll do my best. In any case, enjoy the show, rest well tonight, and good luck tomorrow. I hope that tonight's broadcast had been a brief moment of joy in their exhausting lives. Was this what Braun meant? The feeling of a show creator. I glanced at their reactions. Their masks make it hard to read their expressions. Wait, if they're wearing masks, were they in the middle of a darkness exploration? If so, I should reassure them. If you're here for work, don't worry. There is no danger. You can just enjoy the show and leave. Is that so? Yes, this place is completely safe. Honestly, it was one of the easiest darknesses to clear. Even easier than Tuesday talk show. After all, no regular audience members ever die. If we wanted something more intense, we could have set up brutal punishments like in Tuesday talk show. But for now, the show was lighthearted enough that even the audience could comfortably enjoy the poetic justice being served. For that, I felt a little grateful to Braun. but Supervisor Park Min-seong slowly shook his head. We didn't come here for work. Huh? We came to see you, Ro. Me? Ro, how did you even end up in this situation? Goodness, friend. The host gestured from the stage. Right, the commercial break was almost over. That meant the show was about to resume. I'll be heading back up now. See you next time. This next segment is going to be really fun, so just sit back and enjoy. Wait, I didn't hear the rest. With a quick farewell to the audience, I dashed back to the stage. The lights were blinding. The talk show ended with thunderous applause and cheers. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you again tomorrow at 11:33 p.m. As always, Braun wrapped up the broadcast seamlessly, and once the lights went down, he turned his attention to the staff and crew. And of course, I did the same. I was staring at the now empty audience seats when I snapped out of it, just in time to receive Braun's praise. So it was fun, wasn't it, Mr. Solium? More than you expected. Yeah, it was better than I thought. That makes me very happy. Excellent. I've spoken to the writers, and from now on you'll be appearing about once or twice a week, as Braun's friend. Oh, yeah. The recognition made my stomach churn, but I should just accept it happily. Then the host asked casually, did you enjoy catching up with your old coworkers, friend? I saw you speaking with them in the audience. Yeah, it was nice seeing them after so long. I see, I'm very curious. What delightful conversation did you have? They were just checking if I'd been eating properly. But of course, our show always provides a dedicated catering service for the staff's health and well-being. The TV screen flickered. Wait, you haven't eaten anything at all, have you, Mr. Rowe, dear? You never even applied for the personal catering service. Unbelievable. And after I explained everything on your first day. Well, it just felt like a hassle. I rubbed the back of my neck, feeling a little sheepish. I've been fine without it. Good heavens, are you trying to make me look like a terrible business partner who neglects his friend? No, this was my failing. The new crew members have been busy adjusting that they must have overlooked this. So this Braun should have paid more attention, especially as your friend. Braun held out his hand. There is a saying, inspiration and ideas come from good health. Let's make a promise that this won't happen again. I didn't feel any different, honestly. I wasn't even hungry. If anything, I felt better than ever. All right, I'll try. My dear friend has already started using those dreadful industry-standard phrases. Braun let out a mock scolding sigh, but didn't press the matter further. It was break time after all. Just in case you forget, remember the best shows come from well-rested minds, Mr. Solium. Yes, I understand. I'll see you in a bit. With that, we parted ways. I walked past the staff, through the backstage corridors, and finally reached my dressing room. Click. I stepped inside, rolled up one sleeve, and looked down at my arm. Beneath the makeup, my tattoos were hidden from view. Interesting. It seemed that as long as they were covered, they wouldn't activate. Now that the live broadcast is over, I should wipe this off. I rubbed at my skin, removing the makeup. Zocius. Chinese letter. I reached into the tattoo that functioned as my inventory and pulled something out. It's been a while, Resting in my palm was a single piece of nostalgia candy. I did say I'd eat it after all. I wasn't hungry. I wasn't tired. But after a brief hesitation, I unwrapped it and put it in my mouth. Suddenly, Chapter 123. Oh dear. The nostalgia candy in my hand disappeared. Good heavens, Mr. Rowe dear, have you been surviving on candy alone? That's not good at all. Like magic, the missing nostalgia candy appeared in Braun's gloved hand, only to vanish once again with a flourish. Completely gone. Was I supposed to applaud? Clap, clap, clap. As I clapped my hands together, Braun bowed theatrically like a magician. Where did the candy? Mr. Rowe dear, your first meal in a month was going to be an ancient, dusty old candy. Oh, this is an insult to catering itself. Snap. The host snapped his fingers. Some say the passion for creation is born from hunger, but my philosophy is a bit different. First, let's have a proper meal. At Braun's request, the faceless staff opened the door to my dressing room, greeting me cheerfully. A white tablecloth was laid over the table in the corner of the room, and in perfect synchronization, dishes were set one after another. Steam rose from the plates, Western cuisine. A full-course meal that should have been served dish by dish was instead arranged all at once. Since you didn't submit a request, Mr. Roe dear, I took the liberty of selecting tonight's menu. Once you finish eating, you'll feel revitalized. That's when I realized it had been a long time since I'd last seen warm food. Seated across from me, the host's TV screen displayed a cheerful emoticon as he waved his utensils from side to side. Bon appetit. Somehow the surroundings felt darker. It was as if the spotlight was focused solely on the meal in front of me. Glint. My silver ring reflected the light from the table, momentarily catching the glow before being overpowered by the shine of the fork. I hesitated, then picked up the utensils. But as I debated what to eat first... And for your drink, Mr. Roe dear, you mentioned you liked grapes, didn't you? With a smooth motion, a curved glass bottle filled with ruby-red liquid landed on the table. A bottle of wine. This is an exquisite vintage, a gift I received while hosting the quiz show. But now, it seems fitting to open it in celebration of your successful debut, my friend. Absent-mindedly, I read the label's production year. 1999. The same year the happy ending Teddy, tonight's guest, had been released. Did you match the vintage to the guest's production year? I do appreciate an observant audience, that's correct. It's a congratulatory gesture. After all, this was your first time on stage. Such details are essential for any great entertainer. Mr. Solium, I hope this serves as a valuable lesson. Braun personally uncorked the wine. The ruby-red liquid swirled into the crystal glass before being placed in front of me. Now shall we have a toast? Refusing at this point would feel awkward, but for some reason I wasn't particularly eager. Oh dear, does it not suit your taste, Mr. Roe dear? It seems I've failed to understand my friend's preferences. How shameful for a host. No, that's not it. Feeling pressured, I quickly lifted the glass. And drank. It's good. Isn't it? Please enjoy it at your leisure. All right. I picked up my utensils. The meal continued. Strangely, the more I ate and drank, the clearer my mind became. As if my exhausted body was finally absorbing much-needed nutrients. No, that wasn't just a metaphor. That was exactly what was happening. I thought I was in good condition. Maybe I was more drained than I realized. Wait, hold on. Of course I'd be feeling like this. I haven't eaten in a month. Logically speaking, there's no way a human could go a whole month without eating and still be fine. I should be dead. Goodness, am I only realizing this now? Mr. Roe dear, is something wrong with the food? No, that's not it. I resumed eating. With every bite, my thoughts sharpened. Even if I wasn't fully corrupted by this darkness, I must have been affected in some way. Had my mind been foggy this entire time? Even after arriving here, all I did was throw myself into work. Had I been too giddy, thinking I was finally free from fear? Regardless, I should confirm this. I instinctively reached for another piece of candy from my tattoo inventory, but hesitated at the last second. I'd need the great host's permission, after all. Braun, could you return the candy you took earlier? I've eaten, so I figured I'd have a little dessert. Oh, I see, very well. Braun placed the candy back into my palm. Nostalgia candy. Here you go, Mr. Solium. Now I remembered for sure. This candy restores my body to its peak condition from the past 10 years. This was how I survived in Sekwang Technical High. All right. I popped the candy into my mouth. No change at all. It just felt like I had confirmed something I already knew. This probably means that my current condition is the best it's ever been. They say stress is the root of all illness, so maybe people really do need to find work that suits them. From now on, I should at least try to eat properly instead of just working non-stop. Even if working at a supernatural talk show made it feel like skipping meals didn't affect me, it clearly had an impact. Now that I think about it, working non-stop was a bit strange too. Placing my now empty wine glass on the table, I spoke with a serious tone. Braun, no matter how I think about it, I need to bring this up. My employment contract. Shouldn't we discuss things like vacation time and salary? Oh, Mr. Solium. Braun gave me an unenthusiastic look, out of character for him, then pressed a hand to his forehead. His TV screen displayed a sighing emoticon. Of course, my show's crew members are guaranteed ample vacation time and silver. I must say, I'm baffled. What exactly were you told on your first day? Oh, was I too out of it from not eating? Come to think of it, my memories of the first few days here were oddly hazy. I even seem to have lost all my belongings from Daydream Inc. What a mess. Sorry, but I'd still like to negotiate my work conditions properly now. Of course, Mr. Rowe dear. With a full stomach and a clear mind, I had a fierce negotiation session with the host. The final contract included 2 days off per week, summer and winter vacation leaves, 50 silver coins of the uncanny, and a biannual performance-based bonus. Not bad. Then let's finalize the contract by the end of this week. Got it. Now you'll be officially employed at the talk show. Ah, that's right. While hosting today's live broadcast, I had a sudden burst of inspiration. That's why I originally stopped by your dressing room. But when I saw you breaking your month-long fast with candy, I was so shocked that I lost my train of thought. Good heavens. Haha, sorry. So what was the idea? Braun pointed at my forearm with his gloved hand. Your tattoos, Mr. Rowe dear. I lifted my arm and glanced at the text. The makeup had started wearing off, leaving my forearm blotchy and uneven. It must be a hassle to get makeup done every time you appear on the show. Oh, and knowing you, Mr. Rowe dear, you'd rather work through your break than sit still for that. So with that in mind, why not erase them completely? Think about it. It'll save time and free you from unnecessary burdens. Wait a second. Aha, is there something bothering you? These tattoos have been useful in a lot of ways. Haha, oh come now. That was back when you were suffering at that joyless, underpaid job. But now, Mr. Solium, you're part of this splendid talk show. No matter where you go, you'll be treated well. You could even get free Sunday ice cream at boutique parlors. Come, let's clean up these messy little scribbles. I still think I could have some fun using these. Especially the inventory tattoo. It could even be used for some entertaining moments on the show. Like pulling out props from my arm as if by magic, surprising the audience. Even if I didn't step on stage, it'd still be useful, helping the staff move sets or lights in a pinch. Why should I get rid of something that's already useful? Really, I'm only asking because I don't understand. Braun clasped his hands together. I see, Mr. Solium. Now that you've eaten and regained your strength, you're showing more of your true self. Very good. In that case, I'll look into alternatives. I'll find something that offers a similar effect. You're even aiming for a magician's tricks now. Such passion, it's truly moving, haha. Braun's TV screen displayed an emoticon wiping away tears. Then enjoy the rest of your break, friend. Yeah, thanks. The host watched as the catering staff thoroughly cleaned up my dressing room before finally waving goodbye and stepping out. Phew. I sat down on the sofa. Since I wasn't scheduled to appear in the next show, and the guest booking and production meetings for this week were already done, I had some free time. Might as well do some organizing. If my tattoos might be erased, it wouldn't hurt to go through my inventory and sort things out. And since I just realized I lost my old belongings from Daydream Inc., I should also take stock of what I still had. I reached into my inventory tattoo and started pulling out items, laying them out on the table one by one. Most of them are still intact. Everything except items from the company was intact, but the bloodbath tub isn't here either. That had been in the bathroom too, so it was gone. Even the company-issued special equipment was still perfectly fine. Among them were things I hadn't made myself, some were gifts. I pulled out a tiny black button. Assistant Manager Yoon Hae's comms button. Could this be the button section Chief Lee Jae-hyun was talking about? It seemed like an invitation to stay in touch. That's thoughtful. I'd have to test it out once I got some vacation time. Smiling, I pocketed the button. Then past emergency rations, the Happy Maker, blood-sucking knife, wrapper, and the Necronomicon. I spotted the red button. We can help. 66,666,666. There's no way he was talking about this button, right? This was something meant to be pressed only in a life-or-death emergency. There was no reason to push it just because I had comfortably settled into my new job. Absent-mindedly, I placed it on the table. Almost done. There was barely anything left inside my tattoo inventory. Oh, wait, one more thing. A paper bag with a theme park mascot printed on it emerged. Inside was a dragon-shaped churro. Blue soda churros. Well, I can't even remember when I got this. Didn't I sell one to a disaster management bureau agent, then kept the rest? Still, since I had stored it in my inventory tattoo, it hadn't gone bad. I was about to place it on the table when I got a strange feeling and took a closer look. Previously unreadable text was now legible. A taste of bliss. A healthy snack for children. A healthy snack, huh? Is it safe to eat? Well, Braun did allow me some candy. And he did tell me to eat properly. If I erase my tattoos, it might go bad. I might as well eat it now while I still can. It'd be a waste otherwise. All right. I bit into the churro. The crisp, popping texture was reminiscent of cheap junk food, but it melted in my mouth and went down easily. And then, tilde, something surged up from my throat. Splish, splish, splish. Dark blue water began pouring out of my mouth. The salty scent of seawater filled the air. It gushed out uncontrollably, flooding the talk show's waiting room floor. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. What the hell? What kind of healthy snack was this, you goddamn? No cursing, but what the hell do I? No, oxygen was running out, my mind was going blank, I was going to die. What? That thing. We can't help. With the last of my strength, I slammed my hand onto the table. My fingers fumbled desperately through the scattered items until... The red button. I wildly flailed my arm, slamming my palm down on it. Water streamed from my eyes, nose, and ears. Someone help. And then... BLP. A deafening alarm exploded inside my head. Emergency call confirmed. And my consciousness was wrenched away. Supervisor Kim Solium. Supervisor Kim Solium. Gasp. What the ever-loving fuck? I jolted upright. Or at least I thought I did. The world was pitch black. There was nothing I couldn't see, I couldn't feel. No touch, no smell, no sound, nothing, there's nothing at all. Are you awake? A familiar voice resonated in my head. It was Squad Leader Lee Jae-hyun. Yes. And at that moment, thud, the entire world shook. What the hell? Please hold on a moment. A few seconds later, suddenly my vision returned. I saw my waiting room half flooded with water. The same scene I'd seen just before losing consciousness. But I wasn't seeing it directly. It felt like I was watching through someone else's eyes. Like a CCTV feed floating in front of me. The view shifted, scanning its surroundings. The angle changed as if checking its own limbs. My wrist tattoos flashed into view. That was my body. Someone else was controlling my body. Moving now. And my vision started walking. Hold on, don't tell me. Wait a second. Squad leader, are you moving my body right now? Yes. I swallowed hard. Was this triggered by the We Can Help button? Yes. Wait a second. Wait just one damn second. The We Can Help button bought from an alien shop had summoned Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. Squad leader. I swallowed again. Are you by any chance an alien from the space shopping mall? Yes. Chapter 124. Space Shopping Mall. Also dubbed as the Alien Shop. A bizarre creepypasta about a mysterious site that sells high-priced, supernatural, and extraordinary goods. The very place that had allowed me to acquire all kinds of useful items and equipment. But now, Chief Lizard is one of the aliens from there. I tried to swallow, but then flinched, realizing I had no physical body. Because right now, my body was being occupied by Chief Lizard. So instead, I asked him directly. A question so absurd, I could hardly believe I was saying it. Are you the site owner of the Space Shopping Mall? And the answer was, no. Oh, then what kind of connection does he have to the site? I was curious, but that wasn't the priority right now. The immediate crisis had been averted. Phew. I looked at my dressing room through the CCTV-like view that my consciousness was observing. The dark blue water that had flooded the floor was now pooling and fading away, leaving the room mostly intact, aside from a bit of a mess. I still had no idea what exactly had happened, but from the looks of it, when I was ejected and squad leader Lee Jae-hyun took over my body, the situation had stabilized. At the very least, I wasn't vomiting water anymore. That's such a relief, seriously. Thanks to squad leader Lee Jae-hyun, my body hadn't died. I let out a mental sigh of relief and spoke. Anyway, thank you. Now that things have settled, please leave my body. Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun. Initiating emergency escape protocol via distress beacon. My vision abruptly moved. I know, squad leader Lee Jae-hyun, in my body, suddenly swept all of my belongings from the table and stored them into the tattoo inventory. Wait, what is he doing? In 3 minutes, I will authorize the sacred fire bombardment. What? W8, please don't do that. What kind of insane nonsense was this, bombardment? Why are you even using something like that right now? As part of the distress beacon's optional features, all available armed forces from the coalition are mobilized until the user is transported to a secure location. In the process of extracting Supervisor Kim Solium. Hold on a second. This damn lizard, no, this reptilian alien. Grinding my metaphorical teeth, I demanded. Why do I even need to escape? His steps halted. I hadn't been in danger. I had successfully changed jobs and was living a fulfilling, enjoyable life at this talk show. So why the hell was he acting like this was some prison break? It had already been over a month since I'd left Daydream Inc. I've settled in well at my new workplace, I'm doing fine, and there's no danger at all. Honestly, I should be grateful this happened during my break. If this had happened during a live show or a meeting, I don't even want to imagine the disaster it would have caused. I see. Right. So now that things were resolved, just return my body and... When was the last time you slept? That was... Before I joined this talk show, so... A month ago. For an organism to survive, food and sleep are essential. The fact that you do not require them suggests that you are closer to a supernatural entity than a natural being. Which meant... I had become a ghost story. That's not true. I'm not corrupted. I can still think properly and my sense of judgment hasn't changed. Is that so? Of course. Then why was there water flooding your dressing room? Because I ate a churro. Are you referring to the healthy snack for children, churro, you claim to have received from Cheerful Theme Park? Under normal circumstances, the probability that you would consume food of supernatural origin without hesitation would be extremely low. Why did you press the distress beacon? Because I was drowning. The water was so overwhelming that I couldn't breathe. And yet, in a state of suffocation, you chose to press an unknown, supernatural escape but without any knowledge of its origin or effect. You had once debated for hours whether to press this button in Death Lane, ultimately deciding against it after listening to your superior's advice. But it is natural to seek help from others. Had I unknowingly started using ghost story artifacts as if they were just ordinary daily necessities. You have been bound to this darkness. That's not true. That at least I could confidently refute. I can leave whenever I want. If I just ask Mr. Host for vacation, I can leave. Mr. Host? Is that what you have always called that talk show host? But even if he was my business partner, Braun was still the one running this show. So wasn't it natural to address him respectfully when working? I was starting to feel uneasy. Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun used to be my boss, but now that I had quit, he was nothing more than a passing acquaintance. Wasn't this level of interference in my personal life crossing a line? Shouldn't I feel offended? Supervisor Kim Solium. But right now, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun was the one controlling my body. No. Don't launch those bombs. Do you know how much effort the staff put into this show? I desperately argued. and nobody is actually dying, so they die. What did you just? Every audience member invited to this talk show receives a thank you card the next day. The card is sent to the medium through which they applied for tickets. And on this card, there are detailed instructions on how they can meet the most impressive guest from that night's episode. Some audience members become entirely entranced by the talk show. To meet the guest, they willingly step into the darkness. I felt a phantom heartbeat pounding through my non-existent body. I recalled the audience member from yesterday, the one who had wanted to adopt the happy ending Teddy. The way that Teddy Bear had stared at them. At that moment I felt it. A deep instinctive revulsion. We have confirmed at least 3 cases of audience members who were definitively killed or went missing. My mind reeled. My stomach lurched. Even though I had no body, I still felt sick. This was a mental reaction. A reaction to the horrific realization that was dawning upon me. What have I been doing all this time? What kind of show was I working for? But Braun, No, Braun never promised not to kill anyone from the audience. He only promised that I wouldn't be afraid. I had simply convinced myself of the wrong conclusions. Ghost stories. We're always like this, always. Supervisor Kim Solium, you need to escape this talk show immediately. My mind turned ice cold. Squad leader. I knew. I wasn't contaminated. At least not back when I made the decision at that train restroom. But, I think I've been looking at this all wrong. I had overlooked something. A person doesn't have to be contaminated to make bad decisions. People fall for scams, people commit crimes, people make mistakes, have misunderstandings, and sometimes people believe in things they shouldn't. Maybe this was one of those times. For now, leaving the talk show and taking some time to think might not be a bad idea. I needed some time. Time to be alone with my thoughts. Yes, but no bombs. If I still had a body, I would have run a hand down my face in frustration. You cannot take down the host in this studio with that method. I was certain. The moment we're caught, we'll be incinerated. And if we were lucky enough to only be fined for damages, I might end up working here for eternity, unpaid until I died, or even after I died. The fact that I felt that wouldn't be so bad was the most terrifying part of all. Do you know where the studio's exit is? I don't know. I don't even know how big this studio is. I know that it has an impossibly vast number of sets and storage rooms, but I have no idea how many floors it has or how far each section extends. At some point, I naturally started memorizing the paths within the staff-only areas, but everything beyond that was still a blur. Most of the time, I either stayed in my designated waiting area or only visited other sections while accompanied by staff. In the entire month I've been here, I've never once left. And why would I? My waiting room was comfortable. I never felt the need for food, water, or sleep, and I was too busy adjusting to my new job. But just walking out through the exit without even requesting vacation would be stupid. It'd be better to sneak out and stay. Were you about to suggest sneaking out? No, that's impossible. Damn it. Even the thought of sneaking out was meaningless, because the host always knows where I am. Because I checked the tag. Because of the good friend contract, the one I had called would be able to find me forever. No matter where I went, he would always be able to follow. Do you want to try persuading him to grant you a vacation? No. If the host asked why I needed a vacation, there was no way he wouldn't notice that Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun was inside my body instead. And even if I spoke to him myself, I wasn't confident. I'd probably end up being persuaded instead. Persuaded to happily return to work on the talk show, no matter how many audience members died. The legendary host of a supernatural talk show was just someone with exceptional speech skills. He was something so utterly terrifying that his very presence felt like a paranormal phenomenon in and of itself. The only reason I'd ever been able to scare my good friend before was because of the restrictions of the good friend doll. My blood ran cold. I see. Even if we destroy half the studio, you will still be immediately found by the entity that poses a threat to you. Is that assessment correct? Yes, there was no way out. Or rather, even if I did escape, it wouldn't matter. It felt like a perfectly sealed space. What? No. There's always a gap somewhere. The host doesn't know that I called Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun using an item. If that's the case, Section Chief, how long can you stay in my body? As Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, it is possible to maintain this state for up to 60 hours. Additionally, the summoner cannot manually deactivate the effect. The emergency call function will only deactivate once the summoner has safely escaped the danger zone. That was an interesting choice of words. But that time frame was plenty. Enough time to wait for an opening. To prepare, we'll wait. I forced my nerves to settle and began thinking. Until just before the talk show begins. Time passed. Preparations for the live broadcast were underway. Most of the staff were busy moving between the backstage and the main stage, setting up equipment. Normally, I would have used this time to check the equipment or talk to the host. Sometimes I'd even attend meetings or observe different departments. I might be part of the production staff, but I'm not part of the cast. Since I wasn't part of the on-site prep team, but rather worked as a show creator, there were no specific tasks assigned to me during the live broadcast, which meant I could move however I wanted. I could act as if I were on an errand, or pretend I was looking for something. I could even wander from place to place without drawing suspicion. Over here, I was frantically searching the empty parts of the studio, now mostly abandoned by the faceless staff. I was looking for one thing. There should be a waiting area for guests. I was sure I had heard about it before. There's a guest entrance. Every guest had a place they originally belonged to, and the studio had set up some kind of accommodation to make their arrival smoother. I have to find it. Of course, finding the waiting rooms was a challenge in itself. The moment I stepped beyond the waiting rooms and staff areas, I completely lost my sense of direction, like being trapped in a maze. But Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, he's unbelievably fast. Is he seriously brute-forcing it right now? Even though he was controlling my physical form, the sheer speed and strength of his movements made it hard to believe it was the same body. My shared vision flickered rapidly as he checked multiple pathways and signs in mere moments. His performance is exactly the same as when he's in his own body. Maybe Chief Lizard could exert that kind of power and endurance in any body. But the real problem was... The view turned. A faceless staff member stood before me, gesturing as if to ask why I was here. They tilted their head, then made a motion, as if offering to escort me back, assuming I had lost my way. Tell them I'm running an errand and will return shortly. I am running an errand and will return shortly. The faceless staff didn't insist twice. Instead, they disappeared around the corner and came back with another staff member. Gulp. If I had a body right now, I would have swallowed hard. This is bad. If I looked suspicious here, word would immediately reach the host, and if that happened, I'd find myself happily hosting the talk show again. All of my doubts would be neatly erased, thanks to his kind and persuasive reasoning. The new staff member gestured. They're offering to complete the errand on my behalf. That won't be necessary. Squad leader, please say that I prefer to do it myself. It's not a big task, so I'd rather complete it quietly as a new employee. Please say that I prefer to do it myself. No, it's not a big task, so I'd rather complete it quietly as a new employee. Fortunately, the staff member accepted that reasoning and left. It seemed they had no time to waste with the live broadcast approaching. Phew. Continuing the search. This feels like I'm piloting a robot. A robot 10 times stronger and faster than me. Suppressing my nerves, I continued monitoring Lee Jae-hyun's vision as he searched. There were a few close calls, but we managed to avoid trouble. And before long, I've found it. Check. The door in my vision swung open. Guest area. The CCTV-like view in front of me now displayed a dimly lit, antique-style corridor. Rows of doors lined the corridor, each still bearing the nameplates of the guests who had appeared over the past month. None of them had been replaced. As if a new one was used for every guest who appeared. A strange, uneasy feeling, one I hadn't noticed all month, began creeping over me, even beyond my skin. I swallowed hard. Please find the door labeled Happy Ending Teddy. The view shifted rapidly, and soon enough we found the door. The light above today's guest waiting room was glowing brightly, but I ignored it and instead approached the door next to it. A door with a dimly flickering light, yesterday's guest waiting room. Happy Ending Teddy. Check. The dark waiting room had yet to be cleaned, and everything inside was scaled to fit the size of a fabric doll. Traces of the teddy bear remained, as well as remnants from the process of making one. I tried my best not to look at the scattered body parts and bits of skin. Luckily, since Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun was the one controlling my body right now, it wasn't too difficult to avoid focusing on them. He quickly scanned the room, then finally he found something. It's a dollhouse door. One side of the wall had a small, brightly colored door, barely reaching my waist, almost like a child's toy. Let's go through there. Creak. From my point of view, my hand reached out and opened the tiny door, then crawled forward, inching through the darkness. A faint light appeared ahead. And moments later, the view suddenly brightened. A modern hallway came into sight. In stark contrast to the classic elegance of Braun's studio, this place had a contemporary design, concrete walls, painted surfaces. And from a distance, voices echoed. Now introducing today's featured item, a miraculous product that transforms your hair into living snakes. The absurd voice of a home shopping host promoting a ridiculous product. Delusion Home Shopping. As expected, since the show had received sponsorship from here when the Happy Ending Teddies made its guest appearance, I figured this passage might lead to this place. Good. I let out a sigh of relief. I'd done something similar before in Death Lane, escaping from one ghost story by slipping into another. Since this is still a broadcasting studio, Braun might take a little longer to notice my absence. Besides, the live broadcast was about to start soon, meaning he wouldn't have time to come after me. Or maybe I could even find something useful here to prevent Braun from tracking me. With Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun's strength, there shouldn't be any danger here. I was willing to bet on that. The view moved as he stepped forward into the bright hallway. I suppressed my excitement and said, Chief, first, let's find something discreet but useful. Goodness. G. R. F. B. I was dangling in midair. Someone was holding me. It looks like you took a wrong turn, friend. I don't think you were trying to leave the studio. The hallways can be quite confusing, can't they? A massive, truly massive, TV screen loomed before me, displaying a friendly, smiling emoticon. The live broadcast is just around the corner, so I had to call you back this way. Now, take a nice break. You'll find it much more comfortable this way. Below, an enormous gloved hand had me by the scruff of my neck, then gently supported my back and legs before carefully placing me onto a dark brown desk. Oh, I've experienced a body like this before, so I can assure you seeing it again is rather nostalgic. My dear good friend, I had a body again, but I couldn't move. The shimmering lights of Braun's late-night talk show flashed before me, the stage, the audience seats, and everything was gigantic. On the black TV screen, my reflection stared back at me. Now, just sit back comfortably and enjoy the talk show. It'll be starting soon. I became a plush doll.